what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. You're the sea. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. You're the sea.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you ever so much for letting me know I was muted, because I was popping off there. I was going hard on mute, chat, and you saved me from that. I just called out, everyone, basically. And it was inaudible, so I guess, see, now I'm waiting for the people that are still saying you're muted to realize that I'm not, because we're on that time delay, right? I don't know what that time delay is. Well, I do know it's like YouTube naturally puts you on a time delay, and you have to request if you want to be like, could you put me on like ultra low latency, please? Like, I want to be like right with my chat. But if you ask for that, half of the time the stream goes down. I'm not sure why. Maybe I'm just associating those two things. Maybe being like allowing the latency is yeah, I vote for a wall over Trump. Wait, what does that mean, Crotchy? But yeah, we're ready to go today. I was just telling you that this is going to be the stream. This is going to be the stream, okay? I am undertaking this, my sacred duty, at great personal risk. At great personal risk. The biggest personal risk I've probably taken since I criticized another dude bro streamer that thought he was really smart, right? So we're gonna get into this, right? We're gonna be talking about some familiar faces, some maybe not so familiar faces, some faces that unfortunately may be becoming more familiar to you in the future, should they choose to double down, and President Sunday, who is the only other streamer that streams with a cephalopod on his head. I've always wondered what's up with that. Do you think that Sunday and me could be like long lost relatives or something? Is there some connection there? It's an actual quote from the Howard Stern show. I would vote for this wall over here over Donald Trump. But yeah, chat, thanks for letting me know I was muted. It's just yeah. Getting used to the new setup, which I very much love. And oh my god. It's nice today for once. It's actually kind of nice. Yeah, thank you so much again to Throne Gang. So much of what's nice about my streaming setup is due to you, right? And stuff that I undertook by the, for the reason that, like, when people have faith in me, it makes me want to have faith in myself too. So I cleaned up the background and got rid of the blue screen. At least for now, we could look, the blue screen's like right there, that black screen right there. That's actually the blue screen. I flipped that around. It's the, did I say blue screen? That's so old school. When were blue screens relevant, right? Isn't that like 70s, like when they first came out with these? So what we're talking about, chat, is a keyer function, right? There's a neat little trick in video where you can key into a certain color and you can take that color out of the scene, right? And make it transparent, and you can put another scene behind it. And that's the trick of the green screen, right? When you see me in front of a green screen and it looks like I'm up against the background of something that's, a jellyfish tank or something like that. That's the trick of the green screen. But I called it the blue screen, which is, I think, historically true. I think that back in the day when they first invented this stuff, it was called a blue screen. You could literally key off of anything, right? But the idea was that they wanted to find a color that they could key off of that wouldn't appear elsewhere. Because, like, for instance, chat, if I was if I was in front of a green screen and I was keying off a green and I put, look, this is kind of cool, chat. I haven't been able to wear this butterfly. Oh my god. There's no, I need to find a, well, anyway, this butterfly right here, right, would not show up with a green screen. You would see a transparent butterfly, which is kind of cool. This is where Void Coffee came from, chat. Right now, I got my cup of coffee. It is, in fact, Void Coffee, but the actual origins of Void Coffee was from me having a green screen and a green coffee cup. And that caused the coffee cup to look like it wasn't really there, or it was like a see-through thing. You could see the jellyfish. It looked like I was drinking jellyfish, right? That's the origin story of Void Coffee. We're going to get into like another origin story today. Hopefully it will not end up being a super villain origin story, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, there we go with the start your day right. Start your day right with a nice sip of Void Coffee. But yeah, back in the day, it was actually Void Coffee because my coffee cup was green. And because of that, you could see through it. Whenever I'd wear like a butterfly, like this one in my hair, that was see-through as well. I actually, like, the clip for this one is missing. I'm kind of like, wait, where's the clip? I've got so many butterflies here, chat. It's so hard to choose. But I am going to try to get going kind of quickly. I got to remember to talk to chat, though. I feel like the last few times I've been so busy. There's been so much to cover that I haven't gotten to talk to chat. So talking to chat in the beginning is probably a good idea. On CBC today, they're talking about people getting back into speed dating in person because online dating is not as good as 10 years ago or something. Well, yeah, it's the shitification of the internet, I would guess, right? So think about this, chat. I've got a dating site, okay? It's called, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a Weasel. It's called Weasel Tender. Weasel Grinder, okay? We got two varieties, right? You can get on Weasel Tender, or you can get on Weasel Grinder, right? For Weasels only. That's what our dating site would be called, right? And like, let's say that I just want to make money off of you, right? That's my whole goal. That's my whole thing, right? Is to see how much money I can make off the Weasels with a dating site, right? Now, if my dating site is really good, in other words, I actually find your perfect match and get you together, Are you going to need to use the dating site again? Or did I just put you in together in a long-term relationship? Did I just take you from being customers of Weasel Tender, of Weasel Grinder, and turn you into not customers, right? You're together. You're no longer single, right? So you can see what the perverse incentives are for these dating sites. And it is not to find you a long-term relationship, right? So if that's what you're looking for from a dating site, and look, I've been there too. I have not trusted these sites for a very long time. I think the last one that I used was OkCupid. And what was weird about OkCupid is that like I kind of put my school stuff on there too. I kind of mentioned what I was into like academically, and I ended up finding more academic resources on OkCupid than I did dates. I did meet some people on OkCupid, I believe, right? And including one somewhat long-term relationship, but more often I would just meet people that were into the same field of study that I was into, and they would give me resources and share information with me. Are weasels monogamous? I think it varies. I think there's all kinds of weasels out there. But yeah, no, if I made a weasel dating site, I would try to actually make it work. Because you know what I would have in my head? I would want to be your matchmaker. I would want to for real be your matchmaker. I wouldn't want to give you a shitty dating site that like, doesn't really work and you got to just constantly re-up that monthly fee. Like, I don't know. I would feel bad if it wasn't like an actual matchmaker site, because it's like the opposite. I don't know. But yeah, a lot of people are finding that dating sites are not so great. Weasel furries? Oh, wait, what? I mean, there are. Like, there's every kind of furry. People don't know this, right? People think that furries are like foxes and cats and maybe dogs. Is that the stereotypical trifecta of furries? But they're not. There's actually all kinds of furries, including scalies, including furries that are more into like dragons or reptiles or weasels do have a penis bone. Okay, this is new information to me. Oh my god, chat. You want me to tell you something embarrassing? Okay, I was the most naive little kid that you could imagine. And right, and kind of like, growing up, going to school and being forced to use the wrong locker room, I got exposed to a lot of stuff that I really didn't understand. I really wasn't ready for. I really just kind of right. Other people like learned about sex, etc. on like on an advanced like level compared to me, right? But I remember the first time I heard the phrase boner, and I thought, is there a bone in it? And if so, if the boner is not a permanent state, but a, temporary state, is there a bone in the pelvis that kind of just comes out and then goes back in? Like, I really thought that might be how stuff worked. I was very confused, especially at like that kind of anatomy, right? Because like, I was learning, okay, so, like my parents told me they were such cowards, right? When they would explain sex to me, they would kind of psych themselves up and be like, all right, we're going to explain the birds and the bees to you, explain how stuff works. And then they would always kind of like stop short of actually explaining, just a simple thing like procreation, just a basic thing that like is generally the point of the talk, right? To describe to you how procreation works, right? They would end up describing procreation in the most roundabout and, they would get scared. They would be, like, okay, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Okay. And then they would be like, the man and the woman, they get very close together and a baby comes out. And I think they intended to explain the in-between part there, but they never did. Or they usually didn't. They and like, oh my god, when my dad finally did like try to like, okay, I'm gonna do it for real, he realized that he wasn't sure if I was familiar with anatomical terms. So he said that the man puts it in the woman's bottom. My dad described to me anal sex as being the type of behavior that makes the baby. Just because he was, he kind of he chickened out. He chickened out, right? And he got me very confused, right? But like, like other kids were talking about this, like, right? You don't learn this stuff from your parents. Let's be real. Most of you did not learn this stuff from your parents. You did not get the real information from your parents. You got the real information from some kid on the bus. But if you're like me, you also got some fake information from some kid on the bus, right? And the kind of information I would get was like information where the testicle itself would be ejaculated and then grow back over time. Like the entire testicle. Right? That the male gamete as it was, like that big. And somehow it like went through, like it was past like a kidney stone, chat, which would be a pretty big kidney stone, right? If a kidney stone was like that big, oh my God. Oh my God. I literally did learn about this from talking to a friend on the bus. Yeah, friends on the bus, friends on sports teams, right? This is who tells you about actually how sex works. And somewhere in there you figure out the real. So somewhere in there you figure out the real. But oh my God. Oh my God. I had so many weird theories about how even when I started to do sex ed stuff, which was usually like a chart. It was usually like an anatomy chart where they would show cross sections and organs, and here's where this organ is, and this organ, and this one has this, and it goes around here, and it goes on this long crazy straw tube, and it comes out here, and then it goes into this one, and then there's like some fallopian tubes, and there are these like magical bird wings flapping, like fluttering, the fallopian tubes are fluttering, and then they like spin out an egg somehow, like through both of them, not through one of them. Like they were working together in my mind, right? I don't know. I was a very confused kid. I was a very, very confused kid. My friends didn't tell me anything useful. Yeah, so yeah, that's what we start off talking about today is the birds, literally the birds and the bees. Because we got to get this stuff straight. I mean, if you're like me and your parents didn't tell you shit, you maybe you're still confused. I know I am. My parents didn't have to tell me anything because the public school took care of it. Okay, so my mom was a feminist. I hope she never hears this, right? Because this is like embarrassing. But my mom was a feminist back in like a long time ago, right? She stopped being a feminist at some point. I don't know. She's not very much of a feminist these days. Except in a basic sense, right? Equal rights and shit like that, right? But she had like books that indicated that she had taken some feminist coursework in college, right? And one of these books was called Our Bodies, Ourselves, which actually, of anything that I've ever seen, that is the book that gives you the real deal. That is the book that actually explains stuff. And not just like anatomical stuff, like this is where this is where that is, this goes in here, this is how that works, right? But just like, so other stuff, like, the female orgasm, like how does that actually happen? Because that's something that society is not big on, is like educating people on how, like, for instance, like a female orgasm is going to work, right? And there's, because of that, there's like a lot of mythology that surrounds it that's not quite right. Yuck, organs, right? No stork. I don't know. When did I stop believing in the stork? I don't think I ever bought into the stork. Stopping being a feminist, I know, right? Maybe it stopped being cool. I don't know. I don't want to judge her too hard. Cloacas. Oh my gosh. All weasels are pansexual and polyamorous. But yeah, speed dating would be weird. Crotchy, are you the one that brought up speed dating? So speed dating, I'm trying to remember. How does this work? You're sitting at, it's like musical chairs, right? Is it kind of like musical chairs? Like one of the people sits at a table and then the other people like rotate. Is that how it works? Is this how speed dating works? I feel like I've seen like old sitcoms that have speed dating, and it's like you got like what, like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. That's what the Joker says. Laugh at my boner, will they? Ha 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 ha. The Joker's such a great character. You brought up speed dating. One, yeah. So it becomes complicated. I mean, I guess you do like speed dating, like in terms of your sexuality. Then it's like, straight people would do speed dating, or what about for bisexual people though? Is there like a bisexual speed dating where like it's just like I feel like that would be the honestly like the easiest speed dating to implement. Is it like a bisexual speed dating? But there's still, it's being bisexual doesn't mean like, because here's something that people often, especially people that are not bisexual, often miss. Being bisexual is not being attracted to everyone and anyone, right? That's not how it works. You still have preferences. You still have, tendencies. You still have like interests, right? Not everybody is gonna like work for you. Not by, and especially if you're like Demi on top of that too. I told my friend my elementary school let us bring Garfield books to read in class, and my friend says my school lets us bring Hustler. And you're like, what's Hustler? Seriously? Like there's stories about like liberal sex education, incorporating materials that are meant for stimulation. I just never. That's not actually true, right? Like, I don't think there was ever anything that was written to cause arousal that was part of my, and it would have made things so awkward. And I mean, I'm sure there were boners happening during sex ed. They should have, yeah, they should have a thing where when they do sex ed, they give people like 5 minutes before they have to stand up. Because otherwise it could get really, really embarrassing. Be nice for a pansexual rotating club. Well, yeah, and that's the pansexual is like a word that has caused like so much confusion, right? Because I feel like when I first heard pansexual, it was described as being like, I am into guys, I am into girls, and I'm also into trans people. But the problem is like some trans people are guys and girls. So why is that different? But then, if you think of it as pansexual means like I'm attracted to guys and girls and all kinds of non-binary people, because there's not just one kind of non-binary person, right? Not all non-binary people are the same. Not all non-binary people think of being non-binary in the same way. A lot of people think of it as a spectrum, and you got like male and female and the non-binaries right here. A lot of non-binary people don't like that. Don't like it that like, oh, so you got your schema here and you're gonna place me inside of it. And what they're trying to say is I'm off the scale. I'm I am not the union of your two imaginary like binary poles. I am something all I'm my like right by like non-binary people a lot of times want to, and they should should have the ability to define their sexuality rather than having it defined and imposed on them, or an absence of gender. Yeah, it can get It's not as straightforward as sometimes it's portrayed. But yeah, I get you what you're saying though about a pansexual. People are still very confused about bisexuality. People are still very confused about pansexuality. Yeah, because like I've heard it mentioned in, in a way that like kind of like assumes like, trans people are not guys and girls, even if some trans people identify as such. And that's kind of offensive, but that's more old school. That's more old school. I think now like pansexual, like I said, more means that like you're into um any gender. But yeah, like I said, we got a lot to go over today. I wanted to talk to Chat, and apparently Chat has got the birds and the bees on the mind and speed dating. And I mean, I guess that's interesting. I had the weirdest dream last night, Chat. This is where Irene tells you about a like I don't know if this is TMI. This is probably not TMI though. Because I bet somebody can relate to this out there. I actually had a dream that I was dating my ex's ex. Like the person that my ex dated after me. Like I had a dream that I was dating them. And it was so fucking weird because this is somebody like I never really got along with. So and what is up with sex dreams or relationship dreams or whatever dreams that put you together with somebody that you're like not, interested, right? It's never like, it's like, I don't know, sex dreams sound so great because you're like, oh, cool, a sex dream. I'm gonna, get to imaginarily like be with somebody that I really want to be with. But instead it's just like, no, you're gonna randomly be with like an internet celebrity that you have mixed feelings about, or you're gonna randomly be with your ex's ex, or you're gonna be like, it's so weird. It's so weird. You're gonna randomly be with somebody you have massive political differences with. I knew what sex was in first grade. I guess I'd seen sex scenes in films before. I didn't know specifics. Someone's parents told me, one of my classmates, and soon everyone knew. Oh, you're looking for a rhyme of like once you go pan, you never go. Yeah, that's hard. That's a difficult rhyme to find. But anyway, like I said, I feel bad about not being able to talk to Chat as much as I want to. And Hustler took down the next in line Speaker of the House in 1998 during the Clinton impeachment. Who is that? 1998. You're talking about like would Newt Gingrich have been the Speaker of the House at that time? Republicans had a lot of issues with speakers of the House, right? Wasn't there one in the 80s that actually got involved in a PDF scandal? I taught sex ed to everyone on my block. I got in trouble. I once found a book. So we were like there was the bus didn't stop like by my house, right? Um, the bus stopped in this one place and we would walk home, and it was a little bit of a jaunt, right? So me and my friends who lived close to me, we'd get off the bus at the same place, we'd walk up, and we'd go, to our homes. But it was, like I said, a little bit of a jaunt. So one day when I got off the bus, there's this book sitting there, and the book is called Adam and Eve. And maybe I could find this. Maybe I could look this up and like actually find the book that I found then. But I think my friend picked it up. I don't think it was really interesting to me because I was like, oh, it's a Bible story, great. And my friend, was a little bit more into the Bible. Like, he came from a little bit more religious family, and was like, oh, cool, Adam and Eve. Let's pick this up. So he starts opening it, and it's like, apparently it was some kind of a dirty book. I remember looking at the pictures in it though, and not being able to make heads or tails. Like I thought it was something about like having a baby, right? It was in the Bush era. It was a Hastert. Hastert turned out to be a certified PDF. But yeah, anyway, so like, we were like my friend, I'm trying to remember, how did this happen? Because I end up getting in trouble for this shit, for this book that I didn't want to really have anything to do with. I didn't have a lot of interest. I didn't understand the pictures that were in the book, at all. Like, right. And I thought it was about, I don't know, pregnancy or something like that, I guess, just based on how my friends were talking about it. But they end up, like, I think my friend knew that it would be really bad for him to take that book home to his religious family. And so he's like, you take it home. And I'm like, okay. So like I take it home, and like my parents find it, and they're like sure that I am. And I was, okay, I'm trying to remember, how old would I have been? I was under the age of 10, chat, when this happened. I had no interest, no knowledge, no anything about any of this stuff, right? And yet my parents became convinced by the fact that I had this dirty book in my backpack that I really didn't know was a dirty book. I didn't want to pick it up in the first place. My friends had picked it up. But of course, like when they start talking to me about it, I'm like, listen, it's not mine. It's like my friend's. And then they call his parents, so he ends up getting in trouble, right? It's not as bad for me because I don't live in as religious of a household as he does. But oh my God, I bet he got his ass whooped for that, right? I shouldn't have said anything. But I was just trying to explain that this is not something that I picked up. This is not something that I have interest in. Like they treated me like a freaking werewolf. But I mean, it's probably strange to them too. Like, for like a kid that young to have like interest in that. But like, if they had just done a little bit of like thinking, maybe they would have figured out that a child should not be blamed for a book that's left by a bus stop that they do not in any way understand. That is not good parenting, right? That is not good parenting. And anyway, was it useful? Narwhal by nature, I never made heads or tails of it. I never understood it at all. I mean, like, that's why I'm like tempted to like look it up and see if I can find like a screen capture of it or something like that, because like I'm just curious what was even in there. I couldn't make heads or tail. Like, right, I'm like a 9-year-old kid or something, or like maybe even younger. I didn't know anything about, like, I like, it just didn't make sense. It was the writing was strange. The pictures were strange. None of it was anything that I ever identified of like, oh, this is what grown-ups do to make, like, right? I mean, I thought that maybe it was more like about child birth, if anything, like, which I still didn't know. I still didn't know about that, right? My parents had still not really explained that to me. So anyway, that's what we're going to talk about today is the birds and the bees, chat. We're going to do a comprehensive sex ed for anybody. No, I'm just kidding. What are we actually talking about? We are talking about some drama that came up in the midst of all this Joe Biden stuff. And is it related to Joe Biden? Only slightly, right? Here's how it works. Contrapoints, probably because everybody's talking about Biden and the fact that maybe he should not be running for president, and the fact that maybe he should be replaced. And, I guess a liberal's biggest fear is that people to the left of them are not gonna vote for their Democratic candidate, and therefore the Trump is gonna get in, right? So this is kind of what Contrapoints is going off on, and we covered what she said about electoralism and the anti-electoral left, and like the pushback that she got, like the statement that she made that was just like, what is like, and what is anything outside of electoralism ever done for anyone? And you can name like a million things, and obviously some of the examples are like like the work week being 40 hours, the weekends being a thing, right? There's lots of older examples, because the newer examples have not taken hold. I mean, she does also mention, the protests and the fact that there was some direct action done in terms of putting together bail funds for people. But those protests, I feel like, still have not really been listened to. Like the electoral system humored people about that. Nancy Pelosi, got on her knees as if she cared, as if something was going to change. And then at the end of it, nothing really changed, with some notable exceptions, right? There were some laws changed, but overall, there's not like, there should have been like a sea change, right? That was a huge moment. That was a huge protest. And at least until it got politicized, it was something that, the vast majority of the people were definitely behind doing something about law enforcement and its inordinate and violent impact on communities of color. But in the end, they just kind of like waited it out, and no real, the legislation, in other words, right, which is the effect that I think Contrapoints is looking for that specific event. And that's not the first, time that people have tried to protest for Black lives, right? It's still, I guess, we can hope on its way. But yeah, it's a frustrating thing. It's a frustrating thing, right? When you've got somebody who's scared about the prospects of a really bad right-wing candidate that might win because people to the left of her are unwilling to go out and vote for a lesser of two evils candidate, and then starts to place the blame on those people to her left, rather than placing the blame where it belongs, which is on the candidate that you've got. Which I might remind you, Joe Biden was not selected because he was uniquely able to beat Trump. As Biden himself said, there's at least 50 candidates out there in the Democratic Party that could beat Trump, right? He was selected to beat Bernie. He was coalesced around to beat Bernie. People were told to drop out overnight to beat Bernie, and Elizabeth Warren stayed in the election to beat Bernie. They got their perfect storm, and they got rid of Bernie. And I don't think it's because they were afraid that Bernie couldn't beat Trump and that Biden was like uniquely positioned or something like that. I think it was because the party establishment, they know that if Bernie were to win the nomination, he would very likely win president, and that their days would be numbered. We would start to, that's the irony of all ironies, right? You've heard this word bandied about, gerontocracy, right? Rule by the very old. It's essentially what that means. But really, to the point, right, what we're really talking about is the party establishment, seniority, and how that has a hold over everything, right? And seniority works in generally, like, the longer you've been there, the more seniority that you have, up to a point, right? And here's the point. If you ever try to buck the system, if you ever are inconvenient for somebody with more political power than you, if you ever challenge that power, then you lose your spot in that pecking order. You get blacklisted. You're done. You're done. And like I said, you can trace this back to the 1980 election with Ted Kennedy and Jimmy Carter. And after then, Democrats just decided we're not going to have primaries anymore. We're going to try to coalesce around a candidate as soon as we can. And anybody that opposes that candidate is going to be remembered. And they are going to have a fucking scarlet letter on them that makes it so that they can never, move forward. They can never play a role, right? They're now marked, right? So for that reason, especially on a year like where there's an incumbent, you don't have a meaningful primary. You have people that have nothing to lose, like Marianne Williams and Dean Phillips and RFK Jr. run against an incumbent who everybody else kind of assumes is going to be, who's got next, essentially. EMC says, fear is real. Harm re-education isn't only falling into fear. Seth Evans says, give people a taste of an alternative to capitalism, and it's so Jover. Well, yeah, I mean, and like not entirely. I mean, like it's gonna a new day will dawn. That's what would happen. A new day will dawn, and immediately the people with the seniority, the people with clout, the people with that privileged position in that pecking order, in that hierarchy, they're gonna lose out. And I said it's ironic because we're talking about Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders was like 81, like 6 years ago, right? Bernie Sanders was like 79, 8 years ago, right? When Bernie ran in 2016, he's around, he's almost 80. When Bernie runs in 2020, he's well over 80. But ironically enough, like that was one proverbial boomer. I don't think he's actually a boomer. I think he's technically silent generation, but whatever, right? That's one boomer that would have ushered in a new era of politics in the Democratic Party and made a turn. And the Democratic Party needs to make a turn. The Democratic Party, the rank and file, the people that vote for Democrats have wanted to make a turn since 2006. Sorry, 2008. That's right. Was the year that Obama was elected. That Obama election represented something that I don't think the party elite have quite grasped, right? For them, it was, okay, well, we thought we were going to do Hillary Clinton. She really had next, but goddamn, this guy's a once in a lifetime speaker. He can give a speech like no one else. He can do hope. He can do change. And everybody's, buying into it. And wow, this guy's actually even better. Here, let's have him Hillary and Obama can have like a kiki behind the scenes and they can work stuff out. And Obama can be like, listen, Hillary, I don't really want to rock the boat. I don't really want to change anything up. Like, right. We're still the same Democratic Party. It's just that, the people chose me. Right. And so as a result, nothing fundamentally changed. But I'll tell you the truth. The American people have been primed for change since at least 2008, since the financial crisis. And instead, they've just gotten more of the same shoved down their throat to the point where we now have an 81-year-old caretaker candidate who is supposed to be the caretaker for 4 years just to get us out of Trump and then pass the torch along to somebody else, but has decided that he is the man of destiny. And a man of destiny does not serve one term, right? He's the special guy, and he always knew it, and everybody always underestimated him, and now it's his time to shine. And you don't shine with one term. You are Jimmy Carter with one term. Even though Jimmy Carter, I swear to God, of all the ex-presidents, of all the ex-Democratic presidents, I think that Jimmy Carter's probably got the most love and has done the most good, since his presidency. Waluigi looks fucking depressed. Oh my God. Well, chat, I'm not trying to depress you today. But yeah, so that's the background of stuff. And like I said, this isn't going to be a stream about Biden, but it comes in the background of Biden. It comes in the background of Contrapoints getting roasted, getting cooked, getting, fried on Twitter.com, because I refuse to say X. And some people's reaction to that. We got two people that reacted to that. One of them being Demon Mama, who you all know, and you probably all know I've got a history with. It's not always been a good history. In fact, a lot of it has been there's been a lot of negativity towards me from the Demon Mama camp. But I'm not somebody who holds grudges or anything. And I tend to come down along the side of what I think is right, rather than I do like this person, I don't like this person, right? What it means more to me is the issues behind the personalities rather than how I feel about the personalities themselves. And, I feel like I've stated my critique of Demon Mama enough, right? If you look into her history, you'll find that, she has made herself useful to a lot of people that are to the right of where we both are now, right? She has, was friendly enough with Destiny back in the day before that debate happened, before she became a threat to Destiny, and then she became really friendly with Vosh, friendly with Dylan Burns. I mean, these are all people that I don't think that Demon Mama associates herself closely with anymore. And there's a reason for that, because she got burned, right? After I got burned, after I became the bête noire of the dude bro debate bros while she was still kissing their ass, right? She was next on the block, unfortunately for her. And look, I'm not trying to say this to talk badly about her, because I think that people learn, people grow, people change. I know I grew and changed. I know that I have a very different disposition to the Voshes and the destinies of the world than I did when I started off streaming. So I'm going to kind of like let her go over that. Like I said, it was a long time ago. I don't want to hold on to grudges or anything like that. This is the reason that I find it strange that she is the recipient of this kind of criticism, that she is taken as some kind of a purist, a purity tester, a woke scold, if you will, some kind of an avatar of the terminally online left, and their inability to accept, any sort of deviation in terms of ideology. Like she is being treated kind of the way that she and a lot of other people used to treat me. The joke scold. Some people remember the memes. Does that Discord link work for you? Does Waluigi still look depressed? Can we do anything to cheer him up? So anyway, yeah, Demon Mama, once again, she made a video about Contrapoints. She disagrees with the point that Contrapoints was trying to make, and she had a lot to say about that. I don't think she hates Contrapoints. I don't think that, every time somebody disagrees with Contrapoints, there's like a reaction, right? There's this idea that Contrapoints is our strongest warrior, and that she's always getting canceled by the purity testers, by the woke scolds, by the online left, the kind of stuff that Demon Mama regularly calls other people, right? And so now they're classing Demon Mama, they're kind of hoisting Demon Mama on her own petard. And as somebody who has every reason in the world to dislike Demon Mama, I'm going to say that's unfair. I'm going to say that's unfair. I'm going to say that's untruthful. And I'm going to say that Demon Mama's getting a raw deal. Can I give Waluigi a butterfly? Wait, is that going to make him happier? I'm just trying to get... Wait, can you see his face now? That's good. I need a butterfly too, by the way. Wait, how would a butterfly on Waluigi work? Is it like this? I mean, that's very tenuous, right? That's very... he is not depressed, just taking a nap. I mean, we could always... Oh no, chat, I just remembered. You see something that's missing? It's actually the Waluigi cam. I took it out because I noticed in the last video that I shot, whenever I touch the desk, right? I'm touching the desk right now, and you can't really... There's not much that's shaking, right? A little bit he's shaking, but not much, right? But when I was touching the desk before, every single time the camera, because it's on a gooseneck, it was shaking. And I was just like, I don't know. I don't like the shaky. I don't like the shaky. So, but yeah, like I said, look, I'm going to go over some people's opinions that I disagree with. Maybe I'll even disagree with Demon Mama a little bit. I'm not sure. I don't think I have a huge bone to pick with her take on Contrapoints or anything like that. But just understand the spirit in which this is given. It's given in the spirit of constructive criticism. The idea that people can learn, people can grow, people can change, people can recognize, where they went wrong, and we can move on. And I really hope. What did Demon Mama do? What did she do this time? What is she in trouble for this time? Disagreeing with Contrapoints. Like, making a video about Contrapoints is, sort of like... Contrapoints blaming online leftists for the woes of Joe Biden. Demon Mama like went over Contrapoints tweets, disagreed with Contrapoints, and she just got, you know, people don't like it when I say massively shit on, right? There's enough like scatological references in the streamer world already without me making more, but she got taken to task over something that I just don't really think is a problem. I don't see why. I don't see what's all that wrong with what she said. I don't see why she deserves to be attacked by dude bro debate bro after dude bro debate bro after dude bro debate bro. And this goes back to, you know, like I said, like after she, you know, after she was Team Dylan, when Dylan was going after me, she got attacked by Dylan and his community. It turned out that they didn't like her all that much either. And she retired from debating. Like she used to do a lot of debate. That was her main thing. Like debating Destiny, debating Riley. You know, she's had some pretty significant you know, debates that still get taught. In fact, the debate against Riley is one that I have up on my channel because I felt like there needed to be a version of the debate with both of their faces on screen at the same time. So since I was uniquely able to edit that stuff together at the time, and I don't think there was a lot of people making debates like that, I ended up doing that, and she appreciated it. She appreciated it, and I did it out of necessity, because if I'm gonna analyze a debate, I kind of need to see, especially one like that where the accusation from Riley's side was that Demon Mama had turned it into drama, and Demon Mama's community was like, actually, I think it was kind of Riley that was turning it into drama. And without their nonverbal communication, without their facial expressions, you know, without kind of seeing that information, I wasn't really able to make that assessment. So I went ahead and I cut those videos together, much to the chagrin of Riley Grace Rochong, who very much did not want to be identified as the source of the, you know, as the one who had burnt the bridge. But, you know, she absolutely was. And the rest is history, I guess. But yeah, she's done a lot of debates, and the reason that she stopped doing she stopped doing debates is because she just became the target. And again, like, we learn, you know, we make choices in the moment. Sometimes we're not happy with our choices. I have backed people before that I regret having backed. She backed Dylan Burns in that case. I don't know how she feels about that, but yeah, no, she's absolutely, like, she you know, she got turned into a wrestling heel over there, right? She's you know, a target, and not just for them. Like, you know, there's commentary, like before Keffels became sort of the target du jour for commentary bros, it was Demon Mama. There's a Cheeto video on her. There's a lot of these commentary bros, you know, have gone after Demon Mama, sometimes for her fierce advocacy of trans rights, sometimes for discussions that she was trying to have in community, that, you know, the transphobes essentially want to dunk on. So again, like I said, I'm not the same person that I was when I started doing content, and you know, for all I know, Demon Mama has learned and grown as well. But yeah, I find myself in the unenviable position of defending somebody who had zero charitability for me. So let's go. Oh wait, what? There's one more thing before we go. Jesus Christ. We're dropping frames. That's great. Hopefully we'll pick up some extra frames here in a second. We got a frame deficit, chat. Okay, I think we're good now. It's green again. It's green. We're in the good. But what else do we have to worry about today? I think it's this, right? No. God damn it, chat. I also want to go over, like, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has drawn up articles of impeachment for 2 Supreme Court justices, I believe Alito and Thomas. like I said, there's news from the Biden administration that maybe they are strategizing about a Kamala campaign, meaning that they might actually be thinking about pulling Biden out of the race. There's a lot going on, but yeah, we got so much to talk about in so little time. And unfortunately, with this streamer drama, if you really want to completely cover it in a way that's not going to be like, well, you didn't see my whole stream, or you didn't see all of this, or, you know, right? Or you didn't go over, you know, the, like, right, you end up having to watch a lot of content in order to really properly analyze the, you know, this kind of stuff. Who are you whapping? But anyway, chat, no hate to anybody that I'm going to be talking about today. You know, if this does get ugly, please don't indulge in any sort of, you know, back and forth harassment. That's the last thing that I want. I think that most likely I would be the target of harassment. But like, just what I'm saying is there's no reason to get in the mud, you know, if things do get gross. And that's what I mean by taking a little bit of a risk for myself. But I think it has to be said. I thought Contra hates the Debate Bro community. She's very negative on Vosh. Well, you know, it's her opinion about the online left more than it is, like, I don't think she's really weighed in on the whole Debate Bros versus video essayist. Like, she didn't appreciate Vosh giving ammunition to J.K. Rowling's, I think, was where the thing. She also didn't appreciate Vosh lying about her friend Kat Black, right? So yeah, when that came up, Contrapoints, and she did used to be friends with Vosh, right? See, like I said, everybody's like, you know, made mistakes. Everybody's backed people that they wish that they hadn't, myself included. So I'm not coming at this with from a place of judgment, a place of meanness or anything like that. It's just, I seek to rectify. Okay. And that's what the Weasel Gang is here to do. All right. We're going to rectify this shit. Okay, so what else are we going to rectify? Well, I'm glad you asked, right? I've got a new item for you on the dono goals, right? So Mehdi Hasan debates Dean Phillips. It keeps on getting votes, so I keep on adding it on there. If people get tired of it, I mean, I guess, you know, I'll take it off, but some people still want to see Dean Phillips get owned by Mehdi Hasan, and I don't blame you, because Mehdi Hasan is a very entertaining debate interlocutor. God, I'm talking like a debate bro now. It's an interlocutor. But we've also got gay furries hacking Project 2025. Do we even deserve this? Maybe not, but you're getting it anyway, chat. It's going on. So some gay furries apparently hacked Project 2025. And again, I'm getting this from other sources, so I don't know the details of you know, who exactly is behind this or what the hack was about. But we can find out about it if you vote for it, right? So like, oh yeah, let's do the... I'm trying to remember, start the poll. What do you want to see next? What do you want to see next, right? So this is, as always, the option for an extra stream segment. And that extra stream segment gets unlocked when A, we hit the dono goal, and B, you vote for one of these options, because I want to know what the will of the people is. Now, I'm also going to take into consideration, because we're in the United States of America, and we're a very funny kind of democracy where money plays a big role in politics. So just like that goes on in our elections, money plays a decently sized role, sometimes a big role. Actually, last time was the first time in a long time that the donos actually changed the you know, just kind of flipped what content that we were going to do, right? Normally, and I've done this on purpose, I've made it sort of an uphill battle. If anybody wants to upend something and, you know, select a topic that's not getting many votes, right? There's an uphill battle for that, right? So yeah, gay furries hack Project 2025. We got Marjorie Taylor Greene on a boat. Marjorie Taylor Greene at the lake, for the Trump boat rally. And we can hope that at least one of those boats ends up at the bottom in Davy Jones' locker next to Trump's shark. Because we know that shark is down there. Yeah, if anybody brought out an electric boat, that thing sank because the battery's too heavy. And hopefully the one that sinks has a Vergonia flag on it. An unironic Vergonia flag. As always, there's Vox Populi. So yeah, what does this do? This means that when you donate, whether you're donating through Super Chat, Super Stickers, if you are getting a membership for yourself, thus bestowing Weasels upon yourself, giving you those emotes, right? Or passing on the Weasels to other people, which is a really nice thing to do. Whether you are signing up on Patreon or donating to Throne, or any of the links in the description down below over on Twitch. If you are getting oh my God, are we on? Oh, I don't know what it is now, chat. So on Twitch, there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of every hour, right? So there's even more reason to donate on Twitch, right? In the form of a sub, which you could possibly get for free if you've got Prime, right? The Prime subs are for free. You just use your Prime, hook it up to Twitch, and then you got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. And if that's me, you'll no longer see ads in my chat. You can also buy a sub. I think it's $5.99 now. I kept on telling you that they were going to raise the price, and I think that today is the day where they raise the price. So, I mean, you check it out and let me know if it's still the same price or if it's gone up. I still choose the shark. The shark is so good. I wish that we could interview the shark. I would love to interview the shark. I would be so thrilled to interview Trump Shark and ask him what it was like to... Anyway, chat, we all know that he's got a hook where the shark bit him, right? And that the shark's coming to finish the job. Yeah, if you so if you get yourself a sub to get out of the top of the hour ad break, or you are using a Twitch Prime to get yourself out of the top of the ad break, or if you are gifting subs to other people because there's people on Twitch that you don't want to see them get sucked away into that ad break for 3 minutes. People really complain about this. Apparently this is a huge pain in the ass, and I've experienced it once myself. I kind of know it, takes you out of it. You miss 3 minutes of streaming and you're like, what happened? And you don't know until you roll it back, right? But gift subs are always appreciated, as are bits. And not only will they potentially activate a hype train, which is pretty cool. We had some hype trains recently. We hope to have more of those in the future, because that makes Twitch kind of fun, and it's an excuse to get more subs for more people, so that there's less people getting sucked away in that ad break. But yeah, so essentially, any of those methods of donating will give you the ability to put that money towards whatever topic it is that you want to see as our second half material, right? So whether that's Medias on Debates, Dean Phillips, it's Gay Furries hack the Project 2025 servers, MTG is on a boat, or Jesse Gender's view on all this Biden stuff, right? Which I think a lot of people wanted to see that. I think that would have won last time, were it not for the donos going so one-sidedly to the what did we end up watching? I think it was What If Alt Hist, which wow. But anyway, chat. You could also say Vox Populi so any of these things, like, they basically add percentages. So wait, oh no, I haven't started the poll yet. There we go. Let me see. I got to start the poll to even show you what I'm talking about, right? Live chat. Shark 2024. I'm with the shark. I'm with it. I'm appalled there aren't orca emojis. I mean, we can add emojis. Hey, if you're an artist out there, if you suggest emojis to me, I will probably add them. I think we've got a lot of spaces in, particularly on YouTube, but also on Twitch, right? We've got some empty emote slots, right? If you want to help me fill up my slots, probably could have said that in a different way. If you want to help me add more emotes to Twitch and YouTube, then yeah, just send me your submissions, and on Discord, I guess, is the best place. Your migraines are killing you today? Oh, it sucks to have a migraine when the sun is so bright. I don't know if the sun is bright where you are, but it's definitely bright where I am. I feel for you, rapper. Anyway, so yeah, there we go. That is there's the poll, and you can vote in that. I'm also supposed to, this is like the hard part, chat, because like, look, I always start up our short stream after I start up the long stream. I kind of want to give that a chance because like I feel like the short stream it has a tendency to gain people first, and if it gains people first, that means that that's what people will see first in terms of their suggested. So I want to give the mainstream a chance, but yeah, I need to start up the vertical stream. So that I can open up our second poll. There we go, and there we go, and there we go, and there we go. But yeah, chat, this is going to be an exciting stream. There's going to be some feelings involved here, some emotions. I'm going to try to not to be super emotional myself, even though, I have a very low tolerance for injustice, and I feel like there's some injustice. I feel like I'll be honest with you. I feel like Demon Mom is kind of getting done dirty here. All right, and you'll see why in a second. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. All right, there we go. Both streams are live. So I'm gonna put the poll out to the shorts people as well. Again, you can vote in what? Start a poll. Yeah, there we go. If you're watching on the full screen stream, you can also vote in the shorts poll. And if you're watching on shorts, you can also vote in the full screen poll. I should probably say this a little bit later, shouldn't I? I always like say this part while shorts is just barely starting up. But yeah, essentially there's no way to stop people from voting in both polls, so I might as well tell you that there's two polls running, and you're perfectly welcome to make your voice heard in the other on the other stream, in shorts if you're in full screen, or in full screen if you're in shorts. All that I ask is that when you're over there, you make sure to leave a like. It helps me out significantly. So what are we doing right now? Gay Furries Hack Project 2025 seems to be very, very popular at the moment. And I can imagine why. It's a pretty cool story. Wow, really, really popular. Really popular. So yeah, the two things that are going to affect the outcome of this poll, wait, three things, okay, is our ability to, one, hit the dono goal. It's at 0% now. We need to make it 100% by the end of the stream, which should be pretty easy because I tend to blabber. I tend to yap a lot. And so, you got some, time is on our side right now, which is good. So that's one condition that needs to be met. The other is the totals of the poll, like what people are voting for. And the third is what you say when you donate, as far as you can put that money towards the subject of your choice, or what is also always an option is for you to put it towards Fallout New Vegas if you want to see me reprise that. I need to chat. I've been so busy. I've been working so hard that I haven't been able to play Fallout New Vegas, and it's getting to me. But don't let that influence your votes or anything like that. But that's always on there, and Vox Populi on there too. Like I said, any of these, if you say the name of a topic when you donate, I will add percentages to that topic based on the 1% for every US dollar. And if you say Vox Populi, then I will take away percentages from this across the board. Nothing's going to go under 1%. You know, it's not going to, it wouldn't make sense to like start taking away points, but like essentially it's a way to limit the effect of the donos on the poll. So you can sort of donate against the influence of the donos, or you can donate to a particular topic to influence the outcome of the vote. So that's what we're doing today. We're going to be getting into it. Gat furries hacked the poll, possibly. I feel like did you Gat? Is that what you're trying to say, Chat Alpha? Furries? They're sticking out the Gat for the Rizzler specifically. Yeah, gay furries doing pretty well so far in both polls. Really well in both polls. Amazingly well in both polls. I'm trying to think of where to start us off. I think I know. I think I know exactly where I need to start us off. There's a lot to cover, and I want to give you a good and comprehensive sense of where of what, you know, what people's real takes are in terms of Demon Mama and in terms of Westside Tyler. Speaking of which, I did get a chance to make one more. So, you know, so what's going to be useful here? Well, I don't have any Demon Mama sound bites. I don't know why. I feel like there's a video where she flips me off where there's probably a soundbite there, you know, to get, but I haven't gotten it, right? She just hasn't been that relevant lately. We do have.
This is going bad.
That's right, Sunday. This is going to go really bad, right? And we have a new addition because we're going to be covering a new person that we haven't really talked about. We're talking about Tyler. It's Westside Tyler. That's right. Okay, so yeah, we got that going on. So like I said, streamers tend to yap a lot, myself included, Westside Tyler included, Demon Mama included. President Sunday has been known to yap, right? We all yap. And with all that yapping, it's going to take a while to get through this. So I might as well start right now. There we go. There's that. And let's roll it back to the very beginning, because I think there's a little bit of discussion, a little bit of preamble. Oh, cool, a furry. Wait, is that a furry or is that a Pikachu? I can't tell, chat. Is that some kind of stylized Pikachu there? I literally don't know. If anybody wants to catch me up, the only Westside Tyler lore I know about is Gorpo. If you see a little slug on Tyler's stream, that's Gorpo. And I can't really tell you much more than that. We got slugs, we got imps, we got weasels, and we got, what is it, President Sunday, like the monkeys? Is that his avatar? I can't tell if it's monkeys or squids, something like that. I think it's squids or octopus or something. Which you know, that's great. So anyway, we're going to start off with an introduction to Tyler's experience with Demon Mama, Tyler's general thoughts on Demon Mama before we get into the discussion of the Demon Mama segment itself, the Demon Mama segment about Contrapoints, and Tyler's thought about, oh my god, Chad, I didn't realize. Are we doing meta react? Yeah, we're doing meta react. Tyler's reaction to What If Alt Hiss is truly high art. Yeah, I feel like I will say also that I've seen some good segments from Tyler. I know that he debated Vosh on fashion, and somehow Vosh got upset. Vosh like left the call, so that's a high achievement there to get Vosh to run away from a debate. And I swear to God, I've seen some good analysis by Westside Tyler. So don't let this that we're going to see today make you think that this is all that Tyler does, that this is all that Tyler has got. I don't think that anybody deserves to be, judged on one take of theirs. Although there's definitely some judgment. There's definitely some judgment here from Tyler towards Demon Mama. So we'll get into that. And I also got to add my Westside. Do I have a place for that? I'm gonna open up the Stream Deck. Probably just like sub. All right, there we go. It's as easy as that. Tyler. All right. Hit that. And let's go. Wait, did it even work? It did. It did. It got us there. Here we are, taking a look at Westside Tyler's take on Demon Mama. Just general outlook on Demon Mama.
Fucking Discord. Damn, son, where'd you film in VOD Gang? VOD Gang means that you are always part of our family, whether marketplace of ideas. You can do all of that by oh my god. Tyler sounds like a Mr. Handy when he does the British voice. Tyler finally finished his pre-stream Hank's Gourmet Vanilla Cream Soda.
Oh, I was wondering about that. Yeah, I saw him. I thought he was drinking beer, maybe, but no, this is cream soda.
Combining food for something
pretty good beverage. I prefer a Sunset Sarsaparilla myself, but to each their own. It's Sody Pop, chat. It's Sody. I wish I had some Sody Pop now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler Live. This is my arts, politics, indecision. Jon Stewart. You guys remember the old indecision? They used to pet. That was the height of comedy. That was the height of fucking comedy in the early 2000s. Oh, all of the channels, they say decision 2000, indecision 2000.
All right, here we go.
Burning the bridge, I guess, maybe, with Demon Mama. We'll be getting...
So we're starting out pretty hard. We're starting out with the intention, maybe even of burning the bridge, or the anticipation of a bridge being burned. Let's hear more about this. I want to know about like where the bridge was at in the first place, like what the relationship between Tyler and Demon Mama was like before this, and what what kind of, like, how does Tyler see Demon Mama, right? Because I think that Demon Mama's been streaming a lot longer than Tyler, and it's always interesting to me to see how other people, what other people, say when they look at a streamer that I'm pretty familiar with, like Demon Mama.
To that after I talked to everyone, but she basically made a video, put out a video, I don't know how to say that the correct way, addressing the Contrapoints, the Contrapoints pointed out on her Twitter at Contrapoints yesterday, or actually a few days ago. And these deserve some assessment. Demon Mama came out basically against those. She kind of revealed in this video, I said,
wait, sarsaparilla arguably more divisive than olives? Oh, I thought you were going to say sarsaparilla with olives. Olives are great, but yeah, not in sarsaparilla.
To prove that I think.
Wait, do we have a divisive bunch of opinions on sarsaparilla? Do we have any? I
think Demon Mama doesn't understand anything about politics. I'm just going to say that raw
dog in it.
If you're watching back through this, raw Demon Mama, you don't understand shit about politics. Like,
I mean, that's a pretty strong statement, right? I've had my problems with Demon Mama, but I don't know if I'd say that.
Like next to nothing. like it's crazy. Like the lack of knowledge of how any of these systems work, or it's not just confidently wrong, it's existing fully.
Oh my God, chat. I feel like I got to take notes here, right? I feel like I got to take notes and kind of keep these things in mind. Because he's throwing a lot at us right now, like out of nowhere. I just feel like you either like it or hate a sarsaparilla. Well, sarsaparilla is like it's like a mind map, right? And you got sarsaparilla, you got root beer, you got cream soda. Like these are all in the same family, sort of, aren't they? They're related. There's a relationship, is what I'm gonna try to say here. Anyway, what do I do to take notes? What happens if I open up? Oh my God, chat! I'm curious about this. All right, so if I got my what happens if I open up a new window? Oh, I see the new window. And then if I can bring this back. Is there a way that I can have two new window? Make a new window. Okay, so I can open up a new window and not necessarily have it seen here, but I sort of want this to be seen. All right, so I'm just gonna use this to take notes.
Some assessment. Demon Mama came out basically against those. She kind of revealed some Contrapoints video, put out a video. I don't know how to burning. Not funny enough. Didn't hit. No penetration. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a very special show for you. Put out Contrapoints.
Let's go to the raw part. Yeah.
Like it's crazy. Raw off. If you're watching back through this, raw Demon Mama, you don't understand shit about politics. Like next to nothing. Like it's crazy. Like the lack of knowledge of how any of these systems work, or it's not just confidently wrong, it's existing fully in a fiction of her own creation that can only exist if the confidences around her aren't broken. And I earnestly believe that Demon Mama's bad political takes are dangerous to the people she is ostensibly trying to protect. I think they're actually moronic and destructive, and we're gonna get into that. So if you're excited, fucking tune on in. If you guys are watching here through later, skip ahead. I'm gonna talk to my chat first. Am I going to bully someone this stream? I live for this. I'm out of the loop. It shouldn't be too bully. I'm going to try to keep it in pocket, but I am going to be watching most of, if not all of this entire 23 or 51 minute video to try to get into things. And that is probably going to take the entirety or near the entirety of stream. There's probably a few points that I can skip ahead because she does tend to repeat herself, as all live streamers do, more than a few times during it. But we'll get into it. Mostly, I was going to...
Okay, so far we got a lack of understanding of politics, right? And you wouldn't want that, right? You wouldn't want to listen to a streamer that doesn't know shit about politics talking about politics, especially if particularly if you know even less, right? Which might be the person that's more susceptible to falling into a stream, to listening to the advice of a streamer who indeed doesn't know anything about politics, doesn't know what they're talking about, is confidently wrong, exists in a world of their own ideas rather than anything, tangential to reality. That's all understandable. And, as somebody who is, I guess, still smaller than Demon Mama, somebody that started later than Demon Mama, it's got to be really frustrating if you're somebody who knows politics and you're trying to do a serious stream and you see somebody that's much bigger than you getting all kinds of accolades, without any sort of understanding. So I understand, potentially Tyler's frustration, right? That would frustrate me too. I were to come across a bigger streamer that doesn't know shit about politics and was not just wrong, chat, but he said confidently wrong. No, I get you. I get you, Tyler. I'm right along with you on that. Right along with you.
I was kind of leading into this yesterday. I was like, I don't want to start calling these creators out because Demon Mama was saying this stupid shit on Twitter as well. And I was like, I'll let it slide for the sake of professional courtesy kind of thing. You know, we're on the same side. But now if we're on the same side and you're shitting where I eat, you know what I mean? Like, basically, then I've got to correct your bad behavior.
Shitting where I eat. You gotta love all the scatological references in streamer drama. Anyway.
And so we're gonna be talking about that today. But yeah, I was seeing that shit on Twitter, and that's what got into my mind. And then last night, I decided to start playing Batman again. I was on Arkham City, and I was like, okay, so Demon Mama's talking about dunking on people that are for electoralism, whatever the definition of that is that she wants to use. And her dunks it was just cope. It was a full hour or something of delusional cope.
Delusional cope. Okay, let's take that down.
In no sense of reality whatsoever. And so I feel like, and I say this all the time, if I see like a bridge that I think people are gonna walk on, and it looks like it might fall if people walk on it, I'll kick it down. I'm built that way.
Okay, so how do we describe that? There's got to be a more simplistic way, like kicking down a bridge that's not too well built. I feel like even the smartest people act like dipshits on Twitter. That is true, Grace. That is true. And I've sometimes been that dipshit myself, but more often I'm cringing at the dipshits. Must be how most streamers feel watching Hassan. Yeah, I guess if you're big on JDAMs and that's what you're watching them for, is their knowledge of ordinances that are being fired. Yeah. If you want a streamer that's able to predict where a war will or will not break out, you might be disappointed in some of Hassan's takes. I could see that.
When I was growing up, this is a formative experience in my childhood. One of the most important things that has ever happened to me that has...
Grace says sarsaparilla is better than root beer. What's the difference? I need to look this up, chat. Okay, that needs to get done. We need to... If we need a break, we'll do like some kind of sarsaparilla content.
Defined a lot of the rest of my life.
Oh my gosh, there's people in our chat talking about... Or there's people in his chat talking about bathtub estrogen.
I built a deck in my backyard with my dad. Cue people that are ass mad about my privilege of having a dad. I get fucking dunked on. I don't know what to tell you. I built a deck in the backyard with my dad. Wasn't a fucking beaver cleaver moment. I'm from a middle class,
okay, so
or working class family. I thought I was middle class until I met other people. Which entire say fuck everything left.
Oh, I think that
I'm just gonna stress test their.
Stress testing, you know, your dad's deck, just like you'd stress test a bridge that people were going to walk on. So this is part of the bridge metaphor, I think. Anyway, there is more Demon Mama here. Here we go.
You don't want to see me be mean to Demon Mama because you can't fucking handle that. Here's your sign. Leave.
Okay, so that's what, like a content warning. Dunking on Demon Mama. If you are parasocially attached to Demon Mama, you might not want to stick around, he says, because this is going to get messy. It's going to be ugly.
You'll live. Xander Hall's next.
Xander is next. Okay, well, see, I like the cut of that jib. Now listen, for the record, I've got plenty of disagreements with Demon Mama. I've got probably even more disagreements with Xander Hall, somebody else that Tyler's taken on that I disagree with is Vosh. But the question that I have, right? Do Tyler and I disagree with these debate characters for the same reason? Or might there be a little bit of a difference in our critique of these people? We'll find out.
Who said I gotta finish my plate of crayons before stream? You guys are fucking monsters. Oh, but I'm so fucking exhausted. I had to call the VA 3 times today. See the bags under my fucking eyes? Oh. Get my ass kicked.
Okay, so we'll take that into consideration too. You know, maybe a little bit tired. This is the Biden defense. I've got jet lag, Jack. Don't compare me to the almighty. Compare me to the alternative, Jack. Talking about Kendrick Lamar. Oh, wait. I know at some point, like, a song comes on. I don't know. Did we get through all of the... Okay, we'll try to go through here, see if we've... Oh, there we go. Now, I'm tempted to... I don't know if we have time for this, but I know that Tyler had a take on the Contrapoints thing. And on specifically on Biden, on whether Biden should stay in the race or not. I'm tempted to bring you that material before we get into Tyler versus Demon Mama proper. Okay, so we got some music here. We got some lyrics here. Let me see if I can find this for you. If I can make it happen easily and cleanly, I will. Otherwise, we're just going to get into Tyler versus Demon Mama. Because I want to get more of a sense of where this guy's coming from. Like I said, I've only seen a few of this guy's segments, of this guy's videos, of this guy's takes. I've been impressed with some of it. I really liked what he had to say about some of it. In general, he hates some of the same people that I hate, right? This could be... So Joe Biden's game-changing NATO speech, huh? Changing the game for Biden. That's a little clue there to maybe what his take on Joseph Robinette Biden and his ability to stay. Here we go. It's the Contrapoints stream. I like the music. I like the branding. There's a lot to like when it comes to Tyler. And some interesting segments here too. Wait, is this the one?
Left. I don't know how to articulate this any better, but people that don't have a lot of knowledge of politics, the more they talk about it, the more you realize they don't know next to anything about how the world works. Basically, like children that grew up on the internet and then got on the internet jobs, they get successful and that's fine, but they have the worst political takes I've ever heard. Okay, and I'm just going to talk about takes. I won't call the individuals out specific.
Okay, so interesting. This is the day before the Demon Mama. Maybe he had Demon Mama in mind, right? He's doing a stream about Contra. giving his own opinions of the discourse that Contra got into on Twitter.com.
Takes about like everything for the past 8 months, but still have audiences. Everyone that's had the worst possible. I know that noise isn't going to happen anymore. The online left, and not really.
The online left. The online left. Where have I heard that before? Oh my god. Let's see. Aristocracy, Chud Logic, Destiny. Yeah, I've heard it a lot from like people that are the liberals that hate the hate the online left, hate that like online leftists have an audience. They don't see the left represented in electoral politics, but they do see the left maybe represented inordinately in their mind on in online discourse, right? This is where that phrase comes from. This is where like the online left, they don't exist in real life, but they exist online, and they're a huge pain in our ass, and they have the worst takes, and they're really stupid, and they should just get the fuck off the internet. Yeah, exactly, Tyler. That's so that's what we're talking about, the online left.
The online left as a whole, it's pretty fractious, but it's just really everybody who can't help themselves, but I don't even know how to say that. I don't know how to fucking articulate it. Everyone that's had the worst possible takes about like everything for the past 8 months, but still have audiences. You know what it is? It's the highly emotionally hold on. I want to say like the
vibes-based community.
I want to say like the vibes-based left. I don't know how to articulate this any better, but people that don't have a lot of knowledge of politics, like, and the more they talk about it, the more you realize they don't know.
Okay, so I'm gonna really drive this home then.
The world works.
Like, I'm gonna underline, right? He said before, don't know shit about politics, lack of understanding of politics, right? Confidently wrong, don't know how shit works. Let's keep that in mind. Let's keep that in mind about people who don't know how politics work. Watch out for those people, okay? If they're gonna build a bridge, Tyler says it's within our rights to kick it down. Don't feel bad about it. You know, you normally wouldn't kick a bridge down, but if the bridge is not going to hold the people that are going across it, you are actually doing them a favor by kicking the bridge down. So in other words, if somebody who doesn't know shit about politics is talking about politics online, perfectly acceptable to dunk on them.
Basically like children that grew up on the internet and then got on the internet jobs, they get success.
Okay, let me add one more. Kids these days, is that what we're going to say? Kids these days. Tyler, how old is Tyler? He doesn't look, he doesn't look like the kind of person you'd expect to be having a kids these days type of take, but here it is.
Successful, and that's fine, but they have the worst political takes I've ever heard, okay? And I'm just going to talk about the political takes. I won't call the individuals out specifically until they're actually fucking all the way full on irritating me. It's Demon Mama. But the biggest issue is that there's this thing where these people are like, Joe Biden needs to step down. Joe Biden needs to get out of the way. Joe Biden needs to leave the race. And I don't, why?
Why? Because I don't want Donald Trump to win? Is that not a good enough reason? What? Me and NCC share at least some brain cells. He's 36. Okay, well, I mean, maybe older than some people in online politics. Not, I don't know. What Vosh is like that's Destiny's age, right? Isn't Destiny around 36? Isn't Demon Mama the one who said... Demon Mama said a lot of things, woke CIA drone pilot, and unfortunately I haven't kept track of them all. She also had some choice words for me, but I'm going to try not to let that like jaundice my perspective on this discourse between Tyler and Demon Mama. So, like I said, I wanted to give you a sense of where he's coming from. Right, he's got a problem with the online left, and particularly the online left that's saying that Joe Biden needs to get out of the race. That's where his problem is. These are the dumb, know nothing, vibes based leftists that don't know shit about politics, and they're saying stuff that's dangerous. Right, it could be dangerous. And look, let me grant something. Okay, it is dangerous. It is dangerous to change candidates at this point. It is dangerous to go with somebody else that hasn't been vetted. We've been over this, right? Yeah, it's dangerous. Do you know what else is dangerous? Leaving in a pitcher who has just given away 3 home runs in a row. That's pretty dangerous. Now, I'm not a baseball expert, okay? I don't know the difference between like a bunt and what is the other thing that's kind of like a bunt? I don't know everything about baseball, right? But I do know that if the pitcher is hitting people, if the pitcher is walking an excessive number of people, or if the pitcher is giving away home runs one after the other, you might want to switch them out so that you don't lose the baseball game. Because if you've got a pitcher that's really good at throwing balls that people can turn into home runs, you're going to have a tough time. You're going to have a really tough time. What is my example, chat? My example is the fact that we've finally defeated Medicare, and now we can spread COVID. My example is him accidentally claiming to be the first black female president, right? I don't know, Chad. Like there's a lot. He's thrown a lot of high wide ones, I think, is the phrase that people use. And again, understanding that I'm not a baseball expert here, but even I can tell when a pitcher needs to get replaced, and that's why you've got a bullpen. And hopefully you've got a good bullpen, right? Hopefully you haven't sandbagged a bunch of your younger dynamic candidates and giving them like meaningless, spots on committees that don't really build credibility or a career or a path forward to running for higher offices. Hopefully you have not created like a Jaron. Can you imagine, chat, a bullpen that like a pitcher that's like 80 years old, okay, and he's throwing he's throwing pitches that are turning into home runs, right? And then you look in your bullpen and there's a bunch of other 80-year-olds warming up. That's scary to me. Right? But that's the kind of gerontocracy. That's what the Democrats' bullpen looks like. And it's not by accident. I said before that there was 2 chances where they could have changed things up. They could have changed their strategy. One was under Obama. If Obama had been this dynamic candidate of hope and change that he claimed to be, right, maybe things would be different now. Another was Bernie, 2016, right? And another was Bernie 2020. There's been chances. There's been chances to move on from this loser liberal era of Democratic politics. The Democrats have been stuck on loser mentality since the late 70s. They eschewed Keynesian economics for neoliberalism under Carter. And ever since then, they've been just moving to the center, right? There's been chances to change our strategy. I would say it's a little late in the game. So I'll say that, yeah, he's right. He's right that it's dangerous. It's not a sure thing. Do I know that putting Kamala in instead of Biden is going to end up with Kamala, with Trump losing? No. But I do know that we got a lot better chance of seeing Trump in the White House the longer we leave a tired pitcher in the ballgame. Anyway, let's move on.
Literally, why? First off, if you're a leftist, a weak, near-death oligarch is good, because people are like, man, Trump got elected, and like, well, the only hope we have is that Trump will die in office, and they'll something like this, or I want him to die, blah 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 blah. Like Joe Biden is on death's door, and the people who would take over if he died are the people that are already doing all of this shit. Like, unironically, if you're a lefty and you're like, he needs to step down, he needs to shut the fuck up. Can you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds and just read a book or so? I don't know what the fuck it. Light a match in your stank ass apartment. I don't know what the fuck. I'm being mean.
Maybe you look around your apartment first. I don't know. Maybe light your own match. I don't know. Like, I mean, you're sweaty.
You know, that's not directed at anybody specific, but like, it is crazy.
I don't know. The earlier stuff kind of makes me think it's directed at Demon Mama. And like looking around your apartment and looking around her apartment, I think I would probably prefer the smell of hers. If I had to choose, it's a bad choice to have. Like, right? Biden or Kamala is a bad choice to have, right? The people that could potentially replace Biden are bad choices. These are not candidates that I like. These are not candidates that I'm excited about. But I'm really not excited about seeing Biden just get destroyed, allowing Trump to go into office with a mandate, with a large electoral lead, turning states that are not swing states into swing states, right? Turning states that are lean Democrat into states that he wins, and bringing along a new cohort of MAGA Republican congressmen and senators along with him, right? The map never looks good for the Democrats as far as the Senate goes. In general, the seats that are vulnerable tend to be Democratic seats. The Republicans, although they do not command like an electoral majority, like I said prior to this debate, the generic ballot was going towards Biden. The generic ballot was favoring Biden prior to this last debate. But in general, there's more states that are going to be like, the Republicans have more territory, right? The Democrats generally beat the Republicans in the popular vote. There's more people favoring Democrats. There are more states favoring Republicans. And for that reason, something like the Senate, which is an anti-majoritarian institution in itself, for so many different reasons, but not the least of which being that like every single state, whether it's California, Wyoming, or Alaska, gets 2 senators, right? So yeah, they're the Democrats have got a uphill battle almost every single year to retain the Senate, right? And having a blowout presidential election is going to mean that Biden's not the one with coattails like people were hoping for, but rather Trump's going to have the coattails. And who's going to be attached to those coattails? Oh my God, the worst QAnon conspiracy weirdos that you can possibly imagine, right? Trump said that he disavows Project 2025. He doesn't know where it came from. He doesn't know any of those people. A lot of those people behind Project 2025 are the people that Trump has talked about for his cabinet. A lot of those people behind Project 2025 are potentially running for office this year. I don't want to see those people come in, sweep into Congress with a huge mandate, with a huge majority. That sounds like a really bad time.
There is no other option. I'll tell you the specific thing.
There is no alternative is a phrase created under Margaret Thatcher. Meaning, I believe that there is no alternative to neoliberalism.
That I was like, I was like, I have to talk about this tomorrow. As I was watching a Demon Mama video. And she's reading some statement from the Biden campaign where Biden is just like, I just want you all to know, I'm not dropping out of the race. There is no other candidate other than me, like the democratically elected. And then, because we didn't have a primary, because you first off, that would be stupid. So it's political.
Okay, so bad idea to have a primary, right? And this goes back, I'll tell you, to 1980. There was a primary of a Democratic incumbent, that being Jimmy Carter, by a popular politician, that being Ted Kennedy, who's to the left of Jimmy Carter. After Jimmy Carter had moved to the right in order to try to address stagflation, which is a combination of a stagnant economic data with inflation. And Carter's moves that were then, got even worse under Reagan, who he lost to. Carter's changes are kind of like what deindustrialized the country, right? In terms of raising interest rates, that's a lot of what killed industry, or what began the slow death of industry in the United States.
Politically inefficacious to have a primary for Joe Biden. That is something I will fight anyone on. That's the stupidest fucking thing. Well, we need to decide. We need to open it up to democracy. We already elected him, the fucking president, once.
We already elected him. That's right. I remember how it happened, right? Bernie was looking to be the nominee coming out of Nevada. And then overnight, after a phone call from Obama, the majority of the candidates leave the race, endorse Biden. One who notably did not leave the race was Elizabeth Warren, who, shared some of the same voter base with Bernie Sanders. So you got the perfect storm to just kind of flip that dynamic and basically hand the election to this caretaker Biden, who, I will remind you once again, was not put in there because he was the only one who could beat Trump. Biden got the nod because he was the only one who could beat Bernie. He wasn't doing well in the primary. He was losing the primary, right? But when candidates that are along the same lines of his politics all drop out at once and they all endorse Biden, what do you think is going to happen? Yeah, he's going to get the momentum, and he did, and he won. But I mean, that's how it happened. This is not like, we chose Biden as a little bit of an oversimplification. Another oversimplification is this idea that, what the best thing that you can hope for if you are wanting your candidate to win, especially, let's put it in the terms of 2024. There's not a lot of people that are like, I really want Biden to win. Biden's just the best guy. Biden's fucking awesome. Like, Biden is like, we're going to have good things from Biden. Most of the juice, most of the energy, most of the momentum is on Trump not winning. Most of the reason that people are supporting Biden, especially his most diehard supporters, just they really don't want Trump to win. So if you don't want the opposition to win the election, then obviously you don't have a primary, right? Because primaries end with hurt feelings. You had Hillary Clinton supporters having hurt feelings after 2008, after thinking that Hillary, it was her year. It's finally time. We're going to elect Hillary. Really excited about this. But Obama comes along, once in a lifetime public speaker. He's got, just kind of sweeps her away, right? And there were a lot of Hillary Clinton fans that just were not fans of that, right? And actually a decent number of them who did not end up showing up to vote for Obama, and yet Obama won anyway, pretty easily. Pretty damn easily. But like this idea that he's talking about, that there's an advantage in not having a primary on your side, right? So in other words, you don't have hurt feelings, you don't end up spending money. Mostly what he's talking about is he's making the assumption that the incumbent will be the candidate selected, and therefore the incumbent is going to fundraise money, and they're going to have ostensibly like a limited amount of money. If some of that fundraised money gets spent on the primary, then that's money that isn't spent on the election, even though you would assume that most of that money is going for positive ads on Joe Biden. There might be some, you might have to play hardball in the primary. You might have to make some negative ads on your opponents or something like that. Again, I can see how, you see that as maybe then you're hurting the brands of whoever might end up running. So I can see what he's saying, but I do think it's kind of basic bitch analysis. And it's a very establishment viewpoint. It has been the consensus of the Democratic Party probably since 1980 that if we can avoid a primary, we should. If there's an incumbent, we definitely shouldn't. And they're able to kind of enact this with what I told you about blackballing, that if a candidate comes in, runs a primary against a incumbent, they're going to be blacklisted. They're going to have trouble, if they're in Congress, getting on committees, getting any sorts of appointments. They're gonna lose out from that, right? And a lot of people, thought that this would happen to Obama were he to lose to Hillary Clinton. He did suffer from some of the Hillary Clinton voters refusing to come around and vote for him, especially considering how long Hillary waited until she withdrew herself from the race. But they had a talk. Obama let the Hillary people know that he's not really going to do anything that radical. He's not really going to change anything up. And, I don't know what else, sometimes in those discussions, there's like some sort of provision of we're going to, take some of your people and put them in the cabinet. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. But regardless, it eventually did get settled and Hillary endorsed Obama, but not to the extent to where like Bernie endorsed Hillary or Bernie endorsed Biden, right? More of Bernie supporters voted for those establishment Democrats than the establishment Clinton, supporters voted for Obama, and Obama still won pretty handily in 2008. So I would say that this is, although I understand where this opinion comes from, and he's not the only one who thinks this way. I think it's an opinion. I think this is conventional wisdom that needs to be questioned, right? Especially when you've got 2016 and 2024. There is there's a primary, there's a set of debates on the Republican side. Now, obviously 2024, it wasn't much of a contest. There was a little inkling of time where it looked like Ron DeSantis might actually overtake Donald Trump. But once people got to know Ron DeSantis, they decided that he was not what they wanted. What they wanted was somebody to carry forth Trump's policies, which I believe that he would have done, maybe even doubled down, maybe even increased you've gone further to the right than Trump, been more MAGA in some ways than Trump, but without the baggage that Trump had, without the January 6th stuff, without the DeSantis was somebody who had the politics of Trump without the reputation of Trump. And yet when he started to talk, when he started to campaign, people realized that he just wasn't a good politician. And that they rightly decided that Trump would have given them a better chance than putting Ron DeSantis. But I think that this needs to be questioned, right? Especially when the biggest impediment, as somebody who does know about politics, as somebody who does understand this stuff, as somebody who's paid attention to not just this election, but to every election, I can say that Joe Biden's biggest impediment, and I don't think I'm the only one who thinks this, right, has been that the race doesn't really get going generally until after Labor Day. Labor Day, September, right? September, October, November, that's pretty late, right? We're not gonna really think about the race until Labor Day, because Biden's big strength is that he's not Donald Trump. And that was his big strength in 2020, and that's his big strength now. So in an effort to try to get some attention into the race prior to Labor Day, when most people usually start paying attention to the horse race, people start paying attention to these things. In other words, when people recognize that their election is going to be Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, because until then, you've got people that are like, yeah, I mean, hopefully somebody better will come in. I mean, like, wasn't Biden supposed to only do one term? Maybe he'll just, there are people kind of waiting for something to change up. Maybe the Republicans won't select Trump, right? Maybe Trump will go to jail. If you're a low information, I know this sounds silly to us, right? Because we're fairly high information voters in here. Those of you who are voters, right? But you know a lot about this stuff, right? And so you know that Donald Trump is not gonna lose his spot as the nominee. It's very unlikely that not impossible, but very unlikely that anybody but Donald Trump is going to be elected. And I would say, apart from the debate that happened a couple of weeks ago, I would say it's very unlikely that anybody but Biden was going to be the nominee. So we know this. We know that the matchup is a rematch, right? But there's a lot of people that really don't want a rematch, and they're hoping for something better. And until they recognize that there's a rematch, there's going to be a certain degree to which Biden is not benefiting from that anti-Trump vote as much as he should, right? Because people are thinking that maybe there's another option. The election is way far off, right? So he's trying to kind of expand the attention paid to the presidential race to June by challenging Trump to a June 25th debate. And after that, this is why we're there. This is why we're here right now, right? Let's make this really clear. Without this terrible performance by Biden or something similar, some sort of speech that he makes where he sounds terrible, without something like this to kind of coalesce this energy, there would never be a serious discussion of dropping Biden and replacing him. So his attempt to expand the election, which, good strategy, kind of ended up exposing something about him that a lot of people had suspected, but maybe didn't want to believe, including myself, right? I don't like I've always been of this opinion. Biden's old. He's probably too old to run, but he's no more out of it than Trump. And I do think that Trump is out of it in a way that hasn't been, you know that 58% of people rate Trump as being sharp. Like, right. Not only they don't think that he has an issue with his mental faculties, they think that his mental faculties are quite good, right? So instead of Biden benefiting from the comparison to Trump, now we have Trump benefiting from the comparison to Biden. I mean, that's why we're here right now. That's why we're talking about the Biden administration contemplating what a Kamala versus Trump race would look like. And that's a leak we have. It's not, I don't want to, it's kind of I don't want to give anybody false hopes, but that's been a leak from the White House that they're talking about that now. Does that mean that they're going to switch Biden out soon? I don't know. I can't tell you, but it seems like it's being discussed, and that's why we're here. It's not out of the blue. It's not because of the bedwetters brigade, right? Which is what they call anybody who's unsure about Joe Biden as the standard bearer for 2024. You're just bedwetting. You're worried about nothing. There's nothing to worry about. Joe Biden's a great candidate. He's the only one that we could possibly select that's already beat Trump. Like, you know how elections work. You don't have an election where one person beats another person and then have another election where another person beats that person. Well, we don't have a lot of elections where somebody who ran and lost is running again. Generally, they're run out of the party. That didn't happen with Donald Trump. There was a window where that could have happened, but it didn't end up happening. It did not end up happening. And he is more in command of the MAGA base than he ever has been. So this is where we're at for real. And this is what we have to contend with. And I don't see how like hiding our head in the sand helps anyone at this point. I think that's what's destructive. I think that's what makes me scared. I think that's what gives Trump a better chance of winning. And even if they do change Biden, the longer that we wait on that, the longer that Biden tries to hold on and show you, no, next interview, I promise, next interview is going to be a fucking tour de force. The longer we wait for Biden to recognize that he is not our best chance, the better chance, the more Trump's odds go up. Anyway.
Fucking president. There's no need to primary him unless he has done such a bad job that...
Do you see that? Primary him. So the incumbent is entitled to the nomination. And if you presume to offer yourself as an alternative to that incumbent, you're doing something bad to him. You're taking his stuff, right? You're primarying him. You're the one who's doing something rather than just look. And also, like, let's say that Biden doesn't have a decreasing cognitive abilities, right? Let's say that Biden's fine. That can be shown in a primary. Let's say that Biden's a little rusty. That's all, right? The debate, It didn't go bad because Biden's brain is bad. It went bad because Biden is rusty. He hasn't had to debate in a long time. Okay, there's your solution there. Debate whoever, debate, even Marianne Williamson, even a candidate that isn't, doesn't have like a real serious chance. Just going out on stage and debating that person is going to let you stress test the nominee rather than assuming that, and especially with an 81-year-old nominee, like assuming that nominee is has the same capacity to run as he did 4 years ago is not an assumption that you should make, right? There's so many good reasons to go ahead and run a primary. And I think that the negatives about it, right? The spending of money that could be spent during the general election and the possibility of bad feelings developing between different political bases, I think that those are overstated. And I think that particularly in a year like this, where just Biden doing a debate with Trump makes people question whether he has the ability to continue to be president, I think this would have been a great year for a real primary.
Reasonably, he could be recalled by someone who could beat him. It's not even a recall.
Recall? Yeah, that's right. It's not a recall.
It's a primary. So
Okay, so we got that straight. That Biden does not, that even though Biden's the incumbent, that doesn't entitle him to be renominated, right? That there is.
We'd have to spend money in a presidential election year it only hurts Democrats to run a Democratic primary. It only hurts Republicans to run a Republican primary.
I don't know. I think that when you run a primary, you get free press, and that free press can help, right? You look at Trump in 2016. Look at how contentious that primary was. Look at all the free press they got from that. I think there's another side of this that Tyler's not looking at.
They spend money to beat themselves. It's a literal civil war. So it's
a bit histrionic. It's a literal. No, it's okay. I know literal doesn't mean literal, right? The words change. Oh, you're going to see this later too, right? This is a good point to This is a good point to bring up here. Language, right? A lot of people like to see language as, well, language is like the words. The words are in the dictionary. If you want to know what the words mean, you get a dictionary, look up the word, and whatever the dictionary says, that's right. In reality, especially for you linguistics nerds out there, because I know you're out there. Now, there's some definite linguistic nerds in my chat, right? You understand that it's more about usage, and that language and definitions and things like that sort of change over time.
It only hurts Democrats to run a Democratic primary. It only hurts Republicans to run a Republican primary. They spend money to beat themselves. It's a literal civil war. So but
yeah, that being said, I'm going to grant him that he didn't mean it's a literal civil war. He just meant it's almost like a civil war. That's what that means now. Literally, the definition of it has literally changed. It used to be really, as opposed to figuratively. But now it's just a word for emphasis. So that's what he's trying to do there. I'm not going to, dictionary Andy him and be like, well, actually, literally means, but we know what he means, right? It's almost like a civil war. I still think that's histrionic. I still think that's a little bit histrionic. First of all, it's an election. And second of all, it is an election to decide, who the standard bearer for the party should be for that year. And ostensibly and normally, a party will coalesce around the candidate that wins, even if there's bad feelings during the primary, even if there's some negative ads made during the primary, especially in a year where your opponent is Donald freaking Trump, who has vowed to be dictator from day one, who's associated with this Project 2025 process, program to, insert sycophants in the positions of civil servants, right, and utterly transform the government. When we see what the Supreme Court has already done, what the Trump Supreme Court has already done, you would think that in a year like that, it wouldn't be too much of an ask to say that people, can coalesce around a candidate after the primary. But apparently, Tyler does not see that.
what everyone in the fucking left is saying. We need to do civil war so we can decide whether or not we want to re-elect.
That's so histrionic. That's so histrionic. Oh my God. Why is that the metaphor that you...
The guy that's already elected, and like next to no one is on board with that. Next to
no one is on board with that? Disagree.
Next to no one. Like literally just people who think that they're 30K followers on Twitter and they're like 5,000 retweets equates in some reasonable way to a prime.
Does Demon Mama have 30K followers on Twitter? Is this about Demon Mama?
Primary vote. Like that's powerful existential like presence in a primary vote. Insane. So also spending money that we could be spending on trying to just get people out to vote. Is Joe Biden a weak candidate for president? Dude, he's a weak candidate for staying the fuck alive for the next 4 years. He might still live. He might yet live. He has access to all the best medicine and shit in the world. I don't care that he can't fucking string sentences together because I know how the...
no, Demon Mama's got 15K. So this is not...
the fucking government works. I'm not 5 years old.
This is not all about Demon Mama.
That's the biggest thing. If you are concerned about his ability to lead, you're a fucking idiot because he's done a really good job of it. You know why? He trusts all the people that are underneath him. And then
okay, so there's what we're getting. The president doesn't matter, right? The person that's occupying the highest office doesn't matter because it's the administration, stupid. It's the administration, sweaty. There's a whole bunch of people underneath the president that are enacting the president's goals, and it's really about them. And even if a president doesn't have the faculty to remember, let's say, the difference between Medicare and Medicaid, or you know, speaks wrong and says that we finally defeated Medicare, when what he means is you know, COVID, then there's going to be people in that cabinet, there's going to be people in that administration that are going to be like, yeah, I think he really meant this. Let's, you know, so it's not just him alone in the Oval Office making all the, you know, enacting, executing as the executive branch, you know, what's going to happen, right? There's other people in there. So then we get the idea that maybe the president doesn't matter. Okay, but the president does matter in the election. The fact that the person that's running for president, even though we know there's going to be a whole bunch of other people helping them execute that office, right, matters in as much as they can coalesce the confidence of a majority, or at the very least a plurality of the people in the country to vote for them. In other words, if you want your side to win, then who you're running for president does matter, even if, like Tyler is saying, you know, we've had Ronald Reagan as president before, who was very much not in control of his faculties by the end of his term, and the world did not blow up.
And they do their jobs. It's a government.
That's what you don't get. It's a government. Jesus Christ, Tyler. Thank you for breaking it down for me. Thank you for breaking down. It's a government. Oh my God, that's what I'm missing. It's because I'm a idiotic lefty and I need to touch grass, and all of my opinions are, you know, essentially relevant to a fantasy world that doesn't exist. Whereas guys like Tyler, they understand the real world, and they understand that it's a government, sweaty. It's a government. Okay. Anyway.
If you are even like a fucking anarchist, which so many of these dipshits are, fucking like, oh, hey, I don't like hierarchy. The hierarchy is about to die.
So you should like Biden because he's about to die if you're an anarchist. Because if the president dies, then what? We have a moneyless, stateless society?
In front of your eyes, in front of your eyes. The biggest obstacle to him.
I don't know if he is going with the definition of the anarchist, where the anarchist is like the Joker baby and the anarchist like wants the world to burn. But that's not what anarchism is about. I don't even think that all the people that he's subtweeting here are necessarily anarchists. That's a pretty puerile understanding of anarchism.
Getting elected is a bunch of pearl clutching, whinging fucknuts saying,
It's the bedwetters brigade, yeah.
know if he looks good against Donald Trump. He's not trying to get elected by Republicans. Only Republicans care about a strong,
Tyler. I hate to break it down to you, but this election's not going to be decided by Democrats or Republicans. I get what you're saying is that if you really hate Trump, you're not going to vote for Trump. If you're really worried about Trump, you're probably going to vote for the alternative. And if that's Biden or a fucking ham sandwich, you're going to vote for them anyway. If it's an urn, if they march an urn across the finish line, you're still going to vote for that urn. I get that. What you don't seem to recognize is a phenomenon known as double haters. These are people that hate Trump and they hate Biden. And I mean, I guess I would class myself as one of them. Like I dislike both candidates, but the difference between me and most of the double haters out there is that I'm never going to vote for Donald Trump. I'm always going to see Donald Trump as an existential danger, right? So I'm not even somebody that you really have to worry about in terms of the people that you need to worry about are not Democrats. There's more undecideds than there usually are because we're running a rerun of an election that nobody liked the first season of. And if you're really concentrated, we just got to get all the Democrats out, get the Democrats to vote. You're going to lose. You're going to fucking lose. If you're expecting independents, if you're expecting low information voters, if you're expecting, people on the ideological fence to automatically vote for Biden because he's not Trump, you're going to lose. You're going to get Donald Trump. This is scary. This should scare you. People taking this kind of advice seriously should scare you. Tyler, what kind of bridge are you constructing, my dude? Because I feel like you might need to stress test that bridge just a little bit. But don't worry, buddy. We got you covered. We're going to stress test that bridge for you today. We're going to see if your bridge holds.
Hyper charismatic Democratic president. You know what I mean? Like we don't give a shit that much. We're the party that put fucking Dianne Feinstein, the Democratic base.
This is an argument for your side. We kept Dianne Feinstein in her office, way past her ability to possibly even recognize reality in front of her face, let alone to govern. We allowed Ruth Bader Ginsburg to this is more, honestly, that the buck stops with RBG on this one, but we lost another seat to the Republicans because Ruth Bader Ginsburg thought that she could just power through another 4 years of Donald Trump.
Is like San Francisco. They put Dianne Feinstein's corpse, wheeled it in and out on a fucking chair for like a decade.
Yo, Tyler, that would be awesome if the results of this election depended on not San Francisco, buddy, but the state of California and their political choice, right? Because the state of California, if you put the corpse of Feinstein up against any fucking Republican, they're going to elect the corpse of Feinstein. Unfortunately, California is not exactly typical of the electorate and is very much not typical of swing states.
Okay? The Democratic base does not give a fuck. They are going to vote blue. The only thing you're doing is shocking the
monkey. Shocking the monkey? No.
Desire for people who are actually the modicum, the microscopic, non-existent fucking amount of people that you could actually maybe get out to go and vote. You're freaking them out so much they're not going to fucking.
So it's the bedwetter's fault, not Biden's fault, right? Biden, who agreed to a debate on June 25th, Biden, who shat the bed during that debate. I'm sorry, if we're going to talk about bedwetters, then I think shitting the bed is a pretty good metaphor to use on Biden, right? This was Biden. This is what the problem with libs. The problem with some libs, I won't put it on all libs, because there are actually, Pod Save America are libs. And even they reckon, Tyler, the Pod Johns, okay, have caught on to what's going on and how dangerous it is to keep Biden in there. Are they really gonna, they're really out ahead of you on this?
Pokemon go to the polls and vote down ballot. I don't hear any good fucking conversations coming from this entire, every fucking lefty right now is, I'm losing my mind at him. Who? Shut the
Yeah, lefties like John Favreau and John Lovett, yeah.
fuck up about French elections. I
Dyed in the wool Marxists like the Pod Johns.
give a fuck. I don't live in France, neither do you.
Oh shit, really?
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Oh my god. Look, okay, look, let me be charitable here. All right. Even though the French elections very much do matter, even though every election everywhere matters, and the right is not a national right, right? It's not limited by borders. There's a global right. Steve Bannon talks to people in France and people in England, and right. But I think what he's trying to, I'm going to sympathize with him here, right? Because he's trying to talk about one thing, and somebody in his chat is bringing up something completely different. And I get that that's frustrating. So let me just cut him a break on that one.
Fuck. This is a victory for socialism worldwide. Is it? How the fuck do you know? Do you speak French? Are you?
Nobody speaks French, Tyler. Personne parle français. C'est impossible. No one speaks French, Tyler.
You on the ground with them? Are you like, hey, fucking, do you guys, what's going on here? And you have like a deep understanding, or are you just going like, oh no, it's my categorical imperative?
That is the perfect freeze frame to stop on. It's like the categorical imperative. Put a pin in that one. We're gonna get to that. Right? That might have thrown some people for the loop, for a loop de loop. For going with French. But yeah, he's got a unique interpretation of Kant. Let's just say we'll get into that in a second, though. I'm not trying to get ahead of myself here.
Good thing happened, so I'm happy. Bad thing didn't happen, so I'm double happy. Double plus good. Jesus fucking Christ. I've seen Majority Report talk a lot about Harris taking Biden's place. Well, I mean, it's a fucking inevitability if he's gonna die, but like, there's no reason to pull him off. The people that vote the most in this fucking country are old as shit.
Zero says there couldn't be a massive francophone spread thanks to colonialism and its brutal impact across the globe.
Shit. All right. First off, all you fucking children under the age of 25, I swear to God, if I was in
all you children under the age of 25
fucking slapping range, if I was your fucking dad, your stepdad, your fucking distant father figure that replaced the motherfucker that went out for milk 30 years ago, fucking, that's bad math. I would slap the fucking shit out of you idiots every time you talked about voting. I swear to
these young punks today. I swear to God. So that I think I've already got the young punks. Do I have that on my notes? Yeah, kids these days. We got that covered already.
That entire subsection, all of them, just slap the fuck out of them, because you got to vote down ballot. The fucking presidential election doesn't matter in any circumstance. No matter what happens. As long as Donald Trump wins, it is a better than nothing result.
What? Okay, I think I just didn't understand that. Can anybody translate? Can anybody translate? As long as Donald Trump wins, it's a better than nothing. I'm trying to be charitable here, right? Because there's not a lot of charitability given to Demon Mama in this analysis. I'm going to try to model a more charitable disposition. Because I'm nice. Remember that, chat. Remember that's above all other things. I am nice, okay? I'm nothing else if not charitable. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but much like the finally defeating Medicare doesn't make much sense. But what was he really trying to say here? He's not a Trump fan. There's no way. I don't believe that. He's not a Trump fan. He's a Biden fan, or he's somebody who thinks we need to stick with the stray cat that brought us. Stick with riding with Biden. That's what he's about. I'm pretty sure he's not he probably meant it reversed. Okay, so let's go with that. Variant's got the Occam's razor view of what Tyler actually meant here. We got chat singing the thong song. I think he misspoke. I think so too, Vodka. Yeah, I think he must have misspoke. So scratch that, reverse it. Simple Willy Wonka math here.
You're not getting Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is never.
Pretty sure this is a classic Destiny lib. I don't know. I'm starting to think this is maybe less Destiny and more Lestiny.
We're going to run for president again. He's fucking already also a billion years old. And I don't want him to run for president anymore. He did it once and he lost. It's a waste of fucking time. It's a waste of time. It's very hard to win the presidency after you lost once, which is why.
But look, we're having fun here, okay? I'm not trying to be mean, just to be really clear, okay? We're having fun here.
Hillary Clinton is staying in the fucking bucket that they kept her in. And now they're talking, is someone going to replace it? We need someone out there. Are you people fucking stupid? Like, I don't understand it. Like, they're like actual intelligent political actors that I know about are pissing their pants and freaking out like this is a terrible look at the debate.
Okay, let me take that one down to are you effing stupid?
Oh God, it was a terrible debate. I watched it. It was two motherfuckers I don't give a shit about saying shit I don't care about. Because I'm already going to vote for Joe Biden.
And I thought my debate analysis was bad. Remember, chat, I was listening to the debate without putting it on stream and just trying to describe to you what was going on. And I was pretty charitable to Biden coming out of that. I didn't think that until I re-listened to, like, you know, the entirety of what Biden said at different times, I didn't really realize how bad it was. But no, there's no getting around that. Like, I wish that it wasn't. I wish that it was just, you know, the chattering Washington class, the elites, as Biden is now taken to calling them. He's being very Trumpian in a lot of ways. We went over that on Tuesday. But yeah, I mean, I wish it weren't so. But no, that was a really bad debate. No, there's no getting around that. You can say that was just one bad debate. You can say that less people were tuned in than will be tuned in for the second debate if it happens. You can say that anybody can have a bad debate, but you can't say that wasn't a bad debate. Biden lost 3 times. Yeah, lost the nomination 3 times before he won. Once in 1988, once in 2008, and what was the other? Was the other time 2016? This is the new method of supporting Biden by not needing to care about him. Also, being able to say it's the most important election of our lifetimes every 2 years. Yes, that does. Look, I mean, it's important, but yeah, I don't know if that's the I don't know if that's the talking point I would be going with, right? It does tend to, like, you know, it's crying wolf. It gets taken as crying wolf, right?
I was going to vote for Joe Biden in 2020. Not the day I voted for him for that election, the day after, when I decided, I didn't even decide, like, okay, the next time this guy is up for election again, I'm probably going to fucking vote for him again. Because there is no good result from Republicans getting elected. There's no reason not to just throw everything in behind Biden and try to get him in there. What's the worst that happens? The only thing that the people's belly aching and weak candidate this and fucking, I don't know if he can make it that. We are fucking 5 minutes away from the election. It is July. It is early July. We have what? August, September, October, November, 4-ish months, right? Almost actually 4 to the dot until it's fucking election day. What do you want? Do people understand how fucking stupid they sound? I don't get it. Like, they sound fucking moronic because there's on one hand people are like, well, this is the demon mama thing, sure, but the Democratic. I was like, shit, dude. I almost hit the fucking unsubscribe.
Look, I mean, if you're really that mad at Demon Mama, yeah, I mean, I guess you should say something
over that.
I just like I'm not getting a lot of. And again, like, I've got plenty of criticism for Demon Mama. I think that, I question her analysis of a lot of things, including, questions of regarding elections and stuff like that. But I'm guessing maybe this is not going to be a take that
fucking whatever that fucking reaction was. Democratically elected president. He was. It's like, he's not going to step down so that, I don't know, some rando from fucking Seattle and her bucket.
Oh, that's demon. Oh my God. Okay. I was trying to go through my mind. Wait, what politician is from Seattle?
Of fans will feel good about it. Like, no, we already elected the guy once. You don't run a primary against a fucking incumbent, particularly one that's been.
There we go. That's a conventional wisdom. Like, look, he's not getting this from nowhere. This has been the Democratic consensus since 1980. I don't know if that is I think there's reason to question it, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't think that we should necessarily go with the conventional wisdom of the gerontocracy, right? I don't think we should go with the consensus of a party run by people that haven't adapted to the changing of the millennium yet. I think that's dangerous. And again, the fact that we don't have the fact that they don't have a bigger backbench, the fact that they don't have a bigger bullpen, that there aren't more, people ready to get in there and take the place of maybe a president who's a different person than he was 4 years ago. It speaks to the iron grip with which that gerontocracy holds on to the party leadership.
Doing awesome. Joe Biden's fucking presidency has been great. Do you know how I know? Because I also survived Trump's presidency, which was bad almost every day. You remember Trump's presidency? It sucked 24/7. It was bad every day. He would do something that was like a nightmare. Like,
yeah, that's why I don't want to see him reelected.
Fucking push through fucking SCOTUS judges and shit. What? Shut the fuck. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, do you not understand? We're not going to do a primary in a fucking election year for an incumbent because it shows that the fucking base doesn't have faith in the incumbent, and it opens the incumbent up to having shit talked about them by people in their own party, which you don't want to do because you have to beat the other party. Like, I don't care if you don't like it or it feels like undemocratic because you have your own specific definition of that fucking word. You gotta understand, fucking, this is how the world works. Like,
this is how the Democratic Party works. I won't argue with you there.
Like, why are these?
This is how the Democratic Party has worked since 1980.
People saying these things. I don't understand how you get to the level of confidence to start screaming and pissing and moaning this shit on a fucking camera into a microphone on record. Like, I would be so embarrassed for that to be my take.
Yeah, I mean, I would be embarrassed too with a political take that revealed that I didn't know what I was talking about. So, I mean, if that's really what Demon Mama did, you know, I guess I don't blame him for having a go at that. But I mean, we'll see. Who knows what?
And I'm not that deep into fucking poli-sci. I just covered multiple elections and have like a deep understanding of how they work. And like not anywhere near as deep as a fucking like an actual fucking electioneer. You know what I mean? People that run campaigns and PR representatives, that whole fucking kit and caboodle of people that make the shit happen. And like, it's fucking psychotic. Like, what in the fuck do you think you're going to accomplish? Are these platforms not even for any sort of valuable political efficacy? Is it just malding zones and fucking hug boxes for people who are committed to losing? Like, not just who have lost some or who have gone through a bad time in their life. Literally committed to losing is how I see a lot of these people.
Committed to losing is how I would define somebody who is adamant about sticking with somebody that just said we finally defeated Medicare and we need to spread COVID now. Right? Now, I get it that he meant the opposite and he meant Medicaid, not Medicare. But you can't get up on a debate stage and say that shit and be taken seriously as the standard bearer for one of the parties, let alone as the sitting president. This is an emperor who just got up on stage and stripped. And you're still like, that guy's clothes are fucking fine. They're fine. They're not the best clothes in the world, but goddammit, they're better than Vosh's clothes. Have you seen what Vosh is wearing? Have you seen Vosh's fashion take? No, tell me, Tyler, since you're the expert. Don't worry, I'm a Vosh expert too, just not on his clothes.
People in the online left these days just doomering and shit. Like, oh, Joe Biden doesn't look good. We're not the fucking Republicans. We don't care. I don't need a strong man to lead the party. I'm not a fucking vanguardist moron.
A vanguardist? What? Are we calling K-Hive vanguardists now? What's going on?
Like the fucking tankies are. You know what I mean?
Like the tankies, like Kamala Harris, yeah. Gretchen Whitmer, huge Marxist-Leninist. Gretchen Whitmer.
I mean, what are you talking about? He's not a strong guy. He looks exactly like his fucking voter base, who are all 50 to 80-year-old hippies and their children who routinely have voted for the last 40 years, as opposed to, I don't know, what do you want? Another Barack Obama? Lightning in a bottle candidate that was like somehow institutionally perfect and like squeaked up into a chance that no one else would have ever gotten at his age? Like, that was a great fucking time. The Obama administration, the first Obama election were wild.
No, actually, that would be great. And it doesn't have to be Obama. It doesn't have to be like Obama's like, you know, was relatively young when he got in there. I think Clinton was relatively young when he got in there. But it'd be great if we had candidates that are not, you know, part of the gerontocracy and actually show it in terms of their age to run. That would be great. Or at least somebody that is not going to be able to. Donald Trump is changing the subject, and it's so easy for him to do. Now the subject is Biden's brain, right? I think that a lot of other candidates, you know, would not pose that question, would not allow him to obfuscate, would not allow the subject to change for weeks and weeks and weeks to something other than all the bad stuff that's coming out about Trump, all the bad stuff that we already know about Trump. There's a lot to say about Trump. And right now, Trump has disappeared. Because he knows that when your opponent is immolating themselves, that you shouldn't stand in the way of that. You shouldn't suck up any of the oxygen, right? And I am certain that this discourse about Biden's age is not going to fade until Biden, one, and this is me being really charitable, gets up on stage and knocks it out of the park in a way that makes people forget the debate performance, or B, leaves the campaign.
But like, Fucking dude.
Elia Flower says, as much as I hate tankies, the way that libs use tanky terminology as a cudgel against anyone to their left. Yeah, have you noticed that? I've noticed that. That's it's a reflex that they got locked into. And look, it comes from punching left too much. I think that we got to be at least a little bit skeptical of people whose, go-to move is to punch left. Just saying. And look, that's talking about Vosh, right? That's talking about Destiny. But unfortunately, maybe it's appealing to other people too.
Dude, Joe Biden unseated an incumbent Republican president. And the wave of support for his candidacy resulted in multiple unprecedented midterm wins. We've been slowly but surely largely unseating a great deal of MAGA Republicans and stuff, and there's still people that are seated, but let's see. Biden unseated an incumbent Republican president. And the wave of support for his candidacy resulted in multiple unprecedented midterm wins.
Okay, so now here's a chance for me to be on the conventional wisdom side of things, because Tyler's really departed from that here. There have been midterms, there have been special elections. Democrats were not expected to win, but they won anyway, right? That's largely because of Roe versus Wade. In other words, the environment in which we're working in, minus, the personalities, minus the candidates, given a generic ballot, is an environment that's actually favorable to Dems and unfavorable to Republicans, and especially should be unfavorable to somebody like Donald Trump, who put the justices in that made that decision. Now, granted, there are low information voters that aren't going to get this. I've even seen a really frustrating quote. I always bring this up, but there's one lady who said that she had changed her vote from she'd voted for Biden previously and was now going to vote for Trump, and her reason was because Roe versus Wade was fell under Biden, and that's but that's one person, right? In general, because of the Supreme Court decisions like Roe versus Wade and a lot of other reasons, because of Trump's toxic brand, the environment favors Democrats. What does that tell you about a Democrat that is running behind Donald Trump? That's not telling you that this is that's telling you that this is somebody that's got baggage, and that baggage is weighing you down. And if you allow that person to continue their candidacy into the election, it's going to weigh down the House candidates and the Senate candidates and all kinds of other, which I think Tyler has acknowledged that those down ticket offices are also very important to vote for, right? But instead of having a Democratic candidate with coattails, you've now got Trump, of all people, having coattails.
We've been slowly but surely largely unseating a great deal of MAGA Republicans and stuff, and there's still people that are seated, but this has been an overall good. Is it just still people are fucking butthurt about the whole Israel-Palestine thing, which is
butthurt? Okay, butthurt about Israel-Palestine. Let me write that down too. Butthurt about Israel-Palestine.
bad, but what do you are you just like, is it I gotta know, because that's what always.
Okay, so in fairness, right? Trump is worse on this particular issue of foreign policy than even Biden.
Always fucking seems to come up is that they're like, what?
Where does Sunday come into this? Pretty well, actually, okay, we'll get into Sunday in a second, right? So again, just so we can orient ourselves, I showed you the intro to Tyler's stream, pushing back on Demon Mama's take on Contrapoints, right? And then we went to this. This is the day before, where he's going to be talking about Contrapoints later in the stream. But first, he talks about the issue of Biden dropping out. And apologies to people that are tired of that discussion about Biden. I just had to kind of get it in to give you a sense of where he's coming from on this. And next, we're going to move on to his actual critique of Demon Mama, in which President Sunday will play a part. We'll figure into that. So that's coming up soon. I don't know how much more of this I can take, actually. He did not just say that. He did. Again, I'm willing to, I'm willing to allow that maybe it didn't come out the way that he would have liked, but yeah, it's pretty. Anyway, regardless, chat, we need a break, don't we? I need a break. Do you need a break? Can we have a break? Can we get a break? Let's do a break. Oh my God. Okay. I needed to stretch. Anybody else need to stretch? That was a lot. I don't know. Are we gonna finish this? Do you want to finish this? He goes off for like we got through. We got through like, I don't know, almost 15 minutes of that. And there's another 20 minutes. Take 5, everyone. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. You need a cute animal break? I need a root beer. People are talking about sarsaparilla and like, I think I used to know this, but for some reason I am not sarsaparilla. I almost typed sarsaparilla versus root beer.
Today, we will.
Okay, let's take a look at this really quick. And chat, I'll take a look at our poll after that, and we'll get back to Tyler versus Demon Mama after that.
We'll learn about a tree's favorite drink, root beer.
Root beer.
Throughout history, herbal beverages have held a special place in human culture, offering not only refreshment, but also diverse flavors.
Oh crap, let me change.
Properties. Coffee, tea, mate, and ayahuasca, to name a few. Root beer and sarsaparilla.
Coffee, tea, mate, which I get why you'd pronounce it mate. It looks like, well, I think it's pronounced mate. Maybe it is pronounced mate. But
also diverse flavors and medicinal properties. Coffee, tea, mate, and ayahuasca.
That's a refreshing beverage. If you've got, like, I don't know, 48 hours to kill, where you don't need to be doing anything important, you can hire a proper guide for your journey. Somebody that's gonna be able to somebody to hold the bucket while you vomit. Ayahuasca. Really?
To name a few, root beer and
Ayahuasca? Does he mean ashwagandha? I don't know.
sarsaparilla are two such beverages that have captivated taste buds for centuries. Root beer and sarsaparilla both boast deep-rooted histories, tracing back to different parts of the world and evolving over time to become iconic symbols of American sodas. This article delves into the intriguing history of root beer and sarsaparilla, exploring their origins, development, and the key differences that set them apart.
That's what I want to know, chat.
In modern times, the root beer market is almost $1 billion industry. There are over 400 root beers. While most of the world's root beer consumption is in the United States and Canada, it has gained some popularity in Australia and Southeast Asia. While sarsaparilla is often described as tasting similar to root beer, it is much less widely known as root beer outside of the Wild West. The market for sarsaparilla supplements or vitamins is larger than its impact in the beverage industry. The roots of sarsaparilla can be traced back to the early days of the Americas. Native American tribes were among the first to discover the medicinal properties of the sarsaparilla plant, Smilax species, which they used to treat various ailments like rheumatism and skin conditions. European explorers who arrived in the Americas during the 16th century learned about sarsaparilla from the indigenous peoples and soon brought it back to Europe. By the 17th century, sarsaparilla had gained popularity as a medicinal tonic in Europe and was commonly used to treat syphilis and other venereal diseases. It was also believed to work as a treatment for leprosy. Looking back at history, a bottle of snake oil may have worked better for these ailments. During the 18th and 19th centuries, the temperance movement gained momentum in the United States, advocating for the reduction or elimination of alcohol consumption. It wasn't the most fun movement.
So that's what I'm getting so far, is that sarsaparilla is a different plant, and it tastes like root beer, but it's not. It's not the same thing.
In history. But as part of this temperance movement, non-alcoholic beverages gained popularity, and root beer emerged as a viable alternative to alcoholic beverages. Root beer's roots can be found in ancient civilizations, where various cultures experimented with using roots, barks, and herbs to create herbal beverages. However, the modern concept of root beer emerged in the United States during the 18th century. Early settlers in North America, influenced by Native American and African traditions, began crafting their own versions of herbal beverages using a mix of local roots, such as sassafras, sarsaparilla, and wintergreen, along with sweeteners like molasses or honey. These homemade concoctions served as tonics and were believed to have
I love some molasses.
various health benefits. As sarsaparilla continued to spread throughout Europe, it transitioned from being a medicinal tonic to a popular beverage. However, the exact transition period is not well documented. The natural sweetness and unique flavor of sarsaparilla made it an appealing choice for those seeking refreshing
Wait, Tyler had an arc with FD Signifier, is that right? Is
alternatives to
that what I'm
alcohol.
hearing?
And by the 19th century, sarsaparilla-based beverages were commercially available. Sarsaparilla's popularity surged in the United States during the 19th century, with many companies producing and selling their own versions of sarsaparilla drinks. These beverages were often carbonated and featured a combination of sarsaparilla root, sugar, and other flavors. One well-known brand, Hires Root Beer, initially started as a sarsaparilla-based drink when Charles E. Hires introduced it at the Philadelphia Centennial Exhibition in 1876. Charles E. Hires was a pharmacist who introduced his own version of a sarsaparilla-based beverage at the Philadelphia Centennial Exhibition. Hires was an American entrepreneur and the founder of the Hires Root Beer Company, which played a significant role in popularizing root beer as a commercial beverage. Born on August 19, 1851, in the town of Elsinboro, New Jersey. Charles grew up in a Quaker family and was instilled with values of hard work, integrity, and creativity from a young age.
Wait, Ayers is the A and W, is that right? They're talking about Hires with the H.
In his early adulthood, Hires worked as an apprentice pharmacist, gaining valuable knowledge of medicinal herbs and remedies. He became fascinated with the idea of using roots and herbs to create a non-alcoholic beverage that could serve as a refreshing and healthy alternative to alcoholic beverages.
Damn. I mean, that's great advertising right there.
Hires marketed as a root tea or root beer extract, and it
Old commercials were cheeky like that? Like,
gained significant attention and popularity. Hires root beer became one of the first mass-produced, commercially available root beer products. While sarsaparilla was becoming more widespread and accepted as a beverage, the use of sassafras, a key ingredient in root beer, became a topic of debate.
wait. So sassafras is what's in root beer, or at least like traditionally, and sassafras or Smilex is in sarsaparilla.
Due to health concerns. Studies found that sassafras contains safrole, a compound linked to liver
Safrole.
damage and cancer in animals. In response, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, banned the use of safrole in commercially produced foods and beverages in the 1960s. As a result, modern root beer recipes were adapted to remove sassafras and include alternative flavorings like artificial sassafras flavor. With sassafras no longer an option, root beer recipes evolved to include a variety of herbs, spices, and extracts. The introduction of carbonation added a fizzy element to the beverage, making it even more appealing to the masses. Companies like A&W and Barks played a significant role in
They're really selling the head on the the foamy head on the root beer.
popularizing root beer, especially with the establishment of soda fountains and the advent of bottled sodas in the early 20th century. The primary difference between root beer and sarsaparilla lies in their key ingredients. Root beer, historically made with sassafras, now features various combinations of flavors like wintergreen, licorice, vanilla, and molasses.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that does taste like. I was always kind of wondering like what's in root beer. I can taste the wintergreen.
Root beer, historically made with sassafras, now features various combinations of flavors like wintergreen, licorice,
Yeah, I can taste that in there. Vanilla, okay, definitely.
molasses. On the other hand, sarsaparilla has retained its original name and primary ingredient, sarsaparilla root, and is often combined with other herbs and spices to create a distinct flavor profile. Root beer is renowned for its bold, sweet, and slightly spicy taste, with vanilla and licorice notes taking center stage.
And that mint from the wintergreen too.
Sarsaparilla, on the other hand, is generally considered milder, with a rooty, earthy flavor, often
That's why I like it better.
accompanied by hints of cinnamon and caramel.
Oh, cinnamon and caramel.
Sarsaparilla have traveled unique
So molasses, wintergreen, licorice versus
is generally considered milder, with a rooty, earthy flavor, often accompanied by hints of cinnamon and caramel.
cinnamon and caramel.
Root
That
beer
makes
and
sense.
sarsaparilla have traveled unique paths throughout history, evolving from medicinal tonics to beloved beverages enjoyed by people worldwide. While sarsaparilla's popularity as a beverage waned, root beer continued to flourish with its bold and diverse flavors. The distinction between the two
I mean, look, I love a good root beer, okay? But give me sarsaparilla over that any day.
beverages lies in their key ingredients and flavor profiles, showcasing how cultural influences and scientific discoveries have shaped their respective histories. Today, both root beer and sarsaparilla continue to capture the imagination of soda enthusiasts, reminding us of the fascinating journey of these two iconic beverages.
Okay, well, my imagination has been captured. Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Anyway, chat, let's take a look at the poll right now. So it looks like if I look at the shorts and then I look at oh my God, we haven't had this dominant of a topic in a really long time, right? Gay furries hack Project 2025. It is a great story, and I don't blame you for voting for it. I'm just like amazed at how it's 46% on shorts, 53% on the full screen stream, And the closest competition is Jesse Gender on Joe Biden at 24%, or Jesse Gender versus not versus on yeah, Jesse Gender is going to replace Joe Biden. No, I wish. Yeah, so yeah, it's blowing out the competition out of the water. Now, I will put one caveat on that, and we're kind of still sort of early in the stream, considering that I've got so much to go over, and I still haven't gotten to the main content, which is Tyler reacting to Demon Mama. Right, we're gonna see Tyler talking to President Sunday. We're gonna see Tyler like talking to Demon Mama, not talking to Demon Mama. That might happen though. I mean, Sunday wants to put that debate together, and we'll watch that if it happens. Maybe gay furries also hacked the NCC poll. That's entirely possible. The one thing that they haven't hacked, though, is the donations, because we are still on 0%. So that's the drawback, right? If this thing does not get to, it is what amazingly late in the stream to be at 0% of the dono goal. But look, I'm glad to provide you with good content, regardless of. Shouts out to those based gay furries, right? Right. You saw that thread? Yeah, we're gonna potentially go over that. Anyway, that's what's winning in terms of the polls. I would say that what's not winning is the dono goal is still at 0% right now. So I mean, we may see it, we may not see it. At this point, it's anyone's guess what happens. Just know that when you donate, regardless of how you donate, whether it is through Super Chat, Super Sticker, whether you are getting yourself a membership, becoming a Weasel, weaseling up, as they say, or passing on the Weasel to other people, you also get a say with that donation on what we end up watching. And you can put your money where your mouth is, proverbially speaking. You can put your thumb.
Grey Knight super chatted $5. One more seldom mentioned reason to swap out Biden. The amount of attention and free press the newcomer will get is priceless for dem polling.
That's true too. Yeah, that's the other thing Grey Knight is mentioning, is that look, in general, there's not a lot of press going on at the moment, right? Early on in the race. Like I said, most people tune out of the race entirely until Labor Day. There's going to be a few exceptions, right? We've got a Republican primary. We got a Republican primary coming up in, I think, a week or so. It's coming up fast, right? The Republican primary is going to be pretty soon. The Democratic primary is going to take a little bit longer to get to. The Democratic primary, I think, is in mid-August, right? So, I mean, those are going to get watched. That's a time that there's some buzz about the campaign. But in general, like, there's so many people that do not even check in, do not even pay attention, do not even think about the election until Labor Day. And as Grey Knight mentions, an unexpected event, whether it be Biden being swapped out for his vice president, or whether it be the Democratic Party, Zogby, I believe, has an idea of running some kind of truncated primary. Right now, obviously, the primaries already happened. Joe Biden got the greatest number of delegates from that primary, and I think that the second place was like Dean Phillips with 4, right? So that lets you know there's a decent amount. I mean, decent. There's like 25 or so delegates that are uncommitted because of the uncommitted campaign. But the primary itself is over. Zogby hypothesizes that were Biden to drop out, they could run like a truncated primary. They're getting kind of close in there, right? There's only like a month before the Democratic primary. But yeah, Grey Knight, thank you for the $5. Did you have an opinion as far as what you wanted that $5 to go to, right? So when you donate, whether it's Super Chat, Super Sticker, whether you are signing up for Patreon, whether you are donating in any of the links down below in the description, or donating on Throne, you get a say on what we watch. So you can add you can add percentages onto the topic of your choice at the rate of 1% per US dollar. And that means that you can affect the outcome of but potentially affect the outcome of the poll. Now today, the poll is pretty heavily weighted towards Gay Furries Hack Project 2025, so it might be a little bit more of an uphill battle, but you know, you can sort of skew the poll. You can you could potentially change it. You could also say Vox Populi, which is what you're voting for, if you want the results of the poll to be what we actually watch. Now, I got a request to make Irene bounce, so I'm going to bounce a little bit as we're going. And wow, look at that. People just click off. I try to give you a break and you click off. Oh my God, no, not you. Not you, chat. The other people that are no longer watching me because I chose to watch a little bit of the history of sarsaparilla versus root beer. I think Jon Stewart's take on this was correct. You don't need a full primary. Just let Biden's released delegates vote it out at the convention. So that's another possibility, right? So if Biden releases his delegates, then the delegates are free to, even on the first round, I think, vote their conscience, as they say, at the convention. So that's another possibility. But yeah, I don't know, chat. That's on me. That's on me for covering something. I just oh no. Joe Biden just introduced Vladimir Zelensky as Vladimir Putin at the NATO conference. See what I mean? Like their names are similar, their first names are similar. You can kind of see where that happens. No, they'll be back, Chad. I just got to get back to the get back to the content that those are drama frogs, right? Ostensibly, those are drama frogs, but the drama frogs might want to interest themselves in the fact that we are not on track to get that second segment. So as cool as that segment on Gay Furries Hacking Project 2025 is, we are 5% of the way there. That is 1/20th of the way there. That is not much of the way there. So I don't know. I've been kind of concentrating on the Tyler thing. Maybe like the poll is like out of sight, out of mind. I'm not sure exactly what's going on today. But again, if you want another segment after the Tyler versus Demon Mama versus President Sunday and all the rest of the mess that's going to come into this, right? Make sure that dono goal finds its way to 100% because it's at 5% right now. What's vitamin beer? It sounds like a very interesting idea, vitamin beer. I'm not much of a fan of alcohol myself, but I mean, I appreciate it in theory. I'll throw my money behind the underdog, Mehdi Hassan. So look at this. Mehdi Hassan, not exactly winning in the polls, but with 5 extra points behind him, now has a 5% better chance. So yeah, that's what we're doing again. And remember, whether it is through Super Chat, through Super Stickers, whether you are getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to other people so that they'll have Weasels in chat and access to exclusive content. You're signing up for Patreon. If you are donating at any of the links down below in the description, or you're donating to Throne, any sort of donation gets translated into an additional percentage for the topic of your choice. And again, our topics are Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips, Gay Furries Hack Project 2025, MTG is on a boat, Jesse Gender talking about Joe Biden, or, we always put the gaming there in case anybody wants to vote for it, but nobody ever does, or Vox Populi, which, see how these things add percentages? Like, so, Grey Knight just put 5% towards Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips. A vote for Vox Populi will take away percentages from like everything. So if you're saying Vox Populi, really what you're saying is you want the poll to decide what we watch. And usually it does through a combination of Vox Populi and just people, voting. Usually the winner of the poll is generally the content that we watch in the second half. And but it's it's not always that way, and sometimes the donations make the difference. Natalie Marie says he starts to step away but catches himself in like 5 seconds. Should I find a clip of this? Do you want to watch a clip of this really quick? Biden, Zelensky, Putin. Let's see if I can dredge up this clip for you really quick. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention Twitch. My gosh. I've already let you go through like 2 or 3 ad breaks without mentioning the fact that at the top of the hour, as some of you may have figured out, in fact, looking at chat, seeing how many people do not have a sub, many of you may have figured out that at the top of every hour, they say 3-minute ad break. That is 3 minutes of unskippable ads that you just have to sit there and watch. And there's not much you can do there other than possibly become a sub. You can buy a sub for $5.99, I think they've finally raised the price for that. Or you can get one for free using a Prime. If you have Prime, you can hook it up to Twitch and get out of the ad break for free by using a Twitch Prime sub on my channel, and you will no longer see those ads for a month, right? You could also potentially be gifted a sub. Some people do gift subs, and when you gift subs, yes, does that count for does that allow you to put your thumb on the scale as far as the poll goes? Yeah, it absolutely does. Same as any other sort of donation. But it also, you're also sort of like, you're doing a solid for people in chat because otherwise they're having to sit there for 3 minutes, miss out on whatever I'm talking about. And maybe it's root beer and nobody cares about that. Or maybe it is like the juice. Maybe it is the meat. Maybe it is the very essence of the Demon Mama versus Natalie Marie. Thank you for the Prime sub. And let me know what you want that Prime sub going towards as far as the topics. But yeah, you also get to put that. Same thing goes for bits or any kind of, just basically understand any kind of donation also allows you to have a little extra say on the poll. Also, one other thing that lets you have an extra say on the poll is, so I'm streaming on Twitch, I'm streaming on YouTube Shorts, and I'm also streaming on YouTube Full Screen. Oh my god, a Megastar! With the 5 gifted memberships that somehow... Is there a reason that that's not showing up on... Are YouTube alerts turned off? See, I'm not one of those streamers... No, they're on. What's up? What's up with that? Regardless, we'll do it live, Omega Star. We'll do it live. Let's do it live. Okay. Wait, I gotta find the buttons to press. All right. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one too. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Nope, that's still the wrong one.
Dingus Gambit.
This is going bad.
There it is. There it is. Omega Star with the gifted memberships. Wait, does it tell me who got the gifted memberships? Usually it does. I like to read off who gets them just so people know that they got a membership. I'm not seeing it though. Okay, there's something legitimately weird going on. Because Omega Star just gifted 5 memberships, but, I don't know to who. So whoever got those gifted memberships, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled. You just got weaseled. You just got weaseled. You've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. And that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. So that's 5 gifted memberships going towards Mehdi Hassan. Okay, so we add 3%. Okay, so let me just add this because this will be easier math. So it goes up to 20, and then it goes up to 23. There we go. Oh, Natalie already sent me the clip. 5 memberships into the void? Wait, are you sure? I don't know what's going on with that. There's no way that we've, literally weaseled everybody, is there? Is that possible? No, there's no way. There's people in here without weasels. I can see them. I think it just must be a mistake. You just turned on the option to get gifts. Oh, what if it's people that don't have the option to get gift subs? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that, but I will add that 15% to Mehdi now and forever. So Mehdi Hassan is now, see, this is how it can change, right? That's 20% extra onto Mehdi Hassan.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on.
Again, like, I feel like this is something that if this wasn't an issue, oh my God, you look what's trending on Twitter. Oh my God, Biden, did Biden, and I'm sure that's like, did Biden just...
I'm beating Putin. We got to worry about it. Anyway, Mr. President. I'm better. You are a hell of a lot better.
I'm better than Putin. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
President Putin. Okay, look, I understand it if he says, if he's saying Volodymyr, because they have a similar name. Like, Putin's name is Vladimir, and Zelensky's name is Volodymyr. It sounds the same. It's spelled differently. Probably there's a, I don't know, linguistic relationship between the names, right? So, like, it's understandable because they have similar first names, but he's not even saying the first name. He's like somebody who's been a real fighter for Ukraine, President Putin. We're doing it for President Putin here, chat. Weasels all around. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with the weasels today. Wait, what is going on with Twitter? Vice President Trump is trending? Oh, that's why. Jesus Christ.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So
She?
Number one. I wouldn't have picked.
I know you not a fan of pronouns, Trump, but you just got some new pronouns. Congratulations, you just got she'd. And that's a good thing, maybe. What is going on here? Vice President Trump, did Biden, cooked, oh my God, Biden, Musk, ooh, so we've seen the connection between Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Now maybe there's a connection with Musk. U.S. President Joe Biden, Jover, Biden press conference. Oh, geez, this is sucking up all the oxygen again. Look, Trump's Project 2025 way down here. I don't know. I don't know, chat. Like, people are still talking about this, but there's a lot more people talking about Biden. There's a lot more topics on Biden's press conference and Biden at the NATO summit than there are on what we'd rather people be talking about, which is Project 2025. There's a reason that Trump's trying to distance himself from that, and that's because it is a bad look, sweaty. It is a bad look, sweaty. And I'm going to do all the Contra memes, chat. Yes, I'm going to do all the Contra memes. So let's see, where are we at now? We are 23% of the way towards the dono goal. Mehdi Hassan is getting a extra 20%. Does that help Mehdi Hassan? It puts Mehdi Hassan closer. I will say that, right? Gay Furries Hack the Primary is going pretty damn strong. But yeah, Mehdi Hassan is within striking distance. Definitely within striking distance now. So we may yet get to see. You're making it an actual contest here. But I'm making it an actual contest for how many viewers can I drive away because apparently people are here for the Westside Tyler content. And I guess we should get back to that. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I'm like trying to find the button to make that happen. No, that's not the button. There's the button. All right, so I'm undecided about whether we should watch the rest of this or whether we should just move on. Maybe we'll keep this as... Oh, wait, this is the one. Wait, this is the right one. I'm on the right one now. Okay, so here we are at the beginning of Westside Tyler's... I said Westside Tyler's breakdown of Demon Mama's god-awful response video to Contrapoints. So, as we can see, Tyler going hard here on Demon Mama for 1 hour. Oh my god. That looks like a 4-hour segment. That looks like a 4-hour segment on Demon Mama. I don't know how much of that we can watch. Again, chat, some of this is going to be reactception. Some of this is going to be me reacting to Tyler, reacting to Demon Mama, reacting to Contrapoints.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
But let's get into this.
To the Demon Mama segment, which is going to be extraordinarily negative. So,
extraordinarily long. Oh, but we got a bunny cam at least. I mean, that's useful. See, I was going to say he's going to do this all without a sarsaparilla break, but he does have a cute little bunny down here, so.
Segment. Demon Mama is a streamer on the internet. Should we... Demon Mama... What would Demon Mama prefer? A demon? An imp? A lady? Demon Mama is a lady on the internet. Demon Mama is a streamer who has been streaming for a very long time, as far as I know. Always been sort of ancillary or out of the side of my eye to other streamers that I've seen.
Are we back to Tyler again? Yes. Tell your friends.
Similar to like Chud Logic in that they are always sort of adjacent to some.
Very similar to Chud Logic. Okay, so now what's the similarity between Demon Mama and Chud Logic? You might be interested to know that Demon Mama and Chud Logic were like BFFs, right? They've done gaming content together. They were very friendly for a while. I don't know who it was that, like, you can, any historians out here? Any historians want to tell me where Demon Mama and Chud Logic started breaking apart? I know that Chud Logic had a segment where he was being racist about Roma people, and Demon Mama did not like that. I don't remember her necessarily burning the bridge there, but I do remember her commenting and not liking that. I mean, there's some takes that Demon Mama has had about DIY HRT that a lot of people were not fans of. There was a strange debate between Demon Mama and Vosh that people keep saying was about supply chains. But I swear to God, neither Demon Mama nor Vosh really understands what supply chains actually mean. He didn't use the first name. Wait, he didn't use the first name? Oh, yeah. He didn't use the first name. They like Natalie's talking about Zelensky. Yeah, that's why I was saying it was strange. because you could have understood it if maybe he was using the first name and he got sort of tripped up on that, but he's just saying President, and he should have said President Zelensky, but he said President Putin instead. Biden is holding a press conference right now. Should we cut away from that? I was afraid of this, chat. Did I tell you that this might happen? I'd say that Mr. Girl arc is when she and Chud logic fell out. Okay, so yeah, Mr. Girl is a Destiny adjacent content creator that probably first got famous for giving a positive review of the film Cuties. And it was positive in the sense that Mr. Girl said that the film was hot. And for most people, this would be a reason to hate the guy. This would be a reason to be grossed out by the guy. But for the Destiny community, there was a certain respect that Mr. Girl was willing to say something that wasn't popular. I don't think I understand it entirely. Where this begrudging respect from Mr. Girl came from, but Mr. Girl became an orbiter of Destiny at that point. And Mr. Girl started to grow as a streamer after that point. And Chud Logic at the time was also a Destiny sycophant. He's you know, I don't know what point, there's more like, do we need to go to the Biden thing? Do we need to see what the press conference is? If this is breaking news, if this is what I think it is, right, chat? And I did, if it's what I think it is, I'm gonna say, there it is. He's holding a major big boy press conference. Wait, we got Pac-Man here. Can we find something better than Pac-Man to watch this on? Biden press conference. ABC News. Can we find C-SPAN? I feel like C-SPAN's the safest. MSNBC, Associated Press. We'll go with AP if we don't find anything else. PBS NewsHour, Wall Street Journal, CNBC, Face the Nation, The Hill. Wow. I'm still looking for C-SPAN. Midas Touch? Okay, wait, what did I find? Wow. We'll use AP.
China and Russia, and whether or not in a second term you would pursue that, if you could describe that strategy to us. And along the
Wait, is this it, chat? Is this what we're looking for? It stopped moving. Why did you stop moving? Also, thank you. Oh, I see what's going on. You know what? I think Omega's gift subs were just delayed. I think that's what happened. I think those are Omega's gift subs. Kelsey Soloway, Felix Rios, fresh out of the asylum. Will Florida, Peter Martin. You just got weaseled. The memberships did come through. They were just on a delay somehow. All right, what's going on?
Could you also tell us whether you think, just to follow up on Felicia's question, that if you were in a room with Vladimir Putin again, the way you were 3 years ago, or with President Xi, that a few years from now you will be able to go negotiate with them, handle them one-on-one?
Well, the first part of the question is, we discussed and I raised in the NATO summit, and others raised, the future of China's involvement, what they're going to do, what they're doing with Russia in terms of accommodating, facilitating them. They're getting access to additional. They're not supplying weapons themselves. They're supplying mechanisms for them to be able to get weapons. And China's position is basically, and I've spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader has, over 90 hours since being vice president all the way through, for real. And by the way, I handed all my notes.
For real, though.
But my point is that Xi believes that China is a large enough market that they can entice any country, including European countries, to invest there in return for commitments from Europe to do A, B, C, or D, or not to do certain things. What's happened is we had a long discussion about what we have to make clear China has to understand that if they are supplying Russia with information and capacity, along with working with North Korea and others to help Russia in armament, that they're not going to benefit economically as a consequence of that by getting the kind of investment they're looking for. And so, for example, we're in a situation where, and we've reestablished direct contact with China after that, remember the balloon, quote unquote, going down, and all of a sudden things came to an end? Well, we set up a new mechanism. There's a direct line between Xi and me, and our military has direct access to one another, and they contact one another when we have problems. The issue is that we have to make sure that Xi understands there's a price to pay for undercutting both the Pacific Basin as well as Europe, and as it relates to Russia and dealing with Ukraine. And so for example, if you want to invest in China, as you know this area really well, if you want to invest in China, you have to have a 51% Chinese owner. You have to make sure that you do by their rules, and you don't have the authority, and you have to provide all access to all the data and information you have. There was a while there, as you recall, the last administration and other administrations, where the access to that market was enticing enough to get companies to come in because they had access to over 1 billion people in the market, not 1 billion, but a lot of people in the market. And so they were doing it. But that got curtailed when we started saying we're going to play by the same rules. For example, the idea they don't abide by the international rules related to subsidizing products by the government funding. So guess what? They're not going to be able to export their electric vehicles to the United States without a significant tariff. Others are doing the same thing around the world. But it is a concern. It is a concern that you have both China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, countries that are not necessarily coordinated in the past, looking to figure out how they can have impact.
Okay, so Chad, I gotta ask if anybody knows.
Yes, I do, but I'm not prepared to talk about the detail of it in public.
Did he address staying in or not earlier?
Some of our European friends are going to be curtailing their investment in Russia. In China, as long as China continues to have this indirect help to Russia in terms of being able to help their economy as well as help them in, as a consequence of that, their ability to fight in Ukraine. The other thing that we talked a lot about is that, and I raised it, and I didn't hear any. I can't swear that everyone agreed because not everyone got to talk about it. But we need a new industrial policy in the West. For example, we talked about how both the EU as well as NATO has to be able to begin to build their own munition capacity, has to be able to generate their own capacity to provide for weapons and the ability to, it came as a surprise to some of us how we had fallen behind in the West in terms of the ability to construct new material, new weaponry, new everything from vehicles to weapon systems. And so one of the things that came out of this was we're going to be meeting again with a number of my colleagues, my European colleagues, is what do we do to increase the capacity of the West, particularly in Europe and Japan, to be able to generate the kind of ability to produce their own weapon systems. Not just for themselves, but to be able to generate that. It's the same, it's what Russia's trying to figure out. That they went to China and they didn't get the weapons, but then they went to North Korea. But we're going to be in a position where the West is going to become the industrial base for to be able to build the ability to have all the defensive weapons that we need. That was a discussion as well.
Mr. President, I'm not sure you answered on whether you would be ready to go deal with Putin and Xi 2 or 3 years from now.
I'm ready to deal with them now and 3 years from now. Look, Like I said, I'm dealing with Xi right now and direct contact with him. I have no good reason to talk to Putin right now. There's not much that he is prepared to do in terms of accommodating any change in his behavior. And, but there isn't any world leader I'm not prepared to deal with. But I understand the generic point is Putin ready to talk? I'm not ready to talk to Putin unless Putin's ready to change his behavior. And the idea, look, Putin's got a problem. First of all, in this war that he has supposedly have won, and by the way, I think, don't hold me to the exact number, but I think that Russia had 17.3% of Ukraine that they conquered.
So,
now it's 17.4.
I believe we missed like 30 minutes. We missed the first 30 minutes. Does anybody have?
Successful. They've called horrible.
He's doing gooder, says chat.
But they've also lost over 350,000 troops, military, killed or wounded. They've over 1 million people, particularly young people with technical capability, leaving Russia because they see no future there. They've got a problem. But what they do have control of is they are very good at controlling and running the public outcry that relates to how they use mechanisms to communicate with people. They lie like hell through the constituencies. They lie like hell about what's going on. And so the idea that we're going to be able to fundamentally change Russia in the near term is not likely. But one thing for certain, if we allow Russia to succeed in Ukraine, they're not stopping in Ukraine. I recommend, I know you know this because you've written about it, read Putin's speech after they moved in, what it was all about in Kyiv. It wasn't about just, anyway, read what his objective is.
Ooh.
And anyway.
The more he trails off like this, the worse.
I'm prepared to talk to
So chat.
Including if Putin called me and wanted to talk.
One of the biggest things
was trying to get him to work on an arms control agreement related to nuclear weapons in space.
One of the biggest topics Biden's trying to address right now is NATO, is foreign policy.
There is an
Omega
inclination on the
Star,
part of the
super
Chinese to
chatted
keep
$5. I'm glad we all have each other, because everything else is just bonkers right now.
Right?
the Asian Pacific area more than anyone.
Thank you for the super chat, Omega Star.
We just put together with today. I brought on. I asked our NATO allies that we bring on the group.
But this is more of him trying to present himself as the NATO guy, which,
Japan.
like, this is just boilerplate U.S. policy. Trump is the aberration in, being negative toward about NATO, right? This has just been.
Mentioned Australia, and I met twice now, I think, with the 14 leaders of the Pacific Island nations, and we've slowed down what's going on there.
So in other words, him trying to use NATO as a political issue,
and I don't take it lightly.
It's not.
Assam from NPR.
It's not the question that's on a lot of voters' minds. Let's just say it that way.
Mr. President, Asma Khalid with NPR. I have two questions. Earlier, you spoke about the ceasefire plan between Israel and Hamas. We're now looking at 10 months of war, and I'm curious if there's anything that you feel personally you wish you would have done differently over the course of the war. And then secondly, if I may, I wanted to ask you about your presidential campaign. I remember covering your campaign in 2020, and there was a moment where you referred to yourself as a, quote, bridge candidacy, a transition to a younger generation of leaders. I want to understand what changed.
Two things. Let's go back to when you talked about would I have changed anything that's happening with Israel and the Palestinians and the Palestinian movement. The answer is, as you recall, from the very beginning, I went to Israel, but I also got immediate contact with al-Sisi in Egypt. I met with the King of Jordan. I met with I met with most of the Arab leaders to try to get a consensus.
Well, at least he's not mixing up Sisi and AMLO anymore.
Deal with getting more aid and food and medicine into the Gaza Strip. And we pushed it really hard. And Israel occasionally was less than cooperative, number one. The Israeli War Cabinet, I've been dealing with Israel since Golda Meir. Some of the reporters around here come me all the time and heard me say this. The first time I met with Golda Meir, I sat across from her at her desk, and her assistant was Rabin sitting next to me. That's how far back I go. I know Israel well, and I support Israel. But this war cabinet is one of the most conservative war cabinets in the history of Israel. And there's no ultimate answer other than a two-state solution here. And so what was able to be done in terms of the plan I put together was it would be a process for a two-state solution. And we get the Arab nations to, particularly from Egypt all the way to Saudi Arabia, to be in a position where they would cooperate in the transition so that they could keep the peace in Gaza without Israeli forces staying in Gaza. The question has been from the beginning, what's the day after in Gaza? And the day after in Gaza has to be, the end of the day after has to be no occupation by Israel on the Gaza Strip, as well as the ability for us to get in and out as rapidly as you can, all that's needed there. I've been disappointed that some of the things that I've put forward have not succeeded as well, like the port we attached from Cyprus. I was hopeful that would be more successful. But that's why when I went to Israel immediately after the massacres that occurred at the hands of Hamas, the one thing I said to the Israelis, and I met with the War Cabinet and with Bibi, don't make the same mistake America made after bin Laden. There's no need to occupy anywhere. Go after the people who did the job.
That is...
Still get criticized for it, but I was totally opposed to the occupation and trying to unite Afghanistan.
What he's saying is right? There is a good parallel to draw between the U.S.'s response to 9/11 and Israel's response to October 7th. That being said...
Not every inch, the entirety from the poppy fields all the way to the north.
That being said, he's been way too pliable for Israel.
What you should be doing is doubling down. We'll help you.
For somebody that recognizes the parallels, the mistakes of post 9/11 and the parallels with Israel,
when the weapons they needed.
He hasn't done much.
They cannot be used in Gaza or any populated area without causing great human tragedy and damage. But remember what happened when you had the attack on Israel with rockets and ballistic missiles. I was able to unite the Arab nations as well as Europe, and nothing happened. Nothing got hurt. It sent an incredible lesson.
He's talking about the Iran.
So there's a lot of things that, in retrospect, I wish I had been able to convince the Israelis to do. But the bottom line is we have a chance now. It's time to end this war. Doesn't mean walk away from going after Sinwar and Hamas. And if you notice, you know better than most, there is a growing dissatisfaction on the West Bank from the Palestinians about Hamas. Hamas is not popular now. And so there's a lot of movement.
Actually, they were less popular before.
To make sure that we get as much done as we can toward a ceasefire, and get those.
Hamas was losing popularity in the Gaza Strip prior to the Israeli incursion. That's not my understanding that they are now.
Better in Israel than they are here.
Also, any polls in Gaza? Like, how are you gonna conduct a poll in Gaza right now? I gotta press X to doubt on that.
2020, you referred to yourself as being a bridge candidate for a younger.
What the fuck happened? Didn't this just get asked?
Leaders, and I wanted to know what.
Did he forget to?
What changed was the gravity of the situation I inherited in terms of the economy, our foreign policy, and domestic division. And I think, I won't put words in anybody's mouth. Most presidential historians give me credit for having accomplished more than most any president since Johnson and maybe before that to get major pieces of legislation passed. And what I realized was my long time in the Senate had equipped me to have the wisdom to know how to deal with the Congress to get things done. We got more major legislation passed that no one thought would happen. And I want to finish it, to get that finished. If tomorrow, if we had a circumstance where there was a lineup and I hadn't inherited what I did and we just moved things along, anyway, it's going to change.
Last question.
Haley Bull, Scripps. Or no, Josh Weingrove, I'm sorry, was the next one. I'll do 2 more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of your colleagues, Democrats on the Hill, are watching tonight as they assess what they want to say about your candidacy. I'm wondering how you're thinking of this right now. It seems like your answer is clear, but they're watching how things go tonight, tomorrow in Michigan, next week in Texas and Nevada. Are you thinking that way about whether how the next week or 2 goes would inform your...
Am I using that way, you said?
Are you thinking that way about how the next 2 weeks go? Will that affect your decision, or are you fully determined on running in November as the party's nominee?
I'm determined on running, but I think it's important that I allay fears by let them see me out there. Let me see them out, for the longest time it was, Biden's not prepared to sit with us unscripted. Biden's not prepared to, anyway. And so what I'm doing is, and I've been doing, I think we've done over 20 major events, from Wisconsin to North Carolina to, anyway, to...
Ooh, there's too many of these.
I think we can win, where we can persuade people to move our way, or people are already there. And here, look, the other thing is, we have the most extensive campaign organization of anybody's had in a long, long time. We have well over 1,000 volunteers.
What?
Doors, making phone calls, making tens of thousands of phone calls.
Is 1,000 volunteers?
I forget exactly how many. I don't want to cite a number and then find out I'm off. But we have scores of headquarters in all the toss-up states. We're organized. We're moving. And that's awful hard to replace in the near term. And so, and here's the other thing. I was in the Senate a long time. Very proud of what I've done in the Senate. I was chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee for a long time, and I was chairman or ranking member and chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I'm going to be going down to the Johnson Library. Anyway, I'm going to be going around.
The Johnson.
I think we have to finish.
As an LBJ.
To lose what we've done or
AKA the last Democrat to pull out of an election.
Women's rights. There's that little button we have.
What?
Guns, not girls.
What?
I mean, the idea we're sitting around, this is where Kamala's so good as well. We're sitting around. More children are killed by a bullet than any other cause of death. The United States of America. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing? We got a candidate saying, promised the NRA, don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do anything. You got a Supreme Court.
But they know that you're not going to do anything because Democrats never do anything on gun control.
This is ridiculous. There's so much we can do still. And I'm determined to get it done.
Oh my God, of all the issues for him to go over.
I'll end this. Well, I'm not going to do that. Haley.
Like Trump, for all of his issues, he did sign the bump stock legislation.
I remember I made a speech on democracy in Philadelphia.
He probably wishes he hadn't now, but...
And I'm not being critical, just observing. The bulk of the press, what the hell is he talking about that for? Democracy. You did. Democracy is not an issue. Democracy is not an issue. Except the polling data showed 60% of the people knew I was right, thought I was right. I'm not asking you a question. You don't have to answer, obviously. But do you think our democracy is under siege? Based on this court? Do you think democracy intercedes based on Project 2025? Do you think he means what he says when he says he's going to do away with the civil service, eliminate the Department of Education, make sure? I mean, we've never been here before. And that's the other reason why I didn't, you say, hand off to another generation. I've got to finish this job. I've got to finish this job because there's so much at stake.
We've had
So he's going to do one more?
the past few days with your press secretary about the question of health exams, and you said you take a cognitive test every day in this job.
Yeah, he was saying the job was a cognitive test, basically.
The election, Governor Whitmer of Michigan, for instance, said it wouldn't hurt to take a test.
Well, look, two things. One,
I think Trump and Biden should take those tests.
3 significant and intense neurological exams by a neurologist. In each case, as recently as February. And they say I'm in good shape, okay? Although I do have a little problem with my left foot because it's not as sensitive because I broke my foot and didn't wear the boot. But I'm good. I'm tested every single day about my neurological capacity to do decisions I make every day.
There we go. He's saying that the job is a neurological test, so he doesn't need to take one.
My staff talks a lot. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think you have them telling you that all the major ideas we've undertaken haven't been in part initiated by me. I remember when the staff and I said, I'm going to go to South Korea, we're going to get the chip. What are you doing? I'm going
Wait, the chip?
Japan and Korea back together again after essentially having hostilities toward one another.
Okay.
Since the end of World War II.
Japan and South Korea.
We can expand it.
The chip hack,
The only thing age does
I'm not sure why he's bringing up the Chip Act here.
is a bit of wisdom if you pay attention.
Like, that has more to do with Taiwan.
I think it's important that if the neurologist tells me he thinks I need another exam, and by the way, I've laid every bit of the record out. Hadn't hidden a thing. You ought to ask Trump for his, okay?
That's true.
Laid it all out. And every single day.
They should both take...
If they think there's a problem, I promise you, or even if they don't think it's a problem, they think I should have a neurological exam again, I'll do it. But no one's suggesting that to me now. And I'll ask you another question. No matter what...
So he's acting like it's not important.
Did you have 7 docs? Did you have 2? Who'd you have? Did you do this? How many times did you... So I am not opposed if my doctors tell me I should have another neurological exam, I'll do it.
Does he not understand that the public needs to be reassured? And if there's nothing wrong, if everything's fine, you should be fine with taking another...
You said you're making decisions on a day-to-day basis when it comes to support for Ukraine.
full battery of cognitive and neurological exams.
On further considering lifting restrictions for U.S.-made weapons inside Russia. And if I may, your convention is coming up where your delegates are pledged to make you the official nominee. If they have second thoughts, are they free to...
Oh, that's an... So there's 2 questions here.
They're free to do whatever they want, but I get overwhelming support. Overwhelming.
You can't ask Biden 2 questions. He can't keep both in his head, I don't think, at the same time.
Overwhelming. And so tomorrow, if all of a sudden I show up at the convention, everybody says, we want somebody else, that's the democratic process. It's not going to happen.
Even if that means they vote for someone else?
Sure. Look.
Wait, so is he saying that he's willing to release his delegates?
I understand the impetus.
I don't think he's saying that.
Candidates running for local office. And whether they think the topic they can help them or not. In my state of Delaware, which was a very, at least it was a red state when I started, in terms of we now talk red and blue.
He started back in the 70s.
I don't recall most of
in terms of Congress.
In my state when I was a candidate. The truth of the matter is I understand the self-interest of every candidate. If they think that, running with Biden at the top, it's going to hurt them, then they're going to run away. I get it. But so far, go and look at the polling data in their states. Look at the in-depth, and by the way, I think you'd all acknowledge, and you're all experts. I'm not being solicitous about the president. You're experts on this stuff. How accurate does anybody think the polls are these days?
Oh my God, he's like coping hard. He's coping hard.
Likely voters, me versus Trump, where I win all the time. When the unlikely voters vote, he wins sometimes. The bottom line is all the polling data right now, which I think is premature because the campaign really hasn't even started. I mean, it hadn't started in earnest yet. Most of the time, it doesn't start till after September, after Labor Day.
Hope.
So a lot can happen. But I think I'm the best I believe I'm the best qualified to govern. And I think I'm the best qualified to win. But there are other people who could beat Trump too. But it's awful start from scratch. And, you know, we talk about, you know, money raised. We're not doing bad. We got about $220 million in the bank. We're doing what?
Again, that's money that Kamala Harris could use too.
Want to follow up on any of that? You just asked me.
Yes.
She asked you about Ukraine.
Vice President.
Yes.
If your team went back and showed you data that she would fare better against former President Donald Trump, would you reconsider your decision to...
So supposedly, chat, they are looking at that.
They came back and said, there's no way you can win. Me. No one's saying that. No poll says that.
Mr. President,
Okay. Thank you.
You need to lean into your mic when you say that. When you do that. Is he done? Is he done? There are more questions, infinitely more questions.
This concludes.
Respectfully, earlier you misspoke in your opening answer. You referred to Vice President Harris as Vice President Trump. Right now, Donald Trump is using that to mock your age and your memory. How do you combat that criticism from tonight?
Listen to him.
This concludes tonight's.
What?
Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everyone.
So again, chat, we missed like 30 minutes of that. I wonder if they asked him about the Putin thing. Here's where he comes on.
Yes. It's especially moment because a would-be aggressor knows if they attack one of us, they'll be attacked by all of us.
So he's talking about NATO again. Did he start off strong at least? This is his opening statement.
For those who thought NATO's time had passed, they got a rude awakening.
So yeah, indeed, this is him saying, I'm going to be the NATO guy.
Some of the oldest and deepest fears in Europe roared back to life because once again, a murderous madman was on the march. But this time, no one cowered in appeasement, especially the United States. We collected intelligence that Russia was planning.
Chat, I'm gonna try to.
Before the
I
invasion.
don't know if it's a good time.
I directed the intelligence community to be a significant amount of intelligence be declassified, so I could start building an international coalition to oppose the invasion. Then in February, some of you remember, I warned the world that the invasion was imminent. I rallied a coalition of 50 nations from Europe to Asia to help Ukraine defend itself. Many foreign policy experts thought, as Putin amassed Russian forces just 100 miles north of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, but he thought...
I need to take a bathroom break, chat. Let's see if I can do this.
The capital would fall in less than a week. But the Ukrainian people, backed by a coalition to help build, stopped them. Today, Kyiv still stands, and NATO stands stronger than it has ever been. During the week of this summit, several heads of states made it a point in their statements to thank the United States
There's that.
and to thank me personally for all that NATO has achieved. NATO is not only stronger, NATO is bigger because we led the charge to bring in Finland and Sweden into the alliance, and it makes a gigantic difference. Excuse me. Meanwhile, my predecessor has made it clear he has no commitment to NATO. He's made it clear that he would feel no obligation to honor Article 5. He's already told Putin, and I quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." In fact, the day after...
I'm going to take a really quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back.
It was wonderful. Some of you forgot that, but that's exactly what he said. But I made it clear, a strong NATO is essential to American security. And
All right, I will be right back.
Article 5 is sacred. And I would remind all Americans, Article 5 is invoked only once in NATO's long history, and that was to defend America after 9/11. I made it clear that I will not bow down to Putin. I will not walk away from Ukraine. I will keep NATO strong. That's exactly what we did, and exactly what we'll continue to do. Now, the future of American policy is up to the American people. This is much more than the political question. It's more than that. It's a national security issue. Don't reduce this to the usual testament that people talk about, issues of being a political campaign. It's far too important. It's about the world we live in for decades to come. Every American must ask herself or himself, is the world safer with NATO? Are you safer? Is your family safer? I believe the American people know. The answer to all those questions is yes. And I believe the American people understand that America is stronger because of our alliances. I believe the American consensus from Truman to Reagan to me still holds today. America cannot retreat from the world. We must lead the world. We're an indispensable nation, as Madeleine Albright wrote. Now let me turn to three other key issues. Just this morning, we had a great economic report showing inflation is down. Overall prices fell last month. Core inflation is the lowest it's been in 3 years. Prices are falling for cars, appliances, and airfares. Grocery prices have fallen since the start of the year. We're going to keep working to take down corporate greed to bring those prices down further. Meanwhile, Trump's calling for a 10% tariff on everything Americans buy, including food from overseas, vegetables, and other necessities. And economists tell us that that would cost the average American working family another $2,500 a year. It's a tax of $2,500 a year. Second,
Like I feel like he needs to play to his strengths. Like he should be like, "That's a tax, Jack. You get that?" Like I don't know, but no, yeah, he's right about in terms of Trump's plan to shift the tax burden onto working Americans through getting rid of a income tax. I mean, this is kind of like a batshit like libertarian. Like this is the kind of thing that you'd expect from a Sam Cedar libertarian caller, right? Yeah, we're gonna get rid of. Like it's not a proposal that you expect to see from a president, somebody running for president, right? But no, this is Trump's idea for taxes apparently. So yeah, he's right about this. Again, there's a lot. The Trump campaign is a target-rich environment. Unfortunately, when Biden's ability to continue to serve as president, let alone to continue to, run as the standard bearer for the Democrats, is in question, that is what's going to take up all the oxygen in the room. He, ironically enough, is the reason that more people aren't talking about this kind of stuff, right? And him, moving aside, allowing somebody else to run, not only would that get more attention to the race early on, which he said, like correctly, most people don't check in till September into the presidential race. Not only would that allow, kind of bring more attention to that, but it also gets the it would also allow more attention to be paid to some of the really disturbing stuff that is coming up with Trump. Take out food and housing is the two big. Oh yeah, food and housing is huge. Fed wants to see it reach 2. Yeah, they've waited for a long time before adjusting the interest rates. You're right, Earthkeeper.
Our efforts to secure the border, southern border, is working. After Trump killed the bipartisan effort to secure the border, Republicans and Democrats had worked on, because he thought it would benefit me and make him a loser, Republicans walked away. So I took executive action last month. As a consequence, working with Mexico, border encounters have gone down over 50%. The current level is lower today than when Trump left office. Third, for months, the United States has been working to secure a ceasefire in Gaza, to bring the hostages home, to create a path for peace and stability in the Middle East. 6 weeks ago,
Old Greg says, as much as I hate to admit it, my pockets were a hell of a lot more full under Trump. We'll see if he can do it again. Old Greg, your pockets were filled by a stimulus that Trump was forced to do under COVID. He is now talking about, all right, eliminating taxes on the wealthy. I'm assuming you're not a millionaire or a billionaire, in which case I don't care if your pockets are full or not, right? He's talking about eliminating the income tax, so cutting taxes for the very wealthy and shifting that burden onto you through tariffs. So you want to wait around and see what, where you end up there, you're going to get fucked. All right. As bad as, it is that the Democrats are running a person that's just too old to continue being president, that doesn't erase what a shit show Trump was and is. And please don't, mistake like things like a stimulus that Trump is essentially forced to give because of the pandemic for Trump's policies. What were Trump's policies? What did he do? What legislation did he pass? Do you know? He cut taxes for the rich, right? So unless you're a millionaire and billionaire, in which case I'm sorry, but I'm not feeling bad about your pockets being full or empty. Whatever you say about that, your pockets are a lot fuller than mine. Unless you're like, some kind of like independently wealthy person, you're going to be worse off economically under Trump. And that shouldn't be a surprise.
I laid out a detailed plan in writing. It was endorsed by the UN Security Council.
And I will work on putting that point that I just made in the form of a crimp in order to honor the show that you're from.
G7. That framework is now agreed on by both Israel and Hamas. So I sent my team to the region to hammer out the details. These are difficult, complex issues. There's still gaps to close, but we're making progress. The trend is positive. And I'm
any Mighty Boosh fans in the audience? Do we want more crimping?
To get this deal done and bring an end to this war, which should end now. Let me conclude where I began. We're the United States of America. We are the indispensable nation. Our leadership matters. Our partnerships matter. This moment matters. We must rise to meet it. With that, I'll take your question.
Yeah, so and that also was a big fuck up by Biden, right? So yeah, Trump dispersed, I think, 2 rounds of $2,000 stimulus. Biden dispersed 1 round of a $1,400 stimulus, and I'm still waiting for that $600, Joe. I'm still waiting.
I've been given a list of people to call on here. Reuters, Jeff Mason.
Okay, so there's him starting the conference.
Has hung over the NATO summit a little bit this week. Speaker Pelosi made a point of suggesting that your decision on whether to stay in the race was still open. George Clooney and a handful of lawmakers have called on you to...
Why do people care about Clooney? I want to know this.
Reuters is reporting tonight that UAW leadership is concerned about...
I know he's a popular actor, but like seriously.
Just endorse me, but go ahead.
Thank you. My question for you is, how are you incorporating these developments into your decision to stay? And separately, what concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there. Number one. The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president.
Here we
I
go.
beat him once, and I will beat him again. Secondly,
here you go with Biden's main character syndrome here. He's the only one who can beat Trump, right? And in fact, he never was. He was the only one who could beat Bernie. That's why he was selected. That's why everybody else was told to get out of the race, and except for Elizabeth Warren, right? He was there not to give us the only chance of ending the Trump administration. He was there to give us, to make sure that the establishment Dems did not have to deal with an ascendant progressive branch, did not have to deal with a President Bernie Sanders. And as much as I think that the impact of a Bernie Sanders presidency, for better or for worse, have been a lot less than most people assume. In other words, Bernie's not going to rock the boat, and you've seen that. You've seen the degree to which he's cooperated with Biden. You saw the degree to which he cooperated with Hillary Clinton in supporting her in 2016, right? Bernie's not, electing Bernie is not a vote for a change in the mode of production, unfortunately. But nonetheless, right, the gerontocracy, the establishment Dems fear losing control, and very likely, would have lost a certain measure of control under a Sanders presidency.
I served in the Senate a long time. The idea that senators and congressmen running for office worry about the ticket is not unusual. And I might add...
Wait, did we come in right around here?
There were at least 5 presidents running, or incumbent presidents, who had lower numbers than I have now.
I don't think that there are any successfully reelected presidents that had lower numbers than he has now. What's he talking about?
Later in the campaign. So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving. And because, look, I got more work
to keep on moving. Ain't nobody going to break up my style.
We got more work to finish. There's so much, we made so much progress. Think about it. Think about where we are economically relative to the rest of the world. Name me a world leader who wouldn't want to trade places with our economy. We've created over 800,000 manufacturing jobs, 1.5 million jobs. So things are moving. We got more to go. Working class people still need help. Corporate greed is still at large. Their prices, the corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic.
Ooh, there's a theory in chat that Biden is using main character syndrome to hide that the Dem establishment didn't want Kamala to run for president.
They're coming down, and so I'm optimistic about where things are going. Danny Kemp, AFP.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about you mixed up Presidents Zelensky and Putin.
Okay, so we do get a question about this.
And you now have sort of your key allies, including...
Look, it's not fucking funny. In this context, it's not funny, right? In another context where Biden had made no mistakes, there was no question about his cognitive ability, mixing up the name of Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin would just be a silly, funny thing. Unfortunately, it's no joke.
British Prime Minister, the President of France, and the German Chancellor having to step in and make excuses for you on that. And officials here are saying off the record that your decline has become noticeable. Hasn't this now, frankly, become damaging for America's standing in the world? Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our standing in my leading this conference? Have you seen a more successful conference? What do you think? And the Putin piece, I was talking about Putin, and I said, and now, at the very end, I said, here, I mean, Putin. I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky.
Did you just do it again? See, this is not making anybody more confident. Did he literally just do the same thing after being asked the question of like, hey, that fuck up you had earlier? Yeah, that's pretty wild. And they like laughs at, wait.
And the Putin piece, I was talking about Putin and I said, and now.
Okay, no.
I said, here, I mean, Putin. I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky.
Okay, I think he's just trying to recap what happened. I don't think that's him forgetting again and accidentally saying Putin once again. But look, I've got a lot more charity for this guy than, you know, the rest of the media, let alone, you know, the Trump side of things, right? This is absolutely going to be, you know, this is going to be characterized as him once again forgetting the difference between Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin.
And then I added 5 other names. Look, guys, the idea anybody suggests that we haven't had an incredibly successful conference. How many times did you hear in that conference, I know it sounds too self-serving, but other leaders, heads of state, in thanking me, saying the reason we're together is because of Biden. Because
Irene started muted again. I'm pretty sure that's not true. Can we get a check on that? Oh God, Scout. It's somebody starting off the stream right now. It's somebody who literally is watching the stream from the beginning. That got me worried. But they're not going to hear what I say for another 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Biden did the following. Look, folks, this is well, anyway, I thought it was the most successful conference I've attended in a long time, and find me a world leader who didn't think it was. Next one, Nancy Cordes, CBS.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned other instances in history where presidents have faced a challenge, but what makes this moment in history so unique is that it is not your enemies who are calling on you to reconsider your decision to stay in the race. It's your friends, supporters, people who think you've done a great job over the past 4 years. Have you spent time thinking about what it would mean for your legacy, which you've worked decades to build, if you stay in the race, despite the concerns that voters say they have, and you lose to someone who you yourself have argued is unfit to return to the Oval Office?
Well, look, I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started. As you recall, understandably, many of you and many economists thought my initial initiatives that I put forward, can't do that, it's going to cause inflation, things are going to skyrocket, the debt's going to go up. What are you hearing now from mainstream economists? 16 economic Nobel laureates said I've done a hell of a job.
Wait, is he talking about the infrastructure bill having helped the economy, that people thought that was going to cause more inflation? Here, sorry.
Many economists thought my initial initiatives that I put forward, can't do that, it's going to cause inflation.
Initial initiatives, is he talking about the infrastructure deal?
They're going to skyrocket, the debt's going to go up. What are you hearing now from mainstream economists? 16.
So he's right that that inflation has cooled, but he's being he's lacking perception. The biggest drivers of the feeling that inflation is still a big deal is housing and grocery. And you can sort of chalk those back up to those, you can sort of chalk them both up to greedflation. He's touched on this a few times, but I don't think he talks about it nearly enough, right? We've got literally a lawsuit against a software that allows landlords to keep their, to keep prices across the country artificially high. That essentially looks like collusion. and it's being, you know, prosecuted, right? Is they're being taken to court over that. You've got, you know, people taking advantage of the perception of inflation in order to raise prices to make more money. So, you know, as much as he wants to say, and he can point to like the inflation numbers cooling off, he's not really speaking to the concerns of working people, which he could do in, you know, in other ways, which he could do with better housing policies and some kind of regulatory teeth when it comes to price gouging.
Economic Nobel laureates said I've done a hell of a job. That under my plan so far and what's going to happen in the future if I'm reelected, that things are going to get much better. Our economy is growing. I was determined when I got elected to stop the trickle-down economic theory, that if the wealthy did very well, everybody else would do well. My dad was a well-read, decent guy.
So again, I told you where neoliberalism started, and it wasn't under Reagan, it was under Carter. Now, granted, the Republicans have been more aggressive advocates of a turn away from Keynesian economics, but the Democrats gave it up in the late 70s and never came back to it. That's what has deindustrialized, or at least started the deindustrialization of the United States, right? That's caused a huge amount of misery across the country. Look, I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it. If the Democrats want to, you know, if Biden wants to pivot away from, you know, trickle down economics, again, this is something that Democrats generally talk a good game about. They'll call out the trickle down economics, but you see them with economic policies that are way too close to the Republican policies.
I don't remember much trickling down on his kitchen table. Middle-class people and working-class people need help. And so what happened is I decided to was able to implement as president what I believed when I was a senator. And that is that the way to build this economy is from the middle out and the bottom up. That way we grow the economy. And the wealthy still do very well. They do fine. And guess what? Find me an economist, a mainstream economist who said we haven't done well.
So, I mean, he's essentially describing Keynesianism. Again, this was the default economic policy, maybe not even just for the Democrats, post-New Deal, right? Keynesian, it's exactly what he just described, right? That the putting money and taking care of working class people is a way to make the economy as a whole stronger. What it doesn't do is help the working class claw back leverage. You know, that being said, his labor policies have been better than we're used to from Democrats. So, you know, if he really wants to make a point of this, if he really wants to make this a campaign issue, I just think we need to see more from them, because there's been a lot of talk along these lines from the Democrats and a dearth of action. So
what have we not done that isn't working right now? And so we got more to do, though. We got to finish the job. And by the way, I come from the corporate state of the world. Delaware has more corporations you know, registered in Delaware than every other state in the nation combined. I'm not anti-corporate, but corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic, doubled. It's time things get back in order a little bit. It's time, for example, if I'm reelected, we're going to make sure that rents are kept at 5% increase in corporate rents for apartments and the like and homes are limited to 5%. We're going to make a lot of changes that I've been talking about, because we're going to continue to grow this economy. And by the way, I know, remember how I got so roundly criticized for being so pro-union, not labor, union. Well, guess what? I've been the most pro-union labor president in history. Not a joke. And guess what? We had the Treasury Department do a study. When unions do better, everybody does better. Everybody does better. And we talk about how...
Look, I mean, I like the policies that I'm hearing about. My concern is with the elephant in the room being Biden's age and his cognitive ability, that we are not going to hear nearly as much about those policies as we are going to hear about, you know, questions of Parkinson's, etc. Right? This is a good message for another candidate to take up.
For example, remember when we talked about getting the computer chip industry back in the United States? Used to be 40% of the industry. We invented the chip. 40% of the industry was in the United States. And former presidents decided that the best way to do it is find the cheapest labor in the world, send the product over there, and import what the product was. And so what did I do? I was told not to go over to Europe, to Asia, including Europe, but Asia.
I think we're close to the place where we...
I remember going to South Korea, convincing them to invest $20 billion in the United States to build computer chip factories. And I asked why when they finally decided to do it. And the answer was because you have the safest economy in the world and you have the best workers in the world. So the whole idea here is we've invested, there's over $50 billion in investment in computer chip manufacturing just coming in the bean. None of you thought that would happen. None of you.
And also, like, he thinks that this grumbly, scratchy voice is like impactful, but it's frightening. It's frightening. It's not.
You thought that would happen, but it's happening.
Like, it's like you're like, is he gonna keel over? What's going on? Is he getting enough oxygen? Is he okay?
It's happening. And it's going to grow economies, all through. And by the way, red states and blue states. Matter of fact, there's as much in red states as in blue states. I've made no distinction. So my generic point is that the idea that we can't continue to build and grow the economy, make it fairer. And like I said, from my standpoint, when the middle class does well, that's when the whole economy grows. The poor have a shot, the wealthy do well, but the wealthy got to start paying their taxes.
As a follow-up, sir, you mentioned that your Vice President Kamala Harris would be ready to serve on day one. Can you elaborate on that? What is it about her attributes and her accomplishments over the last 4 years that make her ready to serve on day one if necessary?
Okay, so this question is speaking to the fact that Kamala Harris has not been featured as a player in the White House for the last 4 years, and it's because of her, weak poll numbers, her, periodic awkwardness, etc. Right, and so that's where this person's coming from.
First of all, the way she's handled the issue of freedom of women's bodies to have control over their bodies. Secondly, her ability to handle almost any issue on the board. This was a hell of a prosecutor. She was a first-rate person, and in the Senate, she was really good. I wouldn't have picked her unless I thought she was qualified to be president. From the very beginning, I made no bones about that. She is qualified to be president. That's why I picked her. Felicia Schwartz, Financial Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. Presidency is the most straining job in the world, and it's 24/7. How can you say you'll be up for that next year, in 2 years, in 4 years, given the limits you've acknowledged that you have today?
The limits I've acknowledged I have?
She meant his campaign has acknowledged that he has good hours and bad hours, and the good hours that they've mentioned are between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. right? And in fact, it's been at times, it seems like it's been even earlier than that. There's a phenomenon known as sundowning. It doesn't speak to any particular neurodegenerative or like cognitive disorder, but it's like a set of symptoms that a lot of elderly people tend to show, and it manifests as them not being able to handle the same sorts of tasks late in the day or in the evening as they are early on. That's why it's called sundowning. So, I don't know. This makes me, what him being confused about this, to me says that he's not super cued into what his campaign is saying.
There's been reporting that you've acknowledged that you need to go to bed earlier and your evening around 8.
That's not true. Look, what I said was instead of my every day starting at 7 and going to bed at midnight, it'd be smarter for me to pace myself a little more. And I said, for example, the 8, 7, 6 stuff.
So yeah, he's not aware that this is stuff that his campaign has acknowledged already.
Instead of starting a fundraiser at 9 o'clock, start at 8 o'clock. People get to go home by 10 o'clock. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about. And if you looked at my schedule since I made that stupid mistake in the campaign, in the debate, I mean, my schedule has been full bore. I've done, where's Trump been? Riding around in his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball? I mean, look, he's very...
Oh my God, he said the same thing again about Trump. So he's talking about Trump cheating at golf, right? He brought this up during the debate, you know, in terms of saying that he would be willing to face Trump in golf. He mentioned an 8 handicap, which I don't think anybody, including Trump, thinks he actually has. That being said, Trump is a golf cheat. If we have time, there's a video about Trump cheating at golf. It's a pretty well documented thing. And are you surprised that the game that it's easiest to cheat at, Trump is cheating at? Yeah, I mean, he cheats at golf, right? So that's what he means by filling out his scorecard before he gets in the golf cart. He's essentially just writing down a score for himself, regardless of how he does. You know, that being said, this is not the best issue for Biden to harp on. And chat, I see you there. We're gonna okay. So here's what we're planning. All right, we're gonna finish this press conference. We kind of are wrapping up. We watched the end of it first because that's when we came in, and we're catching up with where we were at. I'm gonna take a minute and talk to chat after this, and then we'll get back to the Westside Tyler Demon Mama discussion of electoralism, of Biden, of Contrapoints, and all that other stuff. The stuff that we planned on talking about today. But we took a little diversion because this was maybe an unexpected press conference to come up. There's a lot writing for him on this. You can tell what he's trying to do is he wants to get through a full press conference without having any major malfunctions. And this is after mistakenly referring to Trump as his vice president, mistakenly referring to Zelensky as Putin, and, you know, some other big foot in the mouth moments for Biden. So I don't know, you know, he's talking quietly, he's talking slowly, he is not aware of some of the things that his campaign has told the media. You know, it's not great. I mean, I haven't seen any huge like just disasters yet, but I don't think this is enough to change the narrative.
Done virtually nothing. And I have, I don't know how many, don't hold me to it, roughly 20 major events. Some of them with thousands of people showing up. And so I just think it's better. I always have an inclination, whether I was playing sports or doing politics, just to keep going, not stop. I just got to just pace myself a little more. Pace myself. And the next debate, I'm not going to be traveling into 15 time zones a week before. Anyway, that's what it was about. That's what it was about. And by the way, even with that, I love my staff, but they add things all the
time. Ooh, do you hear that, chat?
Anyway.
This is not a good dynamic.
I'm sorry, Zeke Miller, Associated Press.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 questions for you. First, on the NATO summit, President Zelensky, in your meeting with him, he pressed you to lift your limitations on the Ukrainian use of American weapons, saying that, in his public remarks afterwards, saying that Ukraine cannot win the war unless those limitations are lifted. Are you reconsidering your position on that? And then secondly, following up on Felicia's question there, leaders of your own party have said that they're not worried about that debate. They're worried about the next bad night and the bad night after that. How can you reassure the American people that...
So again, for anybody who just missed that, he's acknowledging a separation between the message that he wants to send out and the message that his campaign staff, he's saying that campaign staff adds stuff, right? And, you know, they're responding to stuff that he is showing himself unable to respond to is what they're doing, right? There's friction, I guess, between Biden, his wife particularly, who seems to be ride or die for Biden's 2024 campaign, and then the people that are trying to help him run that campaign. So yeah, it's trouble in paradise. I don't know if it's paradise, but trouble somewhere. Biden, don't smear your staff. They're just doing their job to save your butt. Exactly, Metal.
You are up to the task, and that there won't be more bad nights at a debate stage or somewhere else.
First thing about Zelensky asking for the ability to strike deep into Russia. We've allowed Zelensky to use American weapons in the near term and the near or abroad into Russia. Whether or not he should be attacked. For example, should Zelensky, he's not. If he had the capacity to strike Moscow, strike the Kremlin, would that make sense? It wouldn't. The question is, what's the best use of the weaponry he has, and the weaponry we're getting to him? I've gotten him more long-range capacity, as well as defensive capacity. And so our military is where I'm following the advice of my commander-in-chief, my
Like, honestly, if he's interested in HIMARS, if he's interested in the specific, weapons that he's arming Ukraine with, he should probably talk about that. If he can talk about that without getting, confused, without forgetting stuff, like, whatever, pick your fucking passion, Biden, and
the chief of staff of the military, as well as the Secretary of Defense and our intelligence people. And we're making a day-to-day basis on what they should and shouldn't go, how far they should go in. That's a logical thing to do. Second question related to
Bad nights, sir. How can you reassure the American people that you won't have more bad nights, whether they be on a debate stage or it's a matter of foreign policy?
Well, I tell you what, the best way to assure them is the way I assure myself. And that is, am I getting the job done? Am I getting the job done? Can you name me somebody who's gotten more major piece of legislation passed in 3.5 years? I created 2,000 jobs this last week. So if I slow down, I can't get the job done. That's a sign that I shouldn't be doing it. But there's no indication of that yet. None. What do we got here?
I mean, I may be alone in this, but I'm less concerned about his ability, he and his administration's ability to get the job of administrating the executive office done than I am with his ability to stand for president once again. Because look, a staff can work around a president with a limited schedule, right? A president with a limited schedule cannot work around the difficult job of running the office of president and also running a campaign. That's where it really breaks apart. That's where it really falls down. And if him campaigning for himself is going to include like these moments where he says Zelensky, or he says Putin instead of Zelensky, he says Medicare instead of Medicaid, and says that we finally defeated it when he's trying to talk about COVID. If he's these kind of moments, like talking about his Vice President Trump, calling himself the first black female president, all this kind of stuff, right? It's just, it doesn't allow him to benefit from the good parts of his record, from the positive comparison that you can draw between his administration and the Trump administration, right? From good economic data, or cooling inflation, or a potential cutting of the interest rates that might happen, right? He doesn't get to benefit from that stuff because all of the oxygen is taken up by questions of his capacity to serve.
Merrick, Pulaski Radio.
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you?
I'm well.
The elections in the US have consequences around the world. You have pretty high standing in Europe. I just asked President Macron about you, and he said we are happy to have him as the President of the United States. But there is a concern. Many people in Poland and across Europe are worried that the former president may win the election. And there's a lot of concern that Donald Trump may weaken NATO, stop supporting Ukraine, or push Ukraine to give up territories to Russia.
They're correct.
And yourself was warning just 2 minutes ago.
So this seems to be what Biden wants to run on. This seems to be something that Biden wants to make his signature in his being the NATO president, being able to build NATO, being able to make NATO strong. Normally, look, this wouldn't be an issue because that's the most basic boilerplate American foreign policy thing. Like, the U.S. largely began NATO. NATO is a holdover from the Cold War, as much as the Cold War, ended with the Soviet Union dissolving. A lot of, especially the gerontocracy, democratic establishment is still in that Cold War mindset. And so that makes Trump a little bit of an aberration. As far as what Trump has publicly acknowledged, the main part of it has been,
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Has been his desire to get the spending up, to get the military spending up from other NATO countries, especially after the Cold War ended. A lot of those countries have taken that money and spent it on like social programs, for instance, which makes sense when you're not dealing with some kind of a conflict in Europe. That being said, with Russia's foreign policy, a lot of countries are redirecting some of that money. Poland being the primary example of a country that spends a great portion of its GDP on military. But so Trump hasn't out and out, made any statements that are like anti-NATO and pro-Putin, or that sound like like he hasn't out and out said that, but his closeness to Putin, his inability to criticize Putin, does make people wonder. I don't think, though, that NATO and foreign policy in Europe, as much as it is maybe like becoming a bigger deal, foreign policy wise, I don't know how much of a campaign issue that is, especially when so many people are struggling with things like rent and being able to afford groceries, right? There's some very basic stuff that Americans are concerned about now. Another thing would be the right to bodily autonomy, right? There are issues that Biden could be talking about that would resonate more with the public. And that being said, I don't see how his NATO policy is going to be any different than other Democrats, right? He can draw a contrast between himself and Trump, I guess, because Trump is such a weirdo and may very well be in hock to Russian oligarchs, including Putin. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is the winner that he wants it to be. But like, you see what he's trying to do, right? He's at the NATO conference. He's giving these speeches. He's emphasizing his support for NATO and trying to do this is really an attempt by Biden to make himself look presidential after some of the unpresidential optics of what went on in the debate. But yeah, again, when you can't keep Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin straight, how much does it matter? How much can you portray yourself as strong on foreign policy when you're mixing up your ally and your adversary?
About it. So my question is, do you think that Europe will be left on its own if Donald Trump wins the election? And what's your advice to European leaders to prepare for possible US disengagement?
Well, look, I think, how can I say this without sounding too self-serving? I'm not having any of my European allies come up to me and say, Joe, don't run. What I hear them say is, you've got to win. You can't let this guy come forward.
They're not going to tell you, don't run. Right? You're the president of the fucking United States. Joe, they're going to kiss your ass. What do you think? Like, even if they're really concerned about you losing the election, they're not going to say it to your face that you need to get the fuck out. That's never going to fucking happen.
It'd be a disaster. It'd be a disaster. I mean, I think he said in one of his rallies, don't hold me to this, recently, where NATO, I just learned about NATO or something to that effect.
Yeah, he said he learned what NATO was after what, did he say after becoming president, or did he say after starting to run for president? Regardless, you know, this is a, how old was he? 70-something-year-old man, you know, who like lived his entire life, you know, or most of his life during the Cold War, that is not aware that's running for president, that was president for 4 years, is just unaware of the, you know, major foreign policy treaty organization. It's just like Destiny saying that he wasn't aware of much about Israel-Palestine before October 7th. And as much as he wants to say that he thinks he's done a lot of research and he's read a lot of books and he's read this and he's read that and he's caught up, it does tell you that that guy Destiny is never going to be competent to have a meaningful conversation with people who have written books on the, you know, conflicts surrounding Israel and Palestine. And at the same time, yeah, with Donald Trump, it does sort of go towards saying that he's not somebody that should be running, you know, running a country, let alone like a major world power.
Foreign policy has never been his strong point. And he seems to have an affinity to people who are authoritarian.
Yeah, the implication being I learned everything I need to know about NATO in 2 minutes. And the other implication being that he...
That worries, as I tell you from Poland, that worries Europe. That worries Poland. And nobody, including the people of Poland, think that if he wins in Ukraine, he's going to stop in Ukraine, that that's going to be the end of it. And so what I can say is, I think I'm the best qualified person to do the job, to make sure that Ukraine does not fall, that Ukraine succeeds, that the European alliance stays strong. You may recall, no one was talking about Finland joining NATO. I remember talking to Putin and
Chet, what do you think overall about this press conference? I would say that I'm a little bit like I'm seeing him as a little bit more competent in this particular appearance than I would have expected. That being said, I don't expect this to change the momentum, to change the narrative, to allay people's fears about him as a candidate. Remember, the fear is not that he's like unable to talk about, you know, the foreign policy that he, as somebody who's been in politics for decades, is basically immersed in, right? The issue is not how Biden is at his best. The issue is how Biden is at his worst, and we've seen maybe not even his worst. Maybe not even his worst.
Right after we got elected in Geneva, and he was talking about what we should do. We couldn't be in Eastern Europe, etc. And I said, you're looking for the Finlandization of Ukraine. I said, you're going to get the NATOization of Finland. And about 4 weeks later, I got a call. No, that's not true. Probably 5 months later, from the president of Finland, could he come and see me? Because in my office, and I invited him to the Oval Office. We sat down and talked. He said he wanted to join NATO. Could I help? And I did. It wasn't automatic. And then I got a call from the Swedes. I beg your pardon? And so Finland joined NATO.
What is going on? A deluge of chuds? I mean, we're talking about like a current foreign, like a current political issue. YouTube doesn't know, what my audience is. They just see like politics. They just see Joe Biden, and they're just sending in people that are interested. And yeah, Trump fans are interested in Biden too.
800-mile border is significant, and they're already allies, but they weren't part of NATO. And you heard, I think you heard, maybe I can't recall whether he said it publicly or in a closed meeting, but he wouldn't mind it being repeated. He said, we decided in Finland, the people of Finland decided they had to be part of NATO. It was in our interest because of the joint ability to be together, to dissuade any attack on Finland. And the same thing with Sweden. It took a lot of selling to some folks, particularly in Turkey and other places, to agree to the expansion. But it expanded. And we're a hell of a lot stronger because of it. We're more secure because of it. And by the way, I was able to get 50 other nations, 50, to support Ukraine. 50. And we're able to bring about a coalition between...
But yeah, again, thank you, mods, for dealing with...
of Europe and Asia, Japan and South Korea. I just met with, we talked about AUKUS, and we talked about the relationship between Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, the United States. We're making the world safer and stronger because we have to deal with the new arrangement that exists in the world. The Cold War is over. The post-war era is over. What is going to replace it? And I respectfully suggest I have a pretty good idea what that should be. I've convinced a lot of people to follow it, and we're just going to get stronger. David Sanger.
I feel like we should be close to where we were.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Be nice, David.
When we started.
Mr. President, the NATO declaration that was issued yesterday was very notable because it described China as a decisive enabler of the war in Ukraine for its provision of critical goods to the Russians. That's part of a broader partnership that seems to have cemented in place in the past 2 or 3 years. I think one that you were a little bit doubtful of when we asked you about it some time ago. So I'd be interested to know whether you have a strategy now of trying to interrupt the partnership between China and Russia, and whether or not in a second term you would pursue that, if you could describe that strategy to us. And along the way, could you also tell us whether you think, just to follow up on Felicia's question, that if you were in a room with Vladimir Putin...
Okay, yeah, this is it.
3 years ago?
This is where we started.
Or with President Xi, that a few years from now you will be able to go negotiate with them, handle them one-on-one?
Well, the first part of the question...
So this is speaking to something that Trump brought up. Trump did not think that Biden would be able to handle a one-on-one interaction with either Xi Jinping in China or with Vladimir Putin of Russia. That these are savvy, and how did you describe Xi again? Fierce. He said that Xi Jinping was fierce and that Biden could not hold up against Xi Jinping's fierceness. And the same with Vladimir Putin. So that's where the question's coming from.
We discussed and I raised in the NATO summit, and others raised, the future of China's involvement, what they're going to do, what they're doing with Russia in terms of accommodating.
Oh my God, multicolored mirror! Thank you for signing up as a secret Halo member. Well, I just realized, like, the membership names, I haven't changed them in a long time, but that's a fancy YouTube membership. Yeah, thank you so much for signing up. Fierce Winnie the Pooh, exactly. We got the Rizzler in chat. What's up, Rizzler? I want my gay furries now. We all do, Rizzler. We're all here for the gay furries. Anyway, that's basically, I'm trying to, like, I mean, we started, like, after that question was asked. I guess it's worthwhile to let it go a little bit longer. Aw, you're so sweet.
Facilitating them, they're getting access to additional, they're not supplying weapons.
Matt's Pool Service says he couldn't win a debate with Saddam Hussein. Are you saying that specifically because Saddam Hussein is dead, or?
Themselves, the supply mechanism.
Is that the point? He couldn't win a debate with a dead man?
For them to be able to get weapons. And China's position is basically, and I've spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader has, over 90 hours since being vice president all the way through, for real. And by the way, I handed all my notes. But my point is that...
Wait, I handed all my notes to Kamala? Is that what he was going to say?
She believes that China is a large enough market that they can entice any country, including European countries, to invest there in return for commitments from Europe to do A, B, C, or D, or not to do certain things. What's happened is we had a long discussion about what we cannot. You have to make clear China has to understand that if they are supplying Russia with information and capacity, along with working with North Korea and others to help Russia in armament, that they're not going to benefit economically as a consequence of...
So that's a low-key threat. That's a low-key threat of sanctions, right?
...that by getting the kind of investment they're looking for. And so, for example, we're in a situation where, and we've reestablished direct contact with China after that, remember the balloon, quote unquote, going down, and all of a sudden things came to an end? Well, we set up a new mechanism. There's a direct line between Xi and me, and our military has direct access to one another, and they contact one another when we have problems.
Did they not have that before?
Is that
did they not have a hotline to China?
We have to make sure that she understands there's a price to pay for undercutting both the Pacific Basin as well as Europe, and as it relates to Russia and dealing with Ukraine. And so we, for example, if you want to invest in China, as you know this area really well. If you want to invest in China, you have to have a 51% Chinese owner. You have to make sure that you do by their rules. And you don't have the authority, and you have to provide all access to all the data and information you have. There was a while there, as you recall, the last administration and other administrations, where the access to that market was enticing enough to get companies to come in, because they had access to over 1 billion people in a market, not 1 billion, but a lot of people in the market. And so they were doing it. But that got curtailed when we started saying we're going to play by the same rules. For example, the idea they don't abide by the international rules related to subsidizing products by the government funding. So guess what? They're not going to be able to export their electric vehicles to the United States without a significant tariff. Others are doing the same thing around the world. But it is a concern. It is a concern that you have both China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, countries that are not necessarily coordinated in the past, looking to figure out how they can have impact.
Do you have a strategy to interrupt that impact?
Yes, I do, but I'm not prepared to talk about the detail of it in public.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. So this is basically where we started. Look, am I glad for a chance to discuss substantive issues, whether they be foreign policy or domestic questions, rather than the drama of will he, won't he drop out? Yeah, I am. Does this, subject maybe lend itself better towards Biden being able to speak about it and look presidential. I guess so, but please notice that this is not a normie conversation. This is a policy conversation, and the American people, by and large, do not have the capacity to get into the weeds like this. So while this does allow Biden to look presidential, while it does allow him to look competent, it does not. It's not something that's going to have the kind of reach that the debate did. And unfortunately for Biden, that debate and those clips that got made are going to follow him around as long as he remains in the race. I see what he's doing. I see what they're going for. I see why they made this NATO thing his big, press conference. This is his big boy press conference. He's putting on his big boy pants. And they're probably American. They're probably made out of an American flag. But yeah, do I think that this is going to fundamentally alter the narrative? No, I don't think it's going to. Yeah, President Putin. That's right, Firebird, and the stuff that he said even today, right, in terms of mixing up his ally Zelensky with his adversary Putin. That's not going to go away. So like I told you, chat, I'm going to take a little bit of time and talk to chat. First, let's check in and see where we're at. Oh, look at that. The dono goal is up to 28%. So we're 28% of the way towards being able to unlock a whole nother segment. And Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips, right? Even though that's a fairly old piece of content, there's still some people that are behind that. Let's take a look at our poll for Gay Furries Hack Project 2025 at 37% on the shorts, 51% on the full scale stream. So that's doing really well. Jesse Gender talking about Joseph Robinette Biden. Joe Biden, that's at 21% on the full scale stream. It's at 24%.
Up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
24% in shorts, right? Mehdi Hassan at 20%, still pretty respectable. Considering the boost that Mehdi Hassan, only 17%. Okay, but it's staying in third, right? So it's Gay Furries first, Jesse Gender second, Mehdi Hassan third. Nobody cares about MTG today. That's okay. I'm not a big fan of hers either. There's enough MTG content out there anyway, chat. But that's what we got going on today. And then as far as the donos go, we got 25% extra being added to Mehdi Hassan, Dean Phillips. So look at that. If I apply that to just the short stream, that puts that above Gay Furries Hack Project 2025. If I apply that to the full scale stream, the full screen stream, that doesn't quite get it there, but it does put it within striking distance, I guess. So yeah, Gay Furries hacking are hacking our hearts right now, apparently, and hacking Project 2025 at the same time. It looks like that's ahead. We are at 28% of the dono goal. So, we're making progress slowly but surely. We got more to talk about with Westside Tyler, getting into the meat of the Demon Mama video on electoralism and on Contrapoints, and we're going to see that becomes controversial, the meaning of electoralism, and also we're going to get into a little bit of Immanuel Kant. We're going to do a little theory with President Sunday, and see. We're going to see if Westside Tyler, for somebody that's got so much smoke, for somebody like Demon Mama, maybe not understanding politics. We're going to see how well Westside Tyler understands politics. So we got that going on. What is up, chat? What's up, Shakespeare? Good to see you here. Biden isn't advertising America's record oil boom. Biden is not waging war on American energy. He's boosting it. 2022. Wait, what's that from? Biden's pumping more gas And he also kind of fucked around with the strategic reserves, which Trump complained about, in terms of opening those to put downward pressure on gas prices and actually forcing OPEC's hand. So we're talking to some chuds in chat. We're having a nice little conversation with chuds. As always, let me remind you that so as far as the poll goes, you can vote in the stream that you're in. If you're in the full screen stream, if you're in the short stream, either one, place your bets, place your votes. What do you want to see next after we get done with the Westside Tyler versus Demon Mama stuff? What is your interest, right? You can vote for that. You can vote also in the other stream. So if you're watching me on here, let me just do this really quick. I never do this, but if you're watching me on Shorts, let me show you where this is the full stream, full screen stream, as we call it, right? Let me pin that for you. There you go. Oh my God, I should have done this better. Full screen stream dash, and then there it is. Boom. I'm going to pin that. So yeah, there we go. Replacing that pin. So yeah, you can cross over to the other stream if you want to. I'm also going to give you a chance, if you're watching on the full screen stream, to possibly cross over into the shorts stream. All I ask, chat, because here's the deal, all right? Shorts stream. I should put like vertical in parentheses, right? That's so people know what that means. Vertical. Shorts stream is right there. Boom. And so yeah, like I said, you can vote in the stream that you're in. You can also cross over into the other stream if you want to, and you can vote there. All I ask is that you leave a like if you do that, right? There's nothing I can do to stop you from crossing streams and having 2 votes instead of 1 vote. So I might as well just let you know that that's possible. For those who want to have 2 votes, all I ask is that you leave a like, because that helps me out a great deal. Again, we're running this poll here. Gay Furries Hack Project 2025 is winning in both streams, with Jesse Gender coming in second and then Mehdi Hassan in third. But you can also affect this stream in another way. What am I talking about? I'm talking about when you donate, you get the ability to take the money that you're donating and say, I want this to go to Mehdi Hassan. I want this to go to Gay Furries Hack Project 2025. I want this to go to MTG. I want this to go to Jesse Gender. Or you could even say, I want this to go to Vox Populi. And what you're saying there really is that you want the voice of chat to reign supreme. You want whatever won in the poll to win in real life. And you want to de-emphasize, right, the effect of the donos. So you can do that by saying Vox Populi, if you just believe in the will of the people to choose what content they get to watch next, right? But you could also vote for the topic that you want. Any sort of donation, whether it is a super chat, a super sticker, whether you are becoming... Oh, wait, I need to add one. Somebody became a secret Halo member. And I'm trying to remember... how much money that actually adds. Because it's more than normal. Okay, yeah. So that's a $7 that's a $7 to $7 to the topic of your choice. Let me figure out, was that in multicolored mirrors? If you're still around in chat, if you're able, let me know what topic you're interested in seeing, and I will apply that. So I'm gonna take the so look at this. $7 gets donated. Boom. Dono goes up 7%, right? And that's the same thing. The topic of your choice can also go up 7% as well. So I want my Gay Furries. It was $8.99 Canadian. I forget how that works. Do they actually charge you more in Canada, or is that... I'm confused by the, It was you. It was you. But I didn't see if you voted for, if you said you wanted like a certain topic to win. Don't take granting things for granted. I mean, that sounds like recursive wisdom of some sort. Breaking news and all? Is there more breaking news? Well, this was breaking news. That's true. We didn't plan on watching a Biden press conference, but we watched it anyway. Seems important. You were charged like in US dollars, multicolor mirrors? Did they just fuck over Canadians or something? Or am I just getting confused by the exchange rate? Maybe it's an exchange rate thing. I'm not sure. But yeah, let me know if you got a choice. Multicolor Medi, there we go. So look at that. Medi-san getting 32 extra %. Chat, we're in the territory right now where there's a real competition, right? Even though Gay Furries Hack Project 2025 is blowing away the competition in terms of the votes. Sasha G, thank you for the the gifted membership to Common Pikachu, which I will never get tired of saying. You got a membership, you got a sub. Look, Common Pikachu, let me tell you. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. You just got a weasel. You just got access to exclusive content, members only kind of content, and you got weasels. So if you wanna post those emotes, you have them now. That's one of the membership has the benefit of bestowing upon you a whole new set of emotes. And like I said, chat, I want to get more emotes. I've got more spots for emotes. If anybody's got suggestions for emotes that we should have, then send them to me on Discord, because I'm really interested in what. In fact, we need to make a channel for that, don't we? We need to make a channel for those, for people to. I was watching a vid on boogie shit, and I saw this. Yo, Agla, thank you for the gifted membership to Firebird 710. Firebird 710, I am certain will appreciate not having to watch the top of the hour ad break. Thank you for also the gifted membership to Shakespeare, another weasel who will enjoy not having to watch the top of the hour ad break. Although I'm not sure what it does, like how that works with mods. But so that is, I'm gonna add. We're going to make this 45% of the dono goal. And just let me know, Agleth, what you would prefer. Also, Sasha G, Gay Furry Hackers. All right, so Sasha G, we're going to add that up to 48%, and then we're going to add 3% to Gay Furry Hackers. Okay, so like, look, this is a legit competition now, right? People are adding points to Mediasan. People are adding points to Gay Furry Hackers. And we'll see what ends up winning in the end. But yeah, thank you so much, Aglet. That is a very kind thing of you to donate memberships to save people from that ad break that happens. It's going to happen again in like 30 minutes. This is an extra long stream today, chat. Are you happy? You're getting an extra long stream? There's just like so much going on that I guess I feel obliged to do it. So we're going to go long tonight regardless of what happens, right? Dono goal or no dono goal, we're going hard in the paint with Demon Mama versus Westside Tyler, but it's really this this Biden thing that's kind of thrown us for a loop as far as having to cut out of that. And what should I call this? Contrapoints, controversy, side order of, oh, I should put side order. I know how to spell, of Kant. I guess we could try calling it that. And we'll see how much people like this. that's what we're about to dive into. We're gonna get in. You're gonna see what I mean about Kant becoming relevant. I know you don't believe that the categorical imperative is getting invoked here, but it is, for better or for worse. I would say for worse. I would say for worse. I would say that this is a gratuitous use of philosophy. It's a gratuitous use of Kant. I don't think that Kant asked to be invoked here, but Kant's going to be invoked nonetheless. But yeah, we're about halfway there as far as hitting the dono goal, and well within striking distance, I'd say. We've got a real horse race going on between Gay Furries Hack Project 2025 and Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips. So at this point, it's anyone's stream to yours to win or lose. Remember, you can vote in the stream that you're watching. You can cross over. If you look at the pinned comment, there's another stream that you can cross over and vote. If you want to have 2 votes instead of 1 vote, there's 2 streams with 2 polls. Unfortunately, I can't do it for Twitch because Twitch times out at 10 minutes, so I don't get to do a meaningful poll. I would have to do poll after poll after poll on Twitch. So if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to step over to YouTube and vote there. And again, any sort of donations that get made during the course of this stream will be applied to the subject of your choice, even if the subject of your choice is just having the will of the people, the vox populi, reinforced. So we're about to get into it. I want the gay furries now, says Rizzler. I want to make that happen. Wow. Like, how amazing is that? That the second half content for some people is more popular than the first half content. So where were we at? Oh, we were watching the sarsaparilla. Nobody cared about the, like, I lost viewers in watching the sarsaparilla thing. Let's get back to, this is Westside Tyler taking on Demon Mama. Her god-awful response, according to Tyler. I'm going to put it back a few minutes just so that we can kind of get our bearings again. Because we got interrupted. We got interrupted right in the middle of this. But yeah, thank you, everybody, for your support. Oh my God, I'm supposed to chat. There's so many things that I have to do that I'm always forgetting to do. Like shouting out our fancy weasels. Like I said, Patreon is one of the things that you can donate to that will result in you being able to apply your donation towards the subject of your choice and possibly influence what we do for the second segment, for the fun half, as it were. And if you donate, if you Patreon at the fancy weasel tier or above, you get a shout out. So I'm going to give those shout outs right now because I forgot to do it in the beginning. Omega Star shouts out. Jules K shouts out. Just Julie shouts out. Moe Noep shouts out. Funky Monkey shouts out. And Temporal Insanity shouts out. Shouts out to all my fancy weasels over there, and much appreciation. Patreon, you're the heart and soul of this stream. This allows me to not only keep keep the content up and everything, but to keep body and soul together, which I guess is necessary. I guess I have to keep feeding myself and paying bills in order to. Speaking of which, I need to pay the electric bill. Oh my God. In order to keep this going. And Patreon, there's been times where, the Patreon money has been the difference between being able to pay the bills or not. So much appreciation to all of my weasels over at Patreon, fancy or not. You have my undying appreciation. Shouts out to Throne Gang. We got new stuff coming. I'm talking to you on a microphone, literally crowdfunded by people on Throne. So, many thanks for that. We've got a whole audio chain that's making me sound way better. We've got a light, a key light that is making the visual of my stream way better. And remember, when you invest money into the stream, I also try to invest some effort into making the stream look better and improving the production value as it would, making ourselves a more professional operation. And I think it shows. I think that there's more eyes on us now than ever before, for better or for worse, chat. Because like I'm telling you, this is fucking drama right here. All right, you can see the charitability extended to Demon Mama by Westside Tyler. One wonders what he'll think of this, but I'm trying to be fair. All right, I'm trying to give him credit where credit is due, and just be objective and be fair about this, because I do think that there's some stuff that needs to be rectified. That being said, this is not about hate. I don't hate anyone. I'm not trying to, not trying to, spread hate or anything. This is just, somebody has an opinion on the internet, and many people have opinions on that opinion. So if you're going to have an opinion, especially as firm of an opinion, with the level of critique about Demon Mama maybe not knowing shit about politics, you're gonna have to stand the same test yourself. So we're gonna jump back into this and check out Fancy Weasels again. Refresh. I should be on there now. Well, let me take a look. Yeah, you mentioned this earlier, Shakespeare, and maybe there's a. Oh, it does seem to have updated something. Shakespeare. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Okay, so whatever you did must have fixed it. You were saying earlier that you weren't showing up there, but you were in fact a Fancy Weasel, and now that reflects it. I don't know what went on. Maybe it's a thing. Sometimes cards get declined and stuff like that, and it shows up as canceled, but you're not like trying to cancel. So, shouts out to Shakespeare, Fancy Weasel. Shouts out to all my Fancy Weasels. Shout us out to the Throne Gang, the Patreon gang, the Weasel gang, and everyone else, and especially to the Thumb gang, who I don't think I say enough about, because hitting that like button is the very essence of making that algorithm go burr for me, and it's going burr. It's going burr a lot more. So thanks so much, everybody. Much appreciation. Let us get back into what we were talking about before we got interrupted by a Biden press conference. That I don't think is going to do what Biden hopes it is, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. All right. So I got to press my buttons. Press the buttons. Press the buttons. Is it that one? That one and that one. Oh my God, chat. And I got to see about this one, right? Apparently I should be adding stream markers. Oh, wait, no, not on that one. Add the stream marker. There we go. Marker will appear in the video editor. Yeah, people. I've had requests from people for adding timestamps to the VODs, because there's a VOD gang. Shouts out to the VOD gang. People that watch me after the stream is over, and I want to make sure that it's easy for you to find the topic that you want to. If you're interested in the Biden the Biden press conference, if you're interested in the, Westside Tyler's perspective on the Biden controversy, whether he should leave or whether he should stay. That's right, Westside Tyler. And, or whether you're more interested in the drama, which we're about to get into right now. This is going to be Westside Tyler giving what he thinks is wrong about Demon Mama's take, about what she thinks is wrong with Contrapoints' take. So this is a little bit of streamception, but I'm here for it if you're here for it. Let's get into it. Let's see what let's see what Tyler has to say.
To the Demon Mama segment, which is going to be extraordinarily negative. So,
so that's how we're starting out. Extraordinarily negative. Wonderful.
Demon Mama is a streamer on the internet. Should we Demon Mama? What would Demon Mama prefer? A demon? An imp? A lady? Demon Mama is a lady on the internet. Demon Mama is a streamer who has been streaming for a very long time, as far as I know.
I feel like I'm a streamer who's been streaming for where are we at, chat? We're at like almost 6 hours here. 5 hours and 42 minutes. God damn, this stream is going on.
Always been sort of ancillary or out of the side of my eye to other streamers that I've seen. Very similar to like Chud Logic in that they are always sort of adjacent to something.
And Chad, I couldn't figure out this part. Okay, so Chud Logic and Demon Mama always adjacent to something
that I'm interested in the moment,
okay.
Even if I wasn't necessarily like always taking in their content.
Well, look, Westside Tyler, to be fair, if you ever have an issue with something Chud Logic has to say, I would love to see that. I would love to see your critique on Chud Logic, and I might find myself more positively, more favorably disposed towards that. So again, Chad, just a reminder that, you know, a take does not define a streamer. You know, we're all complex people with many faceted you know, ideas of things, and there's every chance. Like I said, I swear to God, I've seen something by Westside Tyler that I really liked. So I may not be agreeing much with Tyler today, but that doesn't mean. What is a Chud? What is Chud? Who is Chud? I think is what you're trying to say. Chud Logic is a, well, I mean, look, if you don't know, you don't know. We're talking about another streamer here. Soul Life, thank you for the gifted membership to Riley Ray. Riley Ray, you've just been weaseled. You just got weaseled. That's a good thing. But anyway, yeah, Chud Logic is a different streamer that talks about drama and a lot. It's hard to explain. How do I explain Chud Logic? The only connection that I could draw, though, between Demon Mama and Chud Logic is the fact that they used to be BFFs. That was a long time ago, though. They have drifted apart. They are definitely not friendly with one another anymore, and have not been for some amount of time.
I reached out to Demon Mama more than a few times, and rated her more than a few times at the start of my streaming career. Especially once I started getting a little bit bigger towards the end of last year. Didn't get a lot of response back. I got none. And so, am I salty about it? Oh, God, I'm dying about it. But I'm just going to say that so that just in case. Her community is pretty much very emblematic of a large section outside of them of the online left. It's a good sounding post for a lot of ideas, and
so what I'm getting from him is his criticisms for Demon Mama could also count for a lot of leftist streamers.
Philosophy, I guess you would say, that is current to whatever thing is happening in the zeitgeist as far as leftists go. I would say Demon Mama's a pretty bog standard voice on stuff. I also have a lot of problems with her content in other directions. Things that
So bog standard, if you're looking for bog standard, Demon Mama is your gal.
Do not dissuade me from talking to people ever, or make me like actively fucking hate them. Demon Mama has always struck me as being fairly significantly ignorant about how a lot of things work in the world.
Okay.
There's no nicer way to say this.
And again, just remember, chat, like I'm not Demon Mama's BFF. We've had a lot of disagreements in the past. There's probably some places where I think that Demon Mama, some issues that I don't think Demon Mama understands very well, right? Remember when she debated against, oh my God, what is his name? Paul's Ego, on whether on whether Trump or George W. Bush was worse. And, you know, regardless of what the actual answer to that question, that's a tough question, right? But regardless of where you come down on that, right? There was a lot about the Bush administration that Demon Mama was not savvy of, was not aware of, was not cognizant of, right? So I'm open to the idea of Demon Mama maybe not knowing what she's talking about in politics. I've seen that happen before. But we'll wait a minute and see what's going on with what bone of contention that our good friend Tyler has to pick with Demon Mama.
I think I remember one of the first conversations I ever heard her in was something about, she was basically arguing in favor of like anarchist governments or something like that, and didn't understand remotely how products are made and distributed, and it was absolutely actually fucking insane to hear.
I think he's talking about a debate that, oh my god, what did I press? What did I press? Oh my god, I'm scared now. Okay, it didn't change anything. I think we're okay, chat. I think he's talking about a debate that Demon Mama had with Vosh, and I don't think either of them particularly knew what they were talking about. I don't even think supply chains were actually the issue there, right? That was like, you know, do you really expect people to have a debate about supply chains? I think that got invoked, but I don't think that was really what they were talking about.
I know that kind of talk is okay on the online left, but, or at least in extremely online circles, but I am a person with a very strong grounding in reality, because I understand the people who massive decisions affect, because first off, I am one of them. Second,
oh, this is a good comment. Jason Will says, everybody thought George W. Bush was dumb with the lowest presidential speaking power at the 7th grade level. Trump's got him beat, though, with the speaking power of a 4th grader. True.
off, I'm related to all the people I'm related to are them as well. And third, I like to appeal to human beings that are affected by policies when the policies happen. That's kind of like the crux of my political organizing, my political life. I don't know how to say this in a smarter way. So,
wait, what is he saying? He's like a working class proponent of working class people. Is that what? I don't want to miss anything here. I don't know, Chad. I'm taking too long. I think that's what he was saying. Who made massive decisions affect because I don't know, Chad. Did anybody understand that? Arguing, okay. I'm a person with very strong grounding and understanding the people who made massive decisions affect. First off, I am one of them. Second of all, I'm related to all the people. I'm related to, what the fuck? This is like I feel like I'm reading Biden here. Related. I'm just trying to understand.
Now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome in, communist invading radicals. I'm glad to have you as always. All the people I'm related to are them. Okay, people that make massive decisions. What is he saying? He's got contractors in his family? I don't get it. Appeal to human beings that are affected by policies when policies happen. That's kind of the crux of my political organizing, my political life. Look, streaming's hard, and sometimes what you're trying to say doesn't come out the way that you want it to come out. I'm not trying to be judgmental on this or anything like that. I'm just trying to understand what he's actually saying here. I don't know how to say this in a smarter way. So to kind of skip ahead, I've always been a little bit cautious of her content. I think he's trying to say that Demon Mama does not know much about the real world and that he knows people and he himself does, right? I think that's what he's getting at here, right? Does that make sense?
So to kind of skip ahead,
Shakespeare says Westside. Oh, his parents are from Germany. Okay, didn't know that about him.
I've always been a little bit cautious of her content.
I'm glad the mods are going to get a little break now. Yeah.
Very exuberant, very, very excited about the things that she's excited about. But I think really to boil it down in a more simplistic way, almost everything that she says is grounded in Demon Mama's vibes, and that's it.
So she's a vibes-based leftist streamer. That's what he's trying to say.
There's almost no real-world relation to anything she says, unless it's a clock.
I'm gonna turn down.
It works twice a day. Broken clock works twice a day type setup. Most of it is the Vosh school.
Is he still loud enough?
Ontological leftism, which is just basically
ontological leftism. Do tell me more.
She operates off the categorical imperative. Good things.
Categorical imperative.
Things are good because they're good, and bad things are bad because they're bad.
That's not the categorical imperative.
And good people that do bad things are still just bad people because they did bad things.
It's not the categorical imperative. Okay, so if I were to guess, because again, I'm trying to be charitable here, I would guess that, because this word ontological does get bandied about, and with Kant we're talking about like deontology, but I would guess that what he's trying to say, it's something like, okay, so there's a phrase like ontological good. And I mean, like, this comes from philosophy, but sometimes gets invoked in other places. And what you're sort of saying is sort of what he's talking about as far as it's good because it's good. That Vosh's a good in and of himself, right? And like, I mean, it's not quite that simple. The people that stand behind Vosh, and that even when Vosh does something like, harmful, says something fucked up, or shows a folder full of anime women, below age anime women interacting with horses in an inappropriate way, he's still worth defending. He's still worth standing by because he is a net positive, right? So you can kind of see how, I mean, the invocation of philosophical terminology maybe is not the most helpful.
It is an absurd worldview. It has no place outside of, unironically, like deontological circles, which is kind of where that was made from. And it leads to purity testing and to intentional ignorance of things, which I've seen a lot from her community and from her, with all due respect. I know we have crossover here. There's no way to say all this stuff without saying insulting. It's not my direct intention to come out and insult her. It is just going to be absolutely indivorceable from my criticisms to not sound condescending and insulting, because it just, the way that she's presented herself and her arguments is so below par that any description of what she says is going to, at least to my mind, sound like I'm addressing a child on most issues, which I think I'm considerably older than Demon Mama. I'm 36. I don't know. She's, who knows, fucking maybe like 20.
So from the ancient age of 36, all the wisdom gained in these many years, he's able to, well, I mean, he feels obliged to look at somebody like Demon Mama as a child. What is he trying to get with this ontological thing? I think that he's trying to say, if I was to be charitable, that her takes don't have they're not informed by, they're not like empirically informed. They're this is, I think that's what he's trying to get at, right? But watch the chat, right? Because when we're talking about philosophy, there's a certain streamer that you might know and I might know that cares a great deal about philosophy.
It's going bad.
That's right. We're talking about Sunday. We're talking about President Sunday. Apparently a friend of Westside Tyler, and I thought a friend of Demon Mama, although after this interaction, I got to question how built that bridge actually is.
25 or something, I don't know. She does better when she approaches drama with a purpose, and her media takes are always interesting, but she also tends to dig in her heels unnecessarily. Yeah, and I think this is a big issue with the online left, that the subsection of the online left that I have a big problem with. which is the heel digging and the moralizing, which is most people's problems with progressives. And we'll see that in this video. I think I have it at the right point. We're going to watch the whole thing. We're going to watch the whole thing. I thought I wrote down the right time codes, but I don't know for sure. But
Miss Catonic Petrol and Soda Fountain says he's trying to use a word he doesn't actually know to pretend to be better educated than he is. Yeah, I feel like, but let me cut him a little slack here, all right? And say that this is a word that gets bandied about a lot in the space, in the streamer space, and that the use the usage of the word within the space might be a little bit different than, say in discussions in a philosophy 101 class. So he, in other words, if he's got bad information, he might have gleaned that bad information from hanging around in like Vosh Destiny adjacent spaces. There's a lot of sort of, oh my God, how do I describe this without sounding mean? So you described the usage of a word that somebody doesn't know to pretend to be better educated than they actually are. That is something that I've seen Vosh do. That is something that I've seen Destiny do. And look, if your community does not know, is not familiar with this terminology, just using it, just invoking it. Oh, geez, you've been reading Kant? Well, I haven't read Kant, or I tried to read Kant and I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Right, this is Ben Shapiro stuff, right? Ben Shapiro will talk. One of the reasons that Ben Shapiro is regarded as the cool kids philosopher is that he'll use terminology, he'll use vocabulary that is slightly beyond the reading level of his audience, and that has the effect of a two-pronged effect, right? It makes them sort of overestimate Ben Shapiro's intellectual prowess, which is pretty overrated to begin with, and it also makes them feel like, in listening to Ben Shapiro, that they have had, some kind of a quasi-academic experience. And, for a group of people that look at university professors as being screeching blue-haired feminists that they don't have anything to do with, Ben Shapiro is, I guess, like a safer way to approach what they think is knowledge. And look, this is an unfortunate part of the right-wing content sphere that has trickled into the left-wing debate sphere. Because remember where that arose from, this perception that right-wingers would always say the left is unwilling to debate, the left is unwilling to engage. So you had people that were like, I'm not unwilling to debate, I'm not unwilling to engage, I love that stuff. And they've come in and sort of portrayed themselves as the saviors of the left. Well, you were getting your ass kicked because you're unwilling to engage, you're unwilling to you're unwilling to debate, but I'll do that. And, let me give you Destiny, gave people the confidence and the courage that they lacked, right? The debate sphere people that were like, oh God, we got no one. They got Sargon of Akkad, they got Ben Shapiro, they got all these intellectuals, they got Stefan Molyneux. All these people try to portray themselves as intellectuals, by the way. Your mileage may vary about whether they know what they're talking about or not. But so TLDR, you got lefty content creators like Vosh and Destiny that have taken on some of the worst aspects of right-wing content creators and used it to sort of build them, to puff themselves up as the saviors, as the heroes. I will fight the evil dragon of the Ben Shapiro or the Sargon of Akkad or whatever right-wing content creator that even lefties encountering their stuff might not be familiar with the terminology and might think are like, oh God, this guy's really smart. What are we going to do about this one? Well, don't worry. We got Vosh, okay? And Vosh is here to abuse utilitarian terminology to make you think that we got a cool kid philosopher of our own. Don't worry, anybody. We're good. We're good.
This plays at the right place. We're going to have her stating essentially her thesis, and then we can work back from there. So without further ado, the Demon Mama video, which context is literally there at the top. It's the title, addressing the Contrapoints tweets. The ones I sort of talked about yesterday, she actually has them brought up, so it's going to be much easier for us to talk about those as well.
Okay, so like I said, President Sunday, he gets an octopus signal. It's not a bat signal. It's not a weasel signal. It's an octopus signal, right? The octopus signal goes out and it's like somebody is wrong about philosophy on the internet, and Sunday he gets activated. He gets triggered. He gets pulled in by this, right? And he comes in chat and says, categorical imperative actually refers to universal obligation, not an identity of good with good. I'll teach you Kant sometimes. Kant's point is much less dumb than you'd think. So Sunday being incredibly nice to somebody that's abusing the thing that he cares about, that is to say philosophy, right? And he's right. The categorical imperative is more about universal obligation. In other words, it's wanting to make statements that are true across categories. Okay, so here's an example, right? Procreation, making babies. For humanity to continue, babies need to be made. And while I myself might not want to have a baby, I might regard it as an obligation, because were everyone to do what I want to do and not have a baby, then the human race would end. Now that's an absurd, kind of way to take it. I'm particularly choosing, that argument because it shows some of the absurdity and of the categorical imperative. But that's what Sunday's talking about in terms of a universal obligation, right? If what I want to do would cause bad effects were everyone to do it, then it's not right for me to do that thing. And although it might make me miserable, so from a utilitarian point of view, me having a child would, bring more misery to the world, misery for myself, who is barely able to take care of myself, misery for the child, having, a parent not doing a good job at parenting, right? Although that decreases the amount of happiness in the world and increases the amount of misery, and from a utilitarian framework would be a bad thing, from Kant's perspective, from the categorical imperative, you gotta do. In fact, this one's really even more absurd than I even let on to, because if everybody has children, then you're gonna be close. I don't know. I don't want to get into the argument about. I don't want to get into arguments about overpopulation because they're complicated. But if you took that to its extreme, right, and everybody has all the babies they possibly can, you're probably also gonna end up with a. Anyway, like I said, there's some absurdity to this. I cannot be muted. If I'm muted.
To a universal obligation, not an identity of good with good. I'll teach you Kant sometime. Kant's point is less dumb than you think. All right, fair. We can get into it at some point.
And losing their livelihoods and even lives. I believe that immigrants are in great physical danger.
Let me see here. Testing. 1 2 1 2. Microphone test 1 2 1 2. I do not appear to be muted. Shakespeare said muted. Can I get a confirmation from anybody else in chat that I am in fact not muted? And that maybe Shakespeare may need to refresh if that's the case. Anybody in chat hear me and can confirm I'm just looking for a confirmation here, chat. Not muted on Twitch, says Jules. Can we get a confirmation on YouTube? Oh God, I don't even know. Like, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Am I maybe I'm on a delay? Not muted, says Moinope. 33 says I can hear. We hear you. Okay, so other people hear me. Yeah, Natalie Marie can hear me. Okay, so on all of our platforms. So somebody tell Shakespeare to refresh. It might be an issue like that.
And face most of the same position to agenda, almost all of that. In fact, I believe it's reflected in messaging by the Democratic Party.
But like I said, you know, President Sunday is being incredibly charitable to Tyler, you know, despite the fact that this is his hobby horse. He loves philosophy. Like half of his stream is on philosophy.
All the way up to even Joe Biden himself, to democracy. This social media, at best, donate more to Genocide Joe, is not going to solve this.
Okay, I gotta stick. I'll just have to start back at the beginning. Because I tried to copy and paste these last night, and I accidentally put a different time code for a different point, and if we're going to watch the whole thing, we'll get to it. But basically, to summate what we're going to be seeing, Demon Mama's core argument is that she's not against voting, she's against electoralism, to which she provides, in this video, no definition, and which her definition of electoralism that she'll kind of get into isn't even what electoralism is in the sense of America, unless you're having like, you know, kind of taking off and doing an artistic theoretical assessment of things that are materially different than how you're. We'll just watch. We'll just watch.
A little bit painful. So we get the classic Demon Mama intro. Has not changed in years. Is that Gayfesh does the music for her, I think?
My lovely imps. Today, I'm going to be addressing another YouTuber. A YouTuber that many of you might be familiar with.
Dude, can we even call Contrapoints a YouTuber anymore? I think Contrapoints should be referred to as a Twitter personality that occasionally makes YouTube videos.
A YouTuber by the name of Contrapoints. And specifically, I'm going to be addressing a number of claims, questions, open-ended comments that Contrapoints, also known as Natalie, has made on social media recently, mostly that seem to be in the fallout of Joe Biden's disastrous debate performance in the first 2024 presidential debate, and that also seem to be heavily connected to the absolute apocalyptic panic going on within the Democratic Party about the electability of Joe Biden. Now,
yeah, chat, like and subscribe.
This is going to be a pretty intense and structured segment, and I will be getting to chat, but probably a little bit later on, so please don't feel insulted if I don't immediately
Oh, thanks for
respond.
reminding me. I'm going to be pausing my alerts too.
A big response to a lot of this, and I want people to understand that
Okay, so my understanding of what Demon Mama is doing is this, right? There is streamed content and there is prepared content. And if you're lucky enough to be in the right place in the right time, like Vosh, and you blow up, you may be able to continue to get views, continue to get new subs by making streamed content. But if you're like myself, Demon Mama, and probably Tyler, your streamed content, even if you dress it up, even if you edit it, even if you do all kinds of fancy stuff to it, it's going to be limited because you're competing here with prepared content. So what Demon Mama's doing is she's trying to do a little hybridization. I think she's written out a script for herself to deliver on stream to be able to stream somewhat prepared content. She can do a little editing, you know, on the in post and stuff like that to clean things up. But, you know, she's going to have a better chance at more people. And I've noticed, I think her videos are doing better in the algorithm than they were before she started this, before she started using this strategy. So, yeah, that's what she's talking about. She's going to try to not pay attention to chat. She's going to go off, you know, a teleprompter, or maybe, I don't know if she's looking at a computer screen. or something like that. But that's what's going on here.
Tried to approach this in the absolute best faith possible. I really mean this. I truly hope that what
You're thinking of having ice cream for dinner, Omega Star?
I say here can make sense to, if Contrapoints is ever to see this, I don't know if that will ever happen, whether it does or doesn't. If people who feel similarly to Contrapoints see this, I want what I say here to make sense to them and to make them feel like their points are being dealt with in good faith. It is a
Contrapoint strikes me as the kind of person who takes in too much criticism. The thought of Contrapoints just basically wearing wearing makeup from like 2 days ago, you know, it's kind of like cracking off of her eyelashes, but she's wearing like a big flowy like silk robe, legs crossed, watching old school CRTV with the antennas and stuff on top of it. And it's just like a endless clip collection of people saying that she's dumb. I feel like that maybe while she sips like a martini. I think that's what Contrapoint's existence is, or that's just how her Twitter comes across to me. just again and again. Can't see me? What? Can you show me? What is going on there? That's not what it looks like on mine. Oh, you got it square. I love you. Thanks for telling me. No, yeah, no, the side of it's just getting cut off when it's like that. I love you. My wife was watching on Twitch and didn't realize that the Twitch shrinks the fucking thing. So I'm cut off in the square mode on Twitch, but I'm here. And so I was like,
I'm gonna
shying away from it and not absorbing.
This is a
two different things, but I'll let this go.
Complicated topic. And the topic is, of course, electoralism and anti-electoralism. This is a extremely hot button topic that has been sort of cycling through online left-leaning political discourses for a long time. I have at various points made my opinion on it open, but I wanted to do so in a more structured fashion in a direct response today. So I hope that you'll join me for that. Without any further ado, let us start with the thread in question, okay? This was a thread that was made on
so she got some criticism for this. I saw this in the after. Like I said, she did a cope stream, and one of her things was that she didn't start off with a definition. She was like, oh, it's going to be boring if I read a definition to people, and just, that's the most Vosh-brained shit ever, so let's just go straight to Webster's.
So yeah, like I'm skeptical of Vosh just like Tyler. The funny thing though is that here I feel like the Vosh brain is going to be somebody that's overly deferential to dictionary definitions at the expense of common usage definitions. Somebody that's going to appeal to the dictionary for a technical win on an argument that they are losing, right? That's my experience of Vosh.
New World. People have often told me that they could listen to me read the dictionary, and I take advantage of that.
It's not me.
Just a little bit closer. Hold on.
I mean, his voice is fine. I don't have a problem with it, but nothing special. But to each their own, right? Okay, so we're going to get the dictionary. We get out our dictionary. So that's where all truth comes from.
Oh my gosh. I wrote poetry and hid it in a fucking... Cool. Sorry.
He found a poem of his in the dictionary, basically.
So
I'm trying to get us past this.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking up electoralism, I'm assuming.
Oh, ELE. That's a B. I'm so stupid. Electrochemistry, electorate. Electoral. Elector.
Adrian La Rivière says, let me pronounce your name correctly. La Rivière. Oh my God. Why am I so much bad at? I know La Rivière says, for me, Vosh isn't a good debater. I will agree. He's somewhat overrated. Moe Nope and I derail the politics when food is mentioned. You're making me hungry too, chat. Especially with that ice cream stuff. You know what I want is some shaved ice. You know what I'm talking about? You get it at the pool. It's like you got just like shaved ice, and then you pour some kind of colorful liquid on it, and you make different, like, it looks like a tie-dye thing, and you eat it, and it's delicious, but it's probably all sugar, so it's bad for me.
Electoral college. Oh, is electorism not in here? That's interesting. Electioneer.
Yeah, what are we on? Good question, Mitch. Yeah, look, you're not the only one who's confused here. I think Tyler might be a little bit confused what we're actually talking about. It's electoralism, right? So electoralism, simply put, is the idea, like, if you were to take it to its conclusion, electoralism is to say that all that's important are elections. My side needs to win the elections, and that is the totality of my involvement with politics. So I'm going to maybe do some canvassing. I'm going to maybe make some phone calls. I'm going to put up a sign in my yard. I'm going to do all the election stuff. But outside of that, I'm not going to worry about it, right? I'm going to get my people elected to office, and then I'm going to let them do their thing, because that's right? So nobody, I don't think anybody really practices like pure electoralism. I think even Contrapoints kind of like, acknowledges that there are achievements that are only made due to things that happen outside of the purview of elections, right? And if you take, the opposite of electoralism, anti-electoralism, at the sort of the logical conclusion of pure anti-electoralism would be elections don't fucking matter at all. I don't care if Trump gets elected. I don't care if Hitler gets elected, right? I am never going to be bothered by an election. I'm going to concentrate on other things. I'm going to, put my full focus on other ways of exerting pressure, right? So that's what we're dealing with. Obviously it's something, I don't think there's many people that are pure electoralist. I don't think there's many people that are pure anti-electoralist, but Contra got, did Demon Mama pull up the Contra tweets? I feel like that would be something, we went over this a few days ago.
Elective, electoral college, electorate. How about that? I don't have it in the Webster's New World. I guess I have to have a philosophy dictionary for that one.
Okay, so he's looking up electoralism in the dictionary, finds that it's not there. Goes to a philosophy dictionary, maybe?
Monthly videos on our Patreon. So he's a Patreon creator. Okay, so let's get this. What exactly? This is from a Reddit post, which goes into the same thing. This term is coined by Professor Terry Call at Stanford, and the political science definition doesn't seem to match with the context of U.S. elections and leftist politics. This is actually, I just clicked on this, but
so he found a Reddit post. Wonderful.
A state of partial.
Yeah, when in doubt, consult Reddit.
Transition from authoritarian rule toward democratic rule, in which the regime conducts the electoral aspects of democratic governance in a relatively free and fair manner. So basically, it's.
So that's a niche definition of that doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, right? That's not what Contrapoints was talking about. That's not what Demon Mama was talking about. And like, he's gonna have a problem with this in that, like, well, Demon Mama doesn't know what she's talking about. She didn't use the dictionary. She didn't search Reddit to find the real definition of electoralism, which I've found is this whole thing about what that's a niche political philosophy definition that says electoralism is like a transitory state between an authoritarian government and democratic, like a democratic government. So in other words, when an authoritarian government institutes elections, but maybe elections with like a lot of pressure, maybe elections that are not fairly administered. This is the niche definition of electoralism that Tyler has found, and again, it's not what Contrapoints is talking about. It's not what Demon Mama is talking about. It's not what the discourse is talking about, and that is the sphere in which this conversation takes place. This is, Contra brought this up on Twitter. Twitter talks about this. This is a discourse between liberal and leftist, Twitter accounts, essentially, of do liberals put too much emphasis on electoral politics at the expense of other means of pressure? Or do leftists negate the potential of doing good within the electoral sphere? That's kind of where we're at. That's where the conversation is trying to take place. That's what Natalie, that's what Contrapoints is talking about. That's what Demon Mama is talking about. But here's where a dictionary is not your friend, Tyler. It's not helping.
Transitioning, like, imagine you have a king who runs a country, right? And there's been an outcry or a revolution, something like that, and you're going to start transitioning to a democracy. But when you transition to a democracy, the monarchy already runs everything, and so they just make a continuance of it under the guise of electoralism, under the guise of literally being elected. This is not remotely what the U.S. elections are, unless you have like a child's understanding of the world. There's just no evidence of that, because it's just otherwise there wouldn't be elections. Electoralism, as I read in this and in a different section, is more along the lines of what happens in Russia or other places where they have like, 99% of the people are voting for this. That's what electoralism is, like at 99% of the vote is for the dictator and then 1% is for the not. That's what it is. She calls this electoralism throughout the entire, so like, just understand, for in a fundamental level, Demon Mama is completely disconnected from the philosophical argument she's trying to make. It's just completely fucking disconnected. So she's going to be saying this phrase again and again and again and again, and she's wrong. She's literally just wrong. Just literally wrong about it. Which is crazy. Tyler, you should bring me on for a second. Okay, hop in the Discord.
Okay, do you see what's happening here? Tyler's embarrassing himself. His chat knows what we're talking about. Sunday knows what we're talking about. Demon Mama knows what we're talking about. Contrapoints knows what we're talking about. Tyler is trying to be like, you're all wrong, because this is what electoralism is. I looked it up on Reddit. And look, Sunday's friends with this guy. Sunday does not want him to needlessly look silly or, ignorant, right? And so, yeah, this is Sunday doing Tyler a solid.
But just for a second, because I do have to do all of this. Wait, so both libs and leftists are wrong on this? Strange. Yes. It is the version of electoralism that they're using is basically a new word. It's a brand new-ish word relative to, I guess, this century. But it makes sense that it wouldn't really exist that much before, because it wouldn't have had that much utility. But as far as my pretty standard research for just double checking what the fuck a word means, the Wikipedia article just goes to the Terry Call guy. I guess Terry Call is the heart of it. So more than likely, everything that you have to learn or could learn about electoralism is in a Terry Call book, and it has not entered wider political science as something that's hyper standardized, at least within enough time that it ended up in a Webster's New World Dictionary. New College. Why did I say New World? New World College Dictionary. There we go. So that's the kind of thing we're working with here. Okay, I'm going to bring in President Sunday for just a second. I think he wants to clarify something. Hold on a second.
We got the music.
I hate it.
I mean, I like the music though. This is good, like hold music.
Start it. If I get fucking content struck for that, I'm going to kill everyone.
If I got content struck for that, I'm going to be even more upset.
President Sunday, why can't I ban him? Oh, I think you need to raise your hand to speak, Sunday. And then you can come in. Raise your hand. There we go. Hello, hello.
Hello, what the hell is this system? I've never seen this before.
This is the stage system. It's kind of newish, but it lets you, it's way better for like debates and stuff because
Anybody use the stage system on their Discord or on a Discord? Like this actually sounds like it might be.
Or call-ins. Because these audience people.
Is this like a standard Discord thing, or did you have to add this in?
Bog standard. I don't pay for anything on Discord yet, so.
That's the word of the day so far, chat. Bog standard.
This is just, but it's new. You have to set it up a little bit, but it's completely.
Although we're not really dealing with the bog standard definition of electoralism, which might be helpful.
Fucking worth it. Because I can turn you down too, because I'm running this, so you're like a guest. So if you do debates and shit, you can, calm down in Frahaz. But what's on your...
Whoa, what's going on here? Okay.
Yeah, so, sorry, I just got incredibly distracted just a second ago. So electoralism. So,
yes.
Yeah, so you're correct in terms of its the term's usage in political science. How Demon Mom is using it here is, there's no relation whatsoever. The reason why people are talking about electoralism in this context, I don't know if there's another sort of theory path for using that term, but in this particular context, we have to understand is that this is all coming on the tail end of like a solid year of Brianna Wu sort of going from circle to circle to circle and essentially convincing people to sell out different communities of people.
Now, here's the really interesting thing about this. Like I said before, that one of Sunday's hobby horses is philosophy, right? Another one of his hobby horses is Brianna Wu and her effect on the content sphere, which I would agree with Sunday has been largely negative. Now, you heard what Tyler had to say about about a lot of things, right? Was particularly what he had to say about leftists and what he had to say about what was it? What did he say about Palestine? Did I take those notes, chat? I tried to take notes earlier. Oh yeah, we're butthurt about Israel Palestine. One in chat if you're butthurt about Israel. It's a weird way to describe it, right? But there, in other words, there's like a lot about what Tyler is saying. There's a lot about what Tyler is doing here that does seem to have more to do with like a Brianna Wu or a Destiny than it does with President Sunday, right? So like I said, they're friends apparently. They've done a lot of content together, but I don't know. I'm definitely getting like Destiny vibes from this is as bad as Vosh is. Some of the stuff that I've heard Tyler say so far, I got to be honest, is worse than Vosh. Is veering on Destiny. Did I see Brianna debate Rob Nor chat? Would you like to see that? Would you like to see more Brianna? We did watch 2 Brianna Wu debates on, I think it was Monday, sometime. Chat. It's a long time ago.
Advocating for.
I didn't know we would bring this back to Wu.
Well, you kind of have to, unfortunately.
I know.
I know it sucks. Like she's ruined everything.
I mean, this is a very Brianna Wu conversation.
Yeah, no,
the
my
logic is.
Oh,
yeah. So
ahead.
the logic is that need to win elections, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we need to coalition build with all of the normies. And we need to tell all of the not normies and the freakazoids to fuck off. And so people have started to refer to electoralism, quote unquote, as a shorthand for privileging elections over virtually any other political consideration, usually with a self-destructive conclusion. So
yes.
that's sort of what's going on here. I wouldn't necessarily go with a dictionary definition.
So chat, in other words, if you're concentrating on electing your side at the expense of any other form of pressure, and it turns out that your side is not interested in accomplishing any of the goals that you have in mind, is not interested in pushing back against any of the outcomes that you want to avoid, what have you really accomplished, right? So in other words, if you elect the Democrats and they sell you the fuck out to their donors, to make things, easier to win the election, et cetera, right? There's a question of what have you accomplished. That being said, I do think that there is a utility in trying to make sure that Trump doesn't become president again. But I don't want to, the debate, the pragmatic goal should be about policy. At the end of the day, that, in as much as we engage in electoral politics, we care about policy, and achieving a good policy end requires more than just an electoral approach. That's, I think, what people were trying to tell Contrapoints.
For this for a couple of reasons. The first is that the term electoralism, even in political science, is fairly recent. It doesn't have a tremendous amount of uptake. What it actually refers to is, you're sort of right. What it actually refers to is when an authoritarian regime transitions to something more liberal or otherwise by means of elections.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a collapsing regime or whatever, which essentially defers the building of a new constitution to plebiscites or to like referendums or whatever, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's how that works. That's obviously not going to apply to the United States because A, you don't have an authoritarian regime in that way, and B, none of that is going on. Yeah. So in this context,
yeah, you don't have an authoritarian regime in that way. Our totalitarianism is strictly inverted in the United States.
So we're talking about by electoralism. We're not talking about electoralism in the sense of like regime analysis, which is what that would be. What we're talking about is...
But I think what Sunday's saying is that he wouldn't compare the United States elections to, say, the elections in Russia, where, it's questionable how legit those elections are in the first place. Like how free people are to, campaign against and vote against Vladimir Putin, how legitimate the results are, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, where electoralism of the type that Tyler has like looked up on Reddit applies is a state that's a lot more authoritarian and that just uses elections as strictly a veneer to try to legitimize the true authoritarian nature of the government.
Electoralism in the sense of like an attitude towards political activism. So in this case, it's just the only thing we're concerned about is winning elections. Ergo, if there are any like populations or causes or things or whatever that would hinder the outcome of a specific incoming election, we'll sort of axe that. And you can see like why there are problems with that. You can see some of the problems that can arise from that pretty simply. So, for example, let's say climate responses are unpopular, or something along those lines. Yeah. Well, an electoral attitude could potentially yield like no climate response whatsoever, or a perverse diminishing of efforts to raise awareness of like climate related crises and whatnot.
True.
In the aim of addressing it once you get into power by winning the election. So that's what she's referring to here. I haven't seen any of the rest of this.
Yeah, what we're gonna get into, you're kind of getting into spoiler territory. But yes, that her definition.
He's getting into saving your ass from looking ridiculous territory, Tyler. That's the territory he's getting into.
Ultimately different. Most of why I'm bringing this up at the beginning is to establish that I did try to find a definition, and they are sparse.
Because you won't. It's a really hyper specific term in like a specific kind of political science that isn't necessarily even authoritative. It's just like it's a shorthand for something. It's
yeah, Shakespeare. Hence my comment on inverted totalitarianism.
It's not like if you're talking about like the definition of constitution or something, you're going to find lots and lots on that, and they're going to be incorrect ways to refer to that.
Yes.
If you're talking about something like this, it's going to be like,
True. All right, but I'm gonna let her speak for herself here. Thank you for popping in, and we can talk about.
Wait. Do we need to talk about the categorical imperative though?
If you guys want to drag me in there and fucking badger me about old dead German guys, we can talk.
I could do that very quickly right now.
No.
No, let him. Let him.
Stay focused on this, or I'll never get it done.
All right.
Oh my god. He's trying to throw you a lifeline, Tyler.
Bye.
Ah.
Okay, so we're gonna hop back to Demon Mama. Thank you for calling in, Sunday.
Twitter by Contrapoints just 2 days ago. So let's read it. Contrapoints says, it's really, really easy to caricature the anti-electoralist left as online misanthropes whose politics is firebomb a Walmart and then not firebombing a Walmart. This is a reference to a insufferable and overused tweet that has become a brainworm meme in my opinion, but
that shit fucking slaps though, because it's true. She's talking about that Basil tweet, which is basically phrased the same way, which is 100% accurate. But what it boils down to is people will push aside the value of electoral action, you know what I mean, of trying to win elections in favor of a hypothetical revolutionary style direct action, and then not plan for or accomplish any.
So yeah, in other words, to Tyler, that firebomb a Walmart tweet that Contra's referring to is a banger.
Of that, while still taking the loss on the thing that they could have actually competed in. Not only is that a fair assessment, that is pretty much a full-on indictment of Demon Mama's entire approach to this and the greater community around her that supports this kind of talking point. Because it's all good and well to say that, but it's harder to do a lot of that shit and make change come about through it. And then usually the response to it is, I don't know if you know this, Sweaty, but direct action has changed a lot of things. Just look at these examples from 150 years ago when when the conditions for revolution were actually present at all, even remotely, compared to today. It's fucking hilarious. Kind of generally, anytime you see somebody get upset about that, know that they're just a little fucking weak in their assessments and their of just reality in general. Because if that hurts their feelings, or that feels, I don't know if that's fair. It's kind of a banger fucking tweet from Basil, who I don't think I actually like very much, but still.
It's not the actual tweet, it's just a reference to it. Sorry, I hear the tweet so much. It would help to dispel that myth if they were more vocal about what specifically their methods have achieved. We are all frustrated that the Democrats aren't stronger, more effective, further left, savvier about strategy. But the Democrats can at least point to some significant accomplishments in the last 4 years. A major climate bill, infrastructure investment, nominating Justice Jackson. What has the anti-electoralist left accomplished in the same time frame? I remember in 2020 a lot of mutual aid funds going around for protesters and people hit by the pandemic. That counts as an achievement.
Okay, so somebody just mentioned Sunday and what he did. He was streaming today. He looks like he's done now, but he didn't talk about this, right? He indicated that he was interested in going over Tyler's Demon Mama takedown, but he didn't do it the day of. He did talk to Tyler a little bit, particularly about Kant. I brought on his theory guru Brooks to discuss Kant, and Sunday and Brooks kind of see Kant in a slightly different way. Wanted to emphasize slightly different things, right? But as far as addressing this in particular, it looks like Sunday's not doing that, and I feel like maybe he's waiting to potentially bring these two together in a debate. He did mention that, but nothing like that has happened. No further discussion of this has happened. He's kind of, he said his piece there, and then he brings Tyler on to talk about Kant a little bit, and it's not gone any further.
Achievement. But what else? Anything on the level of influence as a major climate bill? As someone terrified by the prospect of Trump returning to power, can you reassure me that there's a plausible direct action / non-electoralist means of stopping him that's more likely to succeed than electing Biden or Harris? Because if not, I think you are a LARPer. And no, posting a picture of me next to Hillary Clinton does not count as an argument. So that's the thread.
I kind of like Contrapoints, man. I can't lie.
And allow me to respond. You are asking a faction with fundamentally different politics from yourself to aim for achievements that they cannot influence. That you also...
They can. This is an untrue thing. This is just a factually untrue thing that Demon Mama will repeat again and again, that like people have no influence whatsoever. What she wants when she says no influence is immediate, direct response to any fucking complaint that's raised at all, basically. So, like, she wants more influence on politics than a single vote can give you, which everybody wants. That's why people try to strip away the right to vote.
Cannot influence. Go right now with your action today and meaningfully influence the selection of a Supreme Court justice. You can't do that. Only the president can do that. Only the president can do that when there's an opening on the Supreme Court, provided it's not challenged and delayed until the end of another election. Damn. Go influence.
Yeah, the thing is if you win those 2 elections, then you get the seat. That's the issue, is that she's kind of just repeating facts.
No, Tyler. You win those 2 elections and you also keep the Senate and then you get those seats, right? You had this literal thing happen where, a Supreme Court justice died unexpectedly. Obama moved to replace them. And generally what's done, right, chat? So officially, yeah, it takes the approval of the Senate even to vote on a Supreme Court nomination, right? It takes the Senate has to, in fact, the Senate leader has to, has to make that happen, has to bring that vote up, right? Majority leader has to bring that vote up, right? And when Obama, went to replace Scalia, even with somebody that he thought would be middle of the road enough, maybe slightly right wing enough for the Republicans to approve of, he didn't even get a vote on that. Now, granted, that is the actual rule, right? That you need that approval. In practice, for a long time, every single Senate would hold a vote on a president's nomination. The McConnell Senate abandoned that practice advantageously, strategically, in order to flip the Supreme Court, in order to, hold on for a little longer in hopes that that there might be a Republican president, and indeed there was, and they got to fill that seat instead. So yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than Tyler's trying to put it. I get what he's saying, but I also get Demon Mama's frustration, and I don't think that this is an immature, know-nothing frustration that she is giving voice to here.
About the world, but in a pissy voice. And this is about the deepest argumentation that we're going to get into this.
Oh, you don't have access to that? You have to rely on a representative who may or may not actually keep their campaign promises and who you cannot vote for or against for multiple years after you vote for them in the first place? Like, for example, the biggest example recently is John Fetterman.
So here we go.
Or income to sustainably lobby? Or maybe you took time out of your day.
This is going to set him off.
Crazy statement, too. Because, this is just ignoring how the fucking world works. I think Demon Mama only understands politics from, watching, a Vosh stream or something. Because saying that you have no influence, no influence whatsoever, even as just a private citizen, is psychotic. It's good to lobby and basically, politically bribe people. That's very effective. You might find out once you get to the top that there's actually people that are doing cross-purpose bribing, and sometimes the lobbyists will fucking work with each other to provide a lobbying package that benefits both of them. That's an aspect of it, but you can do that. First off, you just can do that. And second, lobbies don't immediately result in action. And third, yeah, it's very difficult for an individual person to talk to the most important guy on earth as far as like shit, the most powerful man on earth or woman, if the president. But you can still talk to your elected officials. Like, you can just call them. You can.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's talking about. Cross-purpose lobbying. The only thing that comes to mind is the lobbying organizations which donate to both sides to make sure that regardless of who wins an election, that their priorities are going to be taken into consideration. And no, it doesn't exactly translate. You know, there's a lot of people paying for elections, and, you know, there's every chance that a elected official might prioritize like one lobby over another. I think that's what he's trying to get at.
You fucking can. And it's literally stupid. Like, you're stupid for saying this. It's stupid to say this. Well, they might not listen. Okay, well, do you know that? Have you fucking tried? I know that I can't for mine because we have tried. We fucking talked to fucking Mitch McConnell more than a few times. He's a prick piece of shit. But the thing is there's other elected officials. You know what I mean? Like, you can also...
All I know, Tyler, is that one side of the aisle is afraid of its constituency, and the other side of the aisle is derisive of its constituency. And the left side is not the one that's got that's putting the fear of God in their representatives.
Run in those elections as well. It's just not an instantaneous win for your effort. And I think unironically, people in this voting block are fucking lazy as shit.
Like, look at all the never Trumper Republicans that have become Trumper Republicans because they know that they gotta be that. They gotta bend the knee. They gotta kiss the ring if they want to stay in their positions. They will not continue to get elected. They will get primaried by some QAnon weirdo, and they'll be out of a job. And so they get with the program. Look at Marco Rubio. Did you think that we would be talking about little Marco as a potential vice presidential choice for Donald Trump? Well, here we are.
That's what we're really going to get into, is that this is lazy, ignorant, and self-important.
Hey, so you took time out of your day to go lobby, and then you just ended up getting snarked at or ignored. Like that time when Nancy Pelosi was snarking and making fun of anti-genocide protesters and told them to go back to China. Or the time that she tried to silence the protest of endangered immigrant youth.
Okay. And was that even their elected representative, or are they just mad at Nancy Pelosi? What's the deeper context to this? Do you know what I mean? I don't need to know the deeper context to this because I'm objectively right. I'm ontologically good. It's an ontologically good thing to do that, even if it's completely ineffective. Just walking up to Nancy Pelosi as she's strutting. Nancy Pelosi.
You know, chat, I got an extra soundboard before the stream today. It's this one. But I really am thinking that I should have gotten the you keep saying that word and I don't think you know what it means. I don't think you know the meaning. That's the sound bite that I should have gone for.
People as she's walking around. Okay, then fuck Nancy Pelosi. This is gonna blow your mind. She's a fucking member of the House of Representatives.
Didn't he make a video about why do progressives dress so unprofessionally? Yeah, and he was talking about PV, I think.
Representatives. She's not even in charge of it anymore. There's hundreds of people to be trying to influence and talk to. And your influence in a democracy is limited to your single vote and how much your voice can ring out. And you've got to try to do stuff that can actually accomplish things. I'm going to probably hit that point again and again and again. But I got to say, right now, this is pissy bullshit. Pissy, self-involved, self-important bullshit. Like, I can't believe that Demon Mom had the balls to go online and talk like this. You're humiliating yourself. Like, just understand that. This is a self-own. To anyone that's ever been involved in politics, including people that are fighting for the same things that you want. Right? Oh, I took time out of my day to go talk to an...
Okay, chat. By the end of this, we're going to see who's embarrassing themselves.
And they didn't immediately change their mind and they were a little rude to me. They ignored what I wanted because it doesn't fit with their own political goals that are that they were developing because of the people that actually vote for them and pay for them to get elected. They thought they wanted more. Just 4 random people showed up and didn't just change the fucking world.
think there's a few more than 4 people coming to talk to Pelosi.
It's going to be this again and again and again. It's so fucking frustrating.
Federal level politics is extremely fraught. There are no factions except for the current ruling power who can reliably claim to influence federal level politics, and that, even as we'll get into, is fraught, unless you yourself become deeply a part of the political machine in a way that distances you from your current values and your current life. You can't keep your current job, you can't keep your current friends, that kind of thing. You got to devote your life to either Democrat.
Literally complaining that you have to make a sacrifice to change the world. That's what.
Now, again, Demon Mama's not always the best at like putting what she's trying to say into words, right? But I'm being charitable to Tyler here, so let me be charitable to Demon Mama for a minute, right? I think what she's really getting at is the fact that to affect politics, you have to become part of the political machine, and that becoming part of that political machine changes you. In order to gain power, you end up having to do the work of people who you are diametrically opposed to. Look at AOC shoring up Biden right now. There's many such examples, right? And then all the people who take courage in AOC's victory, who take courage in the squad winning, they end up, disappointed, and they end up not knowing who to actually they feel like they've had their trust broken. And maybe in the minds of these politicians, they did what they did because they needed to do it. Look at Elizabeth Warren failing to take on Hillary Clinton in 2016. Look at Elizabeth Warren staying in the primary in order to split the Bernie Sanders vote, right? In order to help Biden, end up as the nominee, right? You've got examples of politicians that people might have believed in for a while. Politicians like Elizabeth Warren, that one of her first things was the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, having to become part of that which they despise in order to have any hope of achieving the political end that they want to.
This is. Demon Mama is so fucking self-absorbed, so in her own, so fucking buried in this hug box that is her community right now. And I don't fucking come over here and fuck around, because you might have to come before the con. I am heated about this, because this is actually dangerous for the people that she ostensibly thinks that she's sticking.
What did he say again? Confidently wrong. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Up for. This is saying
lack of understanding of politics, confidently wrong, shitting where I eat. Kids these days.
Not make any sacrifices to make any change in the world. I won't get a different job.
But heard about Israel Palestine.
I don't want to lose my friends. I don't want to ever have to compromise my morals to make a change. Yeah, and everybody that makes laws that makes it so that you have to do a dirty thing to get some shit done, they know that and then they win. They know that and then they win. Sorry, get dunked on. Duh. They knew that. They know that and then they win.
Get dunked on.
That's politics. Like, that's politics that a fucking freshman model UN person that is barely the most least like person on their team will go, that's politics. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you have to make compromises. Yeah, no, you don't get everything you want. Oh, did they think that you got everything you want? Did they think that you didn't have to do anything? Oh, like
that's not what she's saying. She's saying that you have to become somebody that you will end up despising in order to have the chance of changing the outcome on policy in a favorable direction somewhere way down the line. And, who's to say that by the time that you get that chance to make that, change to affect policy, that you even want to affect policy in the same way that you did going into it, right? Again, she's not always the best at, making, choosing the right words to make the point that she wants to make, but I'm pretty sure that she's not saying, well, I expect to get everything I want whenever I want it. And if I ever have to make any sort of compromise at any point and the policy outcome isn't exactly what I would prefer, then I'm just going to throw my hands up in disgust and walk away. I don't think that's what she's saying.
Even a tiny amount of time and money? Like, oh, okay. Did they not know that other people are working just as hard for cross purposes? That's kind of crazy. No, yeah, you have to make sacrifices. You have to make compromises in politics. That's one of the first things you ever learn. It's the heart of diplomacy is compromise. That's kind of crazy. Fucking absurd. I don't know if you know this, but I am too ontologically good to get involved in the systems that are destroying people. And I'm above them, so I won't participate in them. And when they eventually run me over like fucking tank treads, I'm going to say, hey, sweaty, did you not understand that was a bad thing? 10,000 retweets. Thank you. I fucking despise this mindset. It should not be permitted. It should not be permitted. Anyone that's out there that talks like this should be barked down by the entirety of anyone that wants to make anything happen. Because every person that she's convincing, every fucking little kid that
don't worry, Tyler. Someday you'll be as big as Destiny, and they will all respect your authority.
People under 25 that pop in and out of her stream, and this is their first blush with politics. You know how much fucking extra work is?
That's where you go. Zoomer imps. Apparently, I don't think that's her demographic. I don't think that's actually her demographic.
Is going to take to get it out of their heads that they should immediately
also why the Zoomer hate
get gratification for the most minor amount of effort put toward a political cause. You know how fucking insane that is to put in somebody's
like you're gonna put up with boomers talking about you spending all your money on avocado toast instead of buying a house for years and years and years, and they're gonna turn around and do the same thing to the next generation. Really?
Fucking head. It's irresponsible. Sorry. And I don't know what gives her the fucking confidence.
It's unresponsible. Are you like part of the think tank and Fallout? Like what is that word? Unpossible. They keep on saying unpossible. Anyway.
Say any of this because there is no grounding in reality for any of it. I don't know what Demon Mama's training is, where she gets her information, how she knows it's true. It all seems like she just feels like it's okay and then just pops off, and she can fuck over all of these people by teaching them the wrong thing, just the opposite of the truth. And it drives me crazy. That's
for somebody that's made such a big deal about people not, I don't know what, grounding their axioms. I haven't heard a lot of grounding of axioms for Tyler, right? It feels, all this feels like is him holding leftists up to a standard which he in no way lives up to. And you're going to see more of that in a second, chat. It's going to get messy. So be warned.
This is what this is going to be like. This is what this is going to be like.
This is what this is going to be like, yeah.
You don't actually have a say. These are things that can only be highly abstractedly influenced. That's not the right word, but you understand what I'm saying. Your one vote, and maybe the votes of a couple of your friends that you can convince might matter in a very small way, but you can't know that. Sometimes, even when you get everybody else together and vote, like, you know, with Hillary, the popular vote wins, and it still doesn't matter. The problem I have is the fact that these machines ask for your lifeblood. How do you think that progressives who went and dumped their money and times...
Wait, machines that ask for your lifeblood? Are we talking about Theranos?
Their time and their lives, their actual literal effort supporting Fetterman feel? How do you feel... how do you think the people who went and devoted a whole ton of time to Jamal...
Okay, now look at his reaction to her bringing up Fetterman.
...only to have his career get blown out of the water by a last-minute cash injection feel?
See, this is rewriting history. Again, right? This is not understanding deeper politics. This is a big issue that I have, and I will fucking...
Okay, so yeah, so in other words, not understanding how politics works, but having strong and unyielding opinions. Is that what bothers you, Tyler? Is that what gets your goat? Is that what grinds your gears?
And fucking reconstruct the world. I looked up the Jamal Bowman thing. He got redistricted, which is a natural part of the democratic process. Sorry, your district needed to get redistricted.
Look, there were some shenanigans that went on in New York, right, around 2022. So I'm going to cut him a little bit more slack than usual here, right? In general, redistricting is to achieve gerrymandering. is to whatever powers that be in politics are making it more assured that their people on their side, people that are loyal to them, will get elected, and that people, right, and this could be Republicans cutting up districts in a way to consolidate all of the minority voters in one district, or this could be Democrats ensuring that that there's the least number of possible consolidated progressive districts to minimize the minimize the far left of the Democratic Party, right? There's a lot of different reasons that things get redistricted. In general, it's not a good thing. It's moving us to in general, redistricting is a means by which gerrymandering is achieved. Now, I'm not sure if that was true for Bowman. Like I said, some weird stuff happened in New York that actually kind of cut against the Democrats' chances of, may have thrown a few districts to the Republicans in 2022. My understanding is that there was actually some legal action regarding that, and that it got changed again. So I can't say exactly the purpose behind the redistricting of Jamal Bowman, but I'm gonna add a little information that he may or may not know about Jamal Bowman in a second.
Gerrymandering is bad. His district was more representative of a different type of people, and he did nothing to win them over. That's he failed to get elected. That's the issue. A last minute injection of ads in the last several months of a campaign doesn't undo everything, because you can't make the argument for fucking AOC. AOC had somebody said 10 times the amount of spending against her for her primary, and she won it handily. Jamal Bowman was bad at politics. He's a bad politician. Fucking idiot, kind of. He pulled the alarm. I forgot that was him. And that caused a whole fucking thing. He was very disliked in Congress. Bad at politics. You can't get shit done. Being a thorn in people's side is sometimes good when you want attention, and sometimes you're just a fucking thorn in someone's side and they pick you out and discard you. His fucking constituents didn't want him. His career wasn't ruined by Jew money. Okay, his fucking career was ruined by him not being a very good politician. He didn't roll with the punches, understand that he was being redistricted, and then change his messaging or try to introduce himself in a way that won those people over.
Okay, so now, here's what I gotta say, right? When people associate organizations like AIPAC with the Jewish people, that's fucked up. That's wrong. All right. If somebody sees AIPAC doing something fucked up and they make a comment about Jewish people, yeah, that's anti-Semitic as fuck. That's fucked up. Was Demon Mama doing that? Where does this come from? Who are you accusing of, coming at this from an anti-Semitic? Bowman? Who's the anti-Semite here, Tyler? I don't know. I don't know where your barbs are aimed here. I can't tell. Jamal Bowman not getting with the program for his redistricting. Let me tell you, so we're getting into Jamal Bowman's take on Gaza, and there might have been, a part of the district that was turned off about things that Jamal Bowman has said about Israel, has said about Gaza, right? I want you to understand something, that Jamal Bowman went and visited Palestine, and from all accounts was a changed man after that visit. After witnessing for himself, and he's not the only one to have this kind of experience. After witnessing what is actually going on in Gaza, what is actually going on in the West Bank, a lot of people have a very different outlook on that. And so the idea that Jamal Bowman is going to be like, oh, well, you know, I've got different constituents there, so let me change my take, change what I'm saying is right or wrong, after having witnessed with his own eyes the exact situation that's being talked about, rather than this abstract notion. Yeah, I don't think you can expect somebody who's seen with his own eyes what's actually at stake there, what's actually going on, for not, like, do you really want him to fucking pander like that? To be like, I know what I saw, I know what's going on, I understand this issue better than a lot of people, but the constituents in my district feel different now, because there's different, you know, like, I got redistricted, and I'm gonna change what I'm saying. That's not a, it's not a good politician. It's not a good person. Anyway, let's
I swear to God, I'm not going to ban anybody, but like, I will deeply consider banning you if I hear any stupid shit of, well, he won the Bronx. Who gives a fuck? That's not his district. He's got a whole, it's all of Westchester. It's all of those people up there. That's fucking politics. It's so fucking bog standard. So fucking bog standard.
Bog standard.
But then people come in and they think that that's a point. And they don't understand that the people that are trying to spread that point the most are the ones that are saying he's your fucking Jew money in politics. I don't know if you guys know this, but like $14 million of that Jew money fucking, that knocked that Jamal Bowman guy out, right? Not he redistricted, not he wasn't very good at his job, not he was only a fucking senator for what, or yeah, senator.
And it's funny how much he's addressing the AIPAC money without addressing the Republican money that got poured into that too, right? The strange handshake that took place between the establishment Democratic forces and the right-wing forces. That being said, do I know that had none of that money gotten poured in, that Jamal Bowman would have won? No, I don't. But was that what Demon Mama was arguing?
For fucking 2 years. Like, his election was in fucking 2022 or 2020. I can't even remember off the top of my head. But he's a junior representative. You know what I mean? A junior senator, whichever one it is. Fuck, let me just double check real quick.
Wait, just a second. He's a junior senator. So the guy that you were, had such strong opinions on, right? Jamal Bowman. Jamal Bowman, who you just acknowledged, like, has run multiple elections in the last 6 years. Jamal Bowman, whose district you just talked about, Westside motherfucking Tyler. You don't know if that's a senator or a representative of Congress? Because the context clues, buddy, for somebody who knows politics are right there. And I thought you told me you knew politics. I thought your problem with Demon Mama is she didn't know politics. She didn't understand how things work. She didn't know, shit. And you're telling me that you got to look up whether this guy is a senator or a member of the House of Representatives? All right, let's go with some clues here, right? Running elections every 2 years. Running not at large in a state, but in a district. Able to be redistricted. Because you got all you should need if you do indeed know a lot about politics. Or know much of anything about politics. You got all the context clues right there to be able to use some deductive logic here. You don't actually have to look this up. Let's go over our notes again. Lack of understanding of politics. Confidently wrong. Not understanding how things work. And you can't tell me that the person you were just shouting at is a representative or a senator? It's right there. It's staring you in the fucking face, Tyler. And look, I wouldn't be going this hard on you if you hadn't been such a dick early on. But this is a situation where the right thing to do is to hoist you on your own petard. Tyler, you don't know how the real world works. You don't know how politics work. You don't know shit about what you're talking about. And you have confidently attacked somebody else for the same thing. I'm sorry. Game over, bro.
Fucking fuckity fuck. He's not in my district. Jamal Bowman. Congressman Bowman.
He's not in your district. It's right there. It's right there. Yes, he's a congressman if he's not in your district. Right? He's a congressman if he has a district. Senators run at large. Everybody in New York State votes for both New York senators. Everybody, like that. That's how the Senate works. That's how the House works. Anyway.
So yeah, House. He was only in there for a few years. He's a junior congressperson. He didn't do a good enough job. He got redistricted. They fucking got rid of him. The money doesn't come to win the election on its own. People donate to elections that they feel strongly about, and they donate to elections. They put money, especially big PACs. You would know this if you read occasionally. They put money where they think they can fucking actually make change. They put it right where it's going to be most effective. And they probably overspent. I think a lot of people said that AIPAC over-donated to that. I don't think fucking Latimer even needed all of that to win. They did that to make a fucking statement at the end, right?
Wait, I don't know where he lives. I literally don't know where he lives.
Like, you're being rejected by this. The donors don't like you. The fucking constituents don't like you. You don't get to win. It's a fucking democratic election. Like, and I don't care about this. I don't know if you know, the CIA was in here. The FBI's been sending mind waves into the people. It was, it has to be. It feels like it's got to be racism. It's got to be. I don't know if you saw this, but George Latimer in 1972 sneezed on a black person. Blah, 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 blah. All of this fucking horse shit. And it doesn't address the fucking bare bones issues. That is, Jamal Bowman wasn't popular enough to win a popularity contest.
So look, if Latimer's got a history of racism, I don't know about it, but he's about to talk about somebody else in a second that does have a history of racism.
If they had to ask anyone else, that's the case. And if he's not popular enough to go into that direction where there's people that are voting for the goddamn president, it's probably better. The president did not come and support Jamal Bowman. The president's going and supporting John Fetterman. He's saying Fetterman fucking based Fetterman. Talking with Fetterman over there. Hey, Fetterman, you're fucking cool. Fetterman's like, all right, yeah, fucking 2 fucking stroke victims over there. You know why? John Fetterman's kind of a good fucking, he's kind of really good at his job. The only thing that anyone doesn't like about John Fetterman really is the Israel-Palestine thing, which is crazy, but he's always been pro-Israel. He just always has been. And if you didn't want to support that, progressives, you should have looked it up or cared before October 7th. I know this because I read a gigantic multi-page long article from the Philadelphia Inquirer, the Philadelphia Magazine, John Fetterman, Senator, his approvals and stuff. John Fetterman's approval throughout his district is high as fuck. It's gone up. It was, he was like 4 or 5, I think actually close to like 10 points down. It was like 24 to 39. Now he's at 45% approval to like 30% approval. And that's outdated too. He's going up. Why? Because John Fetterman's a fucking politician. He understands. He's trying to accomplish at least one thing for his people. he can't really do much of anything about Israel except for go against the party vote, which he can do if he wanted to, but he doesn't care. That's not his thing. He's concerned about the people of fucking Pennsylvania, which you're not. When you talk about him and his the genocide shit, you're not concerned about the people of Pennsylvania. And the people of Pennsylvania are. The people of his district want help. He lives in the fucking Rust Belt. He was the mayor of a place called Braddock. Did you know? Do any of you know this? If you have an opinion on Fetterman, he was the mayor of a town called.
Yeah, we know about his time as mayor of the town of Braddock. Okay. This is quite a famous incident that I'm about to bring up.
Starting in the early 2000s and tried to help bring it back. It was a fucking Rust Belt, former steel mill town of like 20,000 people. Now the population's down to a little over 2K. It's obliterated like a lot of Appalachian mountain towns are, and people there don't give a fuck about Israel-Palestine. It's a light concern compared to, we don't have jobs. I live here. This is the house I own. No one's ever going to want to buy it because there's nothing in fuck.
It's a light concern, right? It's
fucking Braddock to do work-wise or for entertainment. This is fucked. The greater counties and fucking chunks of his district that are around there are the same thing. Did you guys know that fucking he commuted 36 death sentences as the I think it was the lieutenant governor? He saved 36 people's lives from our
I think that we're quite familiar with the positive aspects of Fetterman's. I think progressives are very familiar, right? I think progressives being, integral to his election, to him taking down, Dr. Oz and winning that Senate seat that a lot of people had doubts of him winning, after suffering a stroke, like he had a lot, going against him. And, he still got that support. I think that is something that progressives are familiar with, right?
Fair justice system. Did you know that? Did you ever look it up? No, because people fucking essentialize down to only the issue they give a fuck about. And this is what Demon Mom is doing. And you're just saying, literally, you don't give a fuck about the people that are voting for this person because you want it to work for you, which if that's your disposition, then when they say it, it's okay too. And that's pretty much the case. Then there's no reason to reach a hand out to an absolute fucking minority voting bloc if they're going to be shitty, snarky little piss pants on the internet about everything that doesn't go right. That's what Fetterman, his whole thing, he's like, I don't fucking like progressives. I thought I was a progressive, but I don't fucking like them anymore because I do any like moderate thing. And like these people like send me messages saying that they want me to die, and literally messages saying, we want to see you. I hope you die. I hope you have a fucking stroke, a massive stroke, and die in front of your children. You know what I mean? These people are not on the fucking internet like that. Like the dude uses Twitter and shit. He's probably used to it, but you gotta understand, what the fuck reason does he have to listen to you? Do you not understand that you don't have fucking bargaining power that way? Like dunking on people like it's a fucking YouTube video doesn't go more than 5.
Yeah, let's take a look at Fetterman and Braddock.
I'm certainly not above the law. I believe I did the right thing, but I may have broken the law during the course of it, and I'm certainly not above the law.
Yeah, new at 6 tonight, the mayor of Braddock admits to pulling a shotgun after chasing a man he suspected of firing a gun near his home. And it turns out that man was just an innocent jogger. Good evening, everybody. I'm Wendy Bell.
And I'm Mike Clark. Tonight, the big question is...
So he hears a shot. He hears a gunshot. He goes outside. He sees a black guy jogging. And he fucking pulls, a shotgun on this guy?
Is the mayor being given special treatment? Only on 4 tonight, reporter Bob Mayo digs into the controversy.
It happened just down the road by Braddock Mayor Fetterman's home when he heard what he thought was assault rifle gunfire.
Tyler, did you really want to talk about Braddock? I thought Demon Mama was the one that was being lax on research. Really?
He chased a man that he thought was responsible, then pulled a shotgun to confront him until police arrived.
With my son, my 4-year-old son, and I heard approximately a dozen or more what clearly sounded like a...
So again, who's doing research to find just what they're looking for, just what they want, just what supports their argument?
Assault rifle gunshots go off.
Mayor John Fetterman says he rushed his son inside, called 911, and took off in his truck after a masked man in black he saw running. But Chris Mayeras, the man Fetterman...
It was a masked man because he's fucking jogging.
...turns out to be an innocent
Yeah, there's the mask, maybe.
jogger who police say had no weapon.
There wasn't any assault rifle shots. It was bottle rockets behind the library.
Mayor Fetterman did have a weapon.
A 20 gauge.
Well, imagine hearing gunshots and going outside and like jumping to the conclusion.
A shotgun under the back seat of my truck, which I pulled out and I showed to just say, look, we're going to wait here and we're going to get this all sorted out when the police arrive.
We're gonna get this all sorted out.
Mayeras and the mayor tell very different stories. He says Fetterman
Followed me into North Braddock and pulled a shotgun and aimed it at my chest.
Did you point the shotgun at him?
No, I did not. I pointed it, away so that he would see that I was armed, but I did not point it at him. In fact, I didn't even have a round chambered or remove the safety at that point.
For both men, it was frightening. North Braddock's police chief says his officers tell him the shotgun incident was over when they arrived. Mayeras says that's not true. The police tried to laugh it off.
I mean, there's a mayor with a shotgun and 6 other cops surrounded me. What else can I do but this?
I believe I did the right thing, but I may have broken the law during the course of it, and I'm certainly not above the law if I did. But what I did in a split second, and out of concern as the father and the mayor.
He's trying to make it like it's okay. He's trying to justify what he did. I mean, you're the mayor of Braddock in North Braddock with a shotgun.
After meeting with both men, North Braddock's chief is advising Mayeras to bring his concerns to county authorities. So far, Mayeras has not filed a formal complaint with either Allegheny County Police or the district attorney's office. In North Braddock, right at the border with Braddock, Bob Mayo, Channel 4 Action.
Anyway, this discussion that we're getting from Tyler as far as the the good, hardworking people of Pennsylvania and the goddamn elites that are concerned with this Gaza thing, this niche issue, this nothing burger. It's got Hillary Clinton vibes on it. I'm sorry. That's, it feels like the way that, the Clinton campaign tried to weaponize the notion of the working class white voter against Obama. It's gross.
5 fucking feet in this world. We're gonna listen to more of this, but unironically, I was like, I don't know, maybe John Fetterman's not that good, and then I realized the only things I know about John Fetterman, I know from fucking lefty YouTubers being butthurt about the Israel-Palestine shit. So, how good is he? He's fucking...
Well, you got to do that research. You got to do that Anna Kasparian thing when you realize that there's actually more money available if you're not a lefty, then you do your research and you find out that the left is full of shit.
Fucking great. He's really well liked amongst his electorate. His electorate is very, very for him. It might not last super long. He flipped that district from Republican. He's the working man's foothold in Pennsylvania.
Again, yeah, we got a very interesting definition of the working man.
All this time where you're like, I just don't feel like I have any control over stuff. That's a seat that the Republicans don't have. That could just go to fucking, John Moneymaker, who is not even fucking from Pennsylvania, doesn't give 2 shits about it, but shows up, shakes hands, fucking says a few racist things, and then goes back to D.C. to collect a check and press the fucking yes button on 4 different seats every time a vote comes up. It could go to that person, but fucking John Fetterman's in there. He's got his goals. He's got his ideas. And then there's other people. Is he perfect? No fucking elected representative is. But this fucking absolute psychotic dedication to perfectionism. Every person has to have a perfect playthrough. They have to be completely morally on my side, or I can't fucking associate with them. Who the fuck?
They have to not point a shotgun at a guy's chest because he was a black man jogging when what Fetterman thought was a gunshot went off. Right? This is perfectionism. I can't believe this perfectionism that's being demanded
do you think you are? Really? Like,
no, but who the fuck are you though? Like seriously, if you're gonna ask Stephen Mama this shit, who the fuck are you? Because you're not somebody who knows politics. You're not somebody that knows what the fuck a senator is versus a representative in Congress, right? You're not somebody that understands that senators, that's an at-large position in the state, versus a congressman that runs in a district. So who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck do you people think you fucking are when you say stuff like that? Why are you above everybody?
Why are you above everybody? Why are you above Demon Mama?
Why is your morals more important than people fucking like literally losing their houses?
Why are you so about kicking bridges that you suspect do not bear weight sufficiently for people to get across them, safely, and yet your bridge on the like lightest little tap just comes crashing the fuck down? Why are you above it all?
Losing jobs. Or being fucking tossed out on the street, or just losing their health care, or
And look, I'm not saying this to be mean, but Jesus Christ, you were mean as fuck about this. If I was to hold you to your own standards, I'd be kicking down your fucking shit. I'd be pushing your shit in, bro. But you know what? It doesn't have to be that way. Unless what you're after is an Anna Kasparian moment. Unless what you're after is woo bucks or whatever the fuck, right? And unless this is really a fucking heel turn, like with your eyes on getting that money that you get for shitting on the left, right? In which case I totally understand, and I guess I got nothing to say to you. Your mind's probably already made up in that case. But if that's not what this is, then maybe this merits a little bit more consideration on your part, because it doesn't feel like there was any consideration. There's no charitability granted. There's like I've steelmanned the fuck out of so many things that you've said that were just straight up wrong, where you just didn't know what you were fucking talking about. But I don't think that makes you unworthy of having a political opinion. I'm not gonna try to fucking gatekeep you out of doing your little. I say this as a smaller streamer, but doing your little stream on YouTube.com. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ. Have some consistency, please, God. Just a fucking modicum of consistency would be great.
Fucking the train that visits their house defunded so it doesn't work anymore. Like, why are your moral concerns, your ideological ideas of how things should be, more fucking important than the material concerns on the ground? And why don't you think that it's important to understand those and win elections in these systems? It makes no fucking sense. Like, this is like literally everyone that agrees with her. It's like you guys are like little children, like babies that have only existed online.
Babies who don't understand the difference between a senator and a representative. Maybe like those kind of babies. Babies who are going to yell and scream about Jamal Bowman and then have to look up whether the guy that you just said ran for office not too long ago is a senator or not. The guy that you talked about his district getting redistricted. Guess what? Senators don't get redistricted.
And like, you started watching your Coco Melon and mom handed you a Minecraft video when you were like 10 or whatever.
Look, I'm just going to let him go on.
Stayed on YouTube. And then you think that that's equivalent to knowing how the fucking world works. And it is not. It is not. There's nothing you can say to fucking change my mind. You'd have to either just work my words or say like, I just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, good for Gabby says this is embarrassing. Look, I'm not trying to make it worse for him, all right? It's bad enough already. I don't have to say anything.
Fuck.
Do you think that they feel represented by what happened? What can they even do? They didn't get the power. In the case of Fetterman, Fetterman got the power and decided to do whatever he wanted with it. And that's even in an edge case where we're talking.
Anyway, chat, this is a good time to take a little break and take a look and see where we're at in the poll, because I realized that I just got obsessed. Like I just did the thing. What is it called? Hyperfocus. Yeah, I'm told it's a ADHD thing that kind of checks out, since apparently I have weapons grade ADHD myself. It's dangerous. I appreciate you putting up with it. Let's take a look though at where we're at. So yeah, 48% there as far as the dono goal goes. We are coming up towards the end, but I have been surprised before by chat. Have been surprised before. If I look at my poll, I've got 109 votes in the full screen stream, and 53% of those votes are saying gay furries hack Project 2025. 21% of those votes are saying Jesse gender on Joe Biden. 16% of those votes say Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips. If I look over here, this is the short stream. I've got 36% for gay furries hack Project 2025. I've got 26% for Jesse gender on Joe Biden, and I've got 20% for Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips. So let us go to the donations and see what there are pointed out. Now, again, chat, none of this matters if we don't hit 100%. So this may all be academic at the end of the day, but we'll see. Like I said, I've been surprised before, so I'm going to be less surprised if I get surprised again. But I'll still be surprised. You'll see me get surprised. I'll be surprised. Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips has got quite the wind behind its back. So even though it's in third place in both of these polls, it's got 32%. Gay furries is getting an extra 3%. So if I was to estimate, oh my God, it's goddamn close, isn't it? I actually can't tell you which one's ahead. Like I'd have to crunch the numbers. I would have to look at that real closely to tell you which one is ahead. It's a pretty close race, right? And again, Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips is in third place, but it has got, like, there's so many people that are donating, or the people that are donating are putting so much oomph behind that one that it's neck and neck. So again, I would say that Mehdi Hassan, gay furries, and Jesse gender are all within striking distance, right? They could all potentially win. I don't think MTG is going to win today, but again, somebody could come in and be like, I just want to see that MTG boat content. I need to see the MTG on a boat content. An over-the-counter medication? I don't know about that. I wish. But yeah, like I said, I can't tell you without crunching the numbers which is ahead and which is behind, because it is damn close. It is damn close. But again, we're at 48%. We need to get that to 100%. Is she still in the boat? I don't know. She might have stayed. She looks pretty comfortable. She looks like she's been on a boat before. She's like one of those boat people, that one of those people that goes out to the boat on goes out to the lake on the weekends. Is Riz back? I'm hearing chat talk about Riz. I haven't seen Riz in a little while. Grey Knight says Tyler has a BA in photojournalism. I'm not going to mention the university that you say. His longest oh my gosh. Okay, chat, like, I hope we're not doing like research on anybody. I'm not trying to look into anybody's, personal life or anything like that. But anyway, regardless, it is a very close vote here. The dono goal is the only thing that's giving me pause as far as whether any of this will matter at the end of the day. But like I said, I've been surprised before. I am perfectly ready. Keeps on coming in and out. Okay, well, I mean, that's understandable. I think Riz really wants to see that segment. And Riz might get that segment. But it's pretty freaking close now, right? I would have said before, gay furries in a landslide, okay? That's what I would have thought. But there's a lot of people that seem to be putting money behind Mehdi Hassan, debating Dean Phillips. I've been, you know, what do you call it? I've been like, I can't think of the word. Oh yeah, his own chat is saying 50K dead Palestinians. People are butthurt. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, be careful what you say when you're talking about people's lives, okay? Like, I don't like to hear somebody, you know, talk a big game with, you know, all kinds of confidence, in a way that just glosses over,
Good
like,
Gabby super chatted $49.99.
what?
Pop hooray butterfly red heart butterfly.
Yo! Vox Populi. Good for Gabby. You just changed the game. You just changed the entire landscape. Like, right? So we're now, if we're not at 48%, we're at 98%. That's amazing in and of itself. But that just put 50 in Vox Populi. And I guess gay furries are back in charge again, as it should be. Look, chat, we can only hope that, you know, after it all shakes out, when Fetterman is defeated, when AIPAC is no more, that the gay furries will rule us all. That's the best we can hope for. We got to come up with the Latin name for what is that kind of government called? What is a government by gay furries? Like, what's the name of that? Like, you got democracy, you got kleptocracy, you got gerontocracy. Like, Shakespeare, you know Latin, right? Can you come up with a name for rule by gay furries? Rar indeed. Yeah, rarocracy. That's what it would be, wouldn't it? Like, it would be a rarocracy. I think you got it, good for Gabby. I think that's it. But yeah, I mean, there we go. Thank you for that very generous super chat, good for Gabby. Much appreciation. And to everybody who's looking forward to that content, I mean, we got a lot closer to that. You were in Damascus, says Shakespeare, during... Oh, there's a cat in the room. There's a cat. There's a cat. Coming in to say hello. Wait, let me see if I can... Oh my god, it's so hard for you to see the cats when they come in. I like have to get out of the way of the camera so that... I don't know. Did anybody see the cat? Did anybody see the cat? The cat was just in here. Tyrion was just in here. I don't think I got out of the way in time. You saw the butt and the tail? Nice. Fuzzy buttocracy. That would be a rule by, yeah. Rarocrats is good. I vote for Rarocrats. Nice. Unbelievable callousness from Tyler. No, that's not Bowie. That's actually Tyrion. Bowie is the white cat that you sometimes see in here. Bowie's our most common visitor, but sometimes Tyrion comes in and says hello. But yeah, they're not the kind of cats that like to be picked up, so I don't usually... in fact, I don't think I ever have. I could pick them up and show them to you, but most cats don't like to be picked up. Let's be real. All right, so we are right in the middle of Westside Tyler. Demonstrating his lack of understanding of politics, being confidently wrong, shitting where I eat, displaying delusional cope, saying kids these days, to the point where you might wonder, what he's even thinking. But never mind, because you're just butthurt about Israel and Palestine. You're just butthurt about Israel Palestine. So yeah, like literally all the notes that I took from earlier are coming back to bite him in the ass. Let's give it a little bit longer. There's also a little bit of Sunday schooling him in a nice way, in a friendly way, in a neighborly way. President Sunday's kind of like Mr. Rogers, right? As in David Bowie? I don't know. I should ask my roommate what Bowie's named after. Maybe. I mean, but that's entirely possible. Someday I'll ask, chat. Someday I'll ask. Are they beefing? Oh, yeah. Awkward ukulele. Yeah, that's an understatement. I hate to be the one to break the news to you. But yeah, Tyler's having a go at Demon Mama over her Contrapoints video. He's said that she doesn't know shit about politics and that, she's harming the people that follow her because her takes are so bad that she just needs to shut up. And the funny thing is the only one so far who's demonstrated a vast lack of understanding about politics in not knowing the literal difference between a senator and a member of the House of Representatives. This is basic U.S. politics shit, right? This isn't like some kind of deep dive, I don't know, nerd shit, right? This is like, how often do you vote for a senator? Every 6 years. How often do you vote for a House member? Every 2 years. Where do senators run in a state? Where do Congress, where do members of the House run? They run in a district, right? Jamal Bowman runs in a district, runs every 2 years. What, can you do a little deduction? No, we got to look it up to see if I thought he was a senator. I'm sorry. Like all this discussion about how Demon Mama is wrong about Jamal Bowman, and motherfucker doesn't even know like whether he's a senator or a rep. And look, it wouldn't be a big deal. I mean, look, we've all got gaps in our knowledge, right? I sometimes have to look stuff up. I sometimes have to ask chat for the right answer, right? I'm not saying that I've got all the answers, but I don't go around like shitting down people's throats and accusing them of knowing nothing about politics, accusing them of doing harm to their following, and telling them to shut the fuck up. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with, awkward ukulele, and I'm sorry you have to be the one to tell you. That's what's going on. Oh, or were you talking about... Yeah, because I know I got Contrapoints in the title. Anyway, look, if your contention is going to be that other people have a lack of understanding about politics and they got no place speaking, but they don't know how the real world works, please know how the real world works. Like at least to a small extent, right? Know how our government works if you want to make that kind of criticism on people. Because otherwise it's just embarrassing. And I don't like to see people get embarrassed, so stop embarrassing yourself. Okay? I'm not saying stop making content. I'm just saying stop being an asshole, I guess. Anyway.
Talking about local elections that can be actually influenced by a still fairly large amount of people, but by a group of people.
It is not. There's nothing you can say to fucking change my mind. You'd have to either just warp my words or say, like, I just don't give a fuck.
Do you think that they feel represented by what happened? What can they even do? They didn't get the power. In the case of Fetterman, Fetterman got the power and decided to do whatever he wanted with it. And that's even in an edge case where we're talking about local elections that can be actually influenced by a still fairly large amount of people, but by a group of people. On the federal level, most of us, nearly all of us, are victims of a machine that moves with no regard for us whatsoever. All of us reading these Twitter posts could all go and cast our votes for Biden right now. Statistically, anybody listening to this and talking about this almost assuredly will vote for Biden. And he could still eat shit against Donald Trump. The anti-electoral camp, just like Contrapoints, who I don't know if you'll ever see this, but if you do, just like you, is not actually allowed federal power. The anti-electoral camp just recognizes that and aims to build a politics that can seize power for themselves and those around them with what they can actually reach and touch in their lives. Definitionally, this type of politics does not take the form of acts of Congress.
And chat, if we really take this back to like everything that he said, right? He started this off talking about how he used to raid into Demon Mama and she never paid him any attention. Like she was a bigger streamer. Now he's got, he's got his own community, maybe gets half the concurrence, probably a little bit more than half the concurrence that Demon Mama is getting. And he hasn't forgotten that he didn't get what he wanted from raiding her. Anyway, chat, anyway. I mean, this feels personal in a really uncomfortable way. This feels personal.
Edicts. Feeding people so that they can
This feels petty.
live another day, participating in acts of protest that physically demand responses, compiling and distributing vital information. All of these are things that are both diffused and direct. So
This is like wishful thinking, right? I said this with the, and we're going to look at, I planted a seed. I'm not, I like to remember things and go back and visit them. We're going to revisit the effectiveness of the Israel-Palestine protests 6 months on. So that's in October, and see if any of the things that they thought they got right were right. Protest has very limited effect. It really just does, because they...
Is this protest analysis, right? Did a protest, I mean, I guess it's related to the point that we're talking about. But I just want to drive the point home that protest does not achieve its goals generally in like a well-defined time. The way that, I don't know, like in the right set of circumstances, with a candidate who harps on one particular policy that they want to get done, gets elected because of that policy priority, and then enacts the exact policy that they were talking about. That's not exactly a super common occurrence, but like, theoretically you could see, you could achieve change within like 2 to 4 years on something like that. I don't think that protests work quite the same. I think that protests are best seen like the way that we look at the effects of water on the effects of a river on a canyon over time. It doesn't mean that it's not worth it, right? And I hope that Tyler's not, like, is that the question that Tyler's posing? Were the protests on Palestine really worth it? I mean, I hope that's not a super contentious question there. But especially in a situation where the United States' foreign policy, as exemplified by President Biden, somebody who in the 80s said that if Israel did not exist, the United States would need to invent it, that Israel is such a useful chess piece on the board of the grand game of geopolitics that the US would need to invent it if it didn't exist. You're not going to get a full-scale change on foreign policy overnight through protest. I don't think that means that they're not worthwhile.
Happen in every different direction for all of the things, and they're just limited. It's good to get your voice out there. It's good to raise knowledge of stuff, but it has its limits, like voting does, right? going out and individually feeding people is okay.
You're surprised too, O2 parler français?
It's good. But like the systems that you're talking about being non-participatory in and just like not understanding are so much bigger than that, because like
wait, did you get non-participatory? Because like this is not, if this is Demon Mama's take on it, this is a new one to me. All right, Demon Mama, Vosh, Destiny, none of them have that. Of course, not Destiny, right? But yeah, no, this is not. She's not a non-participatory kind of person. I've never heard her say anything like that, right? Somebody that says just don't fucking vote, just don't fucking vote, no matter what. Don't vote. Right? That's. I've never. Where are you getting this?
You could run out of food and shit. Like the. You could try to get something like a food fucking kitchen passed. You could try to get funding passed for services and stuff. Like those are things that exist at the local level and even at the federal level and shit. And those will always go further than community assistance. It's just a case.
I think he means I think he's trying to talk about mutual aid, right? I think that's what he means by community assistance. Okay, so here I want to say something, and it's really important right now. Chat, I don't know what the outcome of the election is going to be, right? Does Trump get elected for another term? Does Trump not get elected? At this moment, the best odds, the most accurate odds I can give you, you know what? I'd like to say 50-50. That's assuming Biden gets out of the race. I think with Biden out of the race, it's 50-50. With Biden still in the race, it's worse than 50-50. It's more likely that Trump gets elected. But regardless, that could happen with Biden as the candidate. That could happen with another candidate instead of Biden, right? Trump could get elected. And in that case, there's not going to be a lot that you can do electorally to try to make things better. Now, I'm not trying to be doomer about this. I'm not telling you that this is going to happen, but I'm going to tell you if it does happen, that our only thing to rely on are going to be things like mutual aid. Our only thing to rely on is going to be stuff like, it's going to be direct action. And that's not an easy thing at all, considering how willing Trump has shown himself to use like the military on the American people, right? He wanted to do that, during the protest, right? He wanted to do that in his previous term. And, if he gets elected again, there's going to be no guardrails, right? There were people that were like, no, we don't do that. That's not going to happen, right? There were people like sort of in his way from enacting what he wanted to enact, right? But you're gonna need to go beyond electoralism to that those are your only tools at that point. So yeah, it's really fucking important.
That's why people fight for it. If singular small scale charitable acts were enough to fix issues, people would just do that. They literally would. There's no argument against that. Passing these large laws and trying to get people all the way up to the tippity top and involving yourself in the processes to get them elected and fighting for it is very important. And it is more effective by far than any other form of interference with the government. And that's inarguable, because if you get someone elected, they can do the
electoral politics is more what did he say again?
Far than any other form. Involving yourself in the processes to get them elected and fighting for it is very important. And it is more effective by far than any other form of interference with the government. And that's inarguable, because if you get someone elected, they can do the thing. You know what I mean? Like
they could do the thing. They could do the thing. They definitely might want to campaign on the thing if they think it'll get your vote. If you demand the thing, they might change their point of view. And, if they think that they can't get away without doing the thing, then they might actually enact it. But it's a whole ass thing. It is not even just about, like, look, even somebody like FDR. You could look at FDR and what FDR did during the Great Depression. Now, like, I think I've made clear, like, the degree to which, those New Deal policies were racist, right? That were not evenly distributed across racial lines. But even FDR, for his policy priorities, told the people that they had to force him. I mean, Obama said something similar, but it wasn't really receptive to. No, it's more than just electoral politics, right? They can do the thing, but, like, I don't know, you're fucking naive, bro. If you think that anybody that you elect that expresses an interest in achieving any policy objective is going to give you necessarily what you thought they were selling you in the election. That is politics 101. God damn. See, like, this is the thing. Hoisted by his own petard. You want to talk about not understanding shit? You want to talk about not understanding politics 101? Thinking that getting your candidate in there is that there you go. Policy achieved. That is hopelessly naive.
Like, and if you get enough people elected, they can pass those. That's why the fucking, like, people on the other side spend so much money trying to affect public opinion and motivate their voters and incense them and say, like, we need to fucking win this. We need to win this. Because the institutional power, the systemic power, is more far-reaching, more penetrative, and more powerful overall than all of this stuff. Like, it's not a waste of your time just because you don't see the thing happen immediately. Like, it's difficult to explain this, especially if you're like a child, like a little kid. But it's okay to plant a tree knowing you'll never sit in its shade. And it's okay to try to do something and fail and then do it again.
Amazing Star, super chatted $9.99. We're all in this nightmare together, so at least we have each other. Also, I ate ice cream for dinner.
You did? What kind of ice cream? And, like, apologies, chat, if I'm not able to get to everything that everyone says. Like, understand that I'm juggling a lot. Understand that I've been on at this point for 7 hours and 59 minutes. This segment that Tyler did, look, I'll give him credit for one thing, right? Some people don't, some people selectively dunk on their ideological opponents and don't comprehensively go over whatever they're pushing back on. Tyler seems to have watched Demon Mama's whole thing. He's reacting hard. He's reacting a lot. He's got a lot of opinions on this stuff. I don't think we're going to get through with even half of what he has to say here. So apologies, Tyler, if there was more stuff that I should have paid attention to later on in your stream. But wow. I didn't even realize how long I've been on here for. And granted, yeah, we did get thrown a curveball by Biden, and I'm glad we got to see his press conference. It's important to talk about. And I am trying to, give you a sense of, where Tyler's coming from about this before presenting stuff that I know that it's going to be pretty objectionable to you. Yeah, his chat's kind of turning against him. It looks, I don't know, it's part of his chat. I mean, you never know. You never know with people, right? The people that are talking in chat, though, there's definitely some people that are not agreeing with him, but it is what it is, right? And give him credit for, having his own, I don't know, chat. I'm trying to be as nice as I can. Seriously, I'm not here to, let's round that off to 8 hours. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're right. It's 8 hours now. Top of the hour ad break to you. If you're watching me on Twitch, understand that you're about to get served with an ad break. That is an unskippable ad break that lasts 3 minutes. You may have run into these already, right? And if you have, know that you can get out of them for free or for $6 for $5.99 now because they raised the prices by using a Twitch Prime sub, or by buying yourself a sub for $5.99, which is unfortunately the new price. You could also be gifted a sub. That does sometimes happen, and we're very grateful to people who gift subs. But again, best chance at that is going to be being active in the chat. Wait, you watched my live on January 6th? You must be talking about Demon Mama. Okay, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, look, I am not Demon Mama, nor am I one of Demon Mama's favorite people. Let's just put it that. Let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at that. Chat, we are... Wait a minute. Omega Star, you just put us over 100%. We just hit the sub goal. I'm so concentrated on this stuff, chat, that I didn't even notice. But yeah, we're at the sub goal. We hit the dono goal. Omega Star, do you have an opinion about what kind of content that you want to watch? Because I forgot to ask you. But yeah, I do find myself on Demon Mama's side of this argument today. I didn't watch her whole video. We didn't watch Tyler's whole video, but like, yeah, I feel like she's being I don't feel like this is good faith criticism. I don't think this is good criticism. And I don't think that Westside Tyler has the standing that he needs to make this criticism, considering that his major bone of contention is that Demon Mama doesn't know what the fuck that she's talking about politics. This is from a guy that doesn't know the difference between the House and the Senate. This is from a guy that wants to bitch about her take on Bowman, and then have to look up whether Bowman's a senator or a representative. Medi still. Okay, so wow. Oh my God, look at that. All right, so let me do. Okay, so Chad, like I gotta start streaming less time. I don't know how to cover stuff like this with less time, but I gotta figure out something, because this is absolutely taken over my entire day here, and like it's really interesting, and I've had fun analyzing this. I've learned a lot about Westside Tyler, unfortunately, and yeah. But yeah, I gotta somehow rein my streams in. So with that, I'm gonna do the math. I'm gonna do the hardest part of my job, which is the math. All right, so let's take a look at this right here. Oh my God, I almost don't have to do the math. All right, so look at what we got here, right? Now, you know how this works, right? You donate and you tell me that you want to see, this subject or that subject or the other subject, and I add points, 1% per US dollar to whatever you say that you want, right? So we've got a lot of, people donating wanting to see Mehdi Hassan. We got a few people donating wanting to see gay furries. And then we got somebody donating a lot to say that none of that matters, because look at this, -50. -50. That doesn't take anything below 0, okay? But that puts everything back at 0. And what that means is that the results of the poll will stand, because there is so much of the donations are riding on Vox Populi. So sometimes the donations make all the difference, and sometimes they make none of the difference. Gay Furries Hack Project 2025, 37% on shorts, 52% on the full wait, what is it? The full screen stream. That's what we're calling it. We're calling it the full screen stream. 52%. I don't even have to do that math, chat. Gay furries win. Gay furries are winning. Let me just put it that way. Let us hope that I saved this this link somewhere. Am I literally going to have to go and look at my history to find... Oh, wait, no, I know where it is. I know exactly where it is. I know where the story can be found. So again, chat, just so, you know, just in case I haven't said this enough, no hate towards anybody that I covered today. You know, even if some of the stuff that, you know, made you mad, please don't harass anybody, especially not on my behalf. If this gets ugly, if there's, you know, consequences for me doing this stream, the last thing that I want you to do is roll around in the mud with anybody that's, you know, taking it too far. Hopefully that won't happen. Hopefully we can talk like adults. Hopefully we can deal with this like adults. And look, I wanted to show you the President Sunday theory stuff because I thought it was kind of interesting. I actually find, you know, Kant. I mean, this is some basic Kant, but you know, I find that stuff, you know, interesting. But it looks like we're just not going to have time for it today. Again, my apologies. It's my hyper focus. It's my ADHD. That's what makes me do this. But we're going to go to our good friends at Internet Today for the story on gay furries hacking Project 2025. Just today? Wait, Internet just today, you mean? Or...
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
But yeah, thank you for all the support, everybody. We hit the sub goal, and we got through it. We got all through the waves of chuds when I streamed about you know, the Biden thing today. Let's take a look at what we got here. Oh yeah, I gotta remember to do this. I'm supposed to hit the... I'm gonna try to do stream, what is it called? Stream, timestamps. I'm gonna try to do timestamps for you to make the VODs easier to watch. Hit that timestamp there. Wait, no hate just today? Oh my gosh. SM, you're probably right. I mean, no, it was really rough. We had you know, we had a really big stream, and since it was about politics, we're getting like both sides in, so we had a lot of Trump people, and it was difficult. Thank you, mods. Everybody give a hand to the mods. The mods have done a lot for us today, and don't think it's not appreciated, because mods, you make the stream work, right? Without the mods, I don't know what the fuck we would do, because that was a lot of chuds. You missed the chuds. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're better. Maybe you were lucky to miss the chuds. You've been rooting for the Rizzler. This was Rizzler's topic. If the Rizzler is here, the Rizzler, you know, this is the topic that the Rizzler wanted to see. Let's see, make that stream marker on the Twitch stream as well. And hit that intro. Project 2025. This is the Heritage Foundation's plan for what to do with a Trump presidency. They already got a lot out of the first Trump presidency. in terms of the Supreme Court, which eventually rolled back Roe versus Wade, and more recently has given wide berth to Trump as far as his immunity to any sort of being held accountable for any of the official acts that he does as president, and some real confusion as far as what an unofficial act is, what acts are even prosecutable that he undertook, right? And not lest we forget the Chevron doctrine, which you'll be finding. I prediction, right? You're going to be hearing more and more about this. There's going to be more issues with agencies trying to enforce regulation, thanks to the rolling back of the Chevron doctrine. It's a boring, technical matter that is going to have a great impact on, I think, all of our lives very soon. So they got a lot, the right wingers got a lot, the Christian nationalists got a lot out of Trump in the first administration. He did a lot of damage to, what little bit of democracy, we actually have. And they want to come back for a second bite at the apple. And this one, they've got a plan for it. They want to take out civil servants, replace them with Trump sycophants. It's looking bad. It's looking bad. It's looking grim on so many ways. And you think with this, how grim it's looking, that there's no glimmer of hope. But chat, you would be wrong, because today there is a glimmer of hope in terms of furries hacking Project 2025. Let's see what's going on.
So they happen across lots of different people.
That's the wrong button. There we go. They're muted. Unmute. Okay, there we go. I think we're good.
Most important election of all time, throw out one side of your mouth, and then on the other side of your mouth, you're just like, whatever.
If he gives it his best, I mean, what are we going to do?
Mixed messages.
Yeah.
He's doing the goodest job he can, chat.
Anyway, just so we're absolutely clear, our obligatory statement.
Yeah.
We want Joe Biden to drop out because we want Donald Trump to lose.
Yes. And this has...
That's why we want him to drop out.
We're not mentioning RFK Jr. because we don't even care about that guy.
Yeah, he's a non-entity.
He ate a dog.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Now, we know...
It might have been a goat.
What's on the agenda if Trump wins. We're clear-eyed about that. Yes. It's not pretty. And it would be great to have a candidate who can actually articulate that instead of doing what the Biden campaign did this week and just tweeting out Google Project 2025.
Yeah, you do the work.
And then when you actually do Google Project 2025, the campaign didn't even have like an SEO-friendly website set up for when people do that. Like Google Project 2025, and then like, oh, that's smart.
I'm getting an ad for Expedia.
Yeah, the Biden campaign has like has their result right there at the top. No, nothing like that.
I mean, with a generic name like Project 2025, it's kind of likely that there might be a lot of nonsensical results for something like that.
No coordination. This campaign it's on rails. They're fucking bad at this. They're bad.
So
they're not doing a good job.
It's first of all, it's like condescending to just be like, you do the fucking work. You figure it out. This is the most important election of your life. So I don't know, figure it out.
I don't have the emotional bandwidth to explain this thing to you. It's not my job to educate you.
Also,
why don't you read theory?
Googling fucking Project 2025, all I can imagine is like ads for Verbo and Airbnb and Expedia being like, big travel plans next year, like, because it's just an ad.
I mean, from what I like, Google does pull up results, but like, it's obviously if you're running for president and this is so important to your message,
you should be out there conveying it.
Why are you assigning people homework?
Yes, one of the critiques from within the Democratic Party that I've seen is that clearly, and this is a good strategy.
Okay, so chat, I just Googled it for you. The first thing that comes up, and this is my result, your results may vary, is project2025.org. So it's their website. Which, given how mask off they're being, might give you an idea of what they're up to, but this is from their perspective, right? If what comes up on the side here is, oh no, that's just the... All right, so the first result is their website itself, right? Google's got some, people also ask, what are the main points of Project 2025? What are the 4 pillars of Project 2025? What is a mandate of leadership? who are the authors of 2025? Things to know: goals. What are the goals? Function. What is the function of what is the funding? Then we've got a BBC article, a wish list for a Trump presidency explained. NPR, CBS, CNN. Ooh, then we got some articles about the hackers. Got some videos, documentcloud.org. Wikipedia coming in towards the bottom. Oh my God, Joe Biden for president does come up, right, with a entry for Project 2025. But it's the very last entry on page 1. So yeah, they're right. They could have done more. They could have done more if they were gonna, tell people to Google Project 2025. They could have put more into making, into the SEO to get a higher result.
Be really repeating and just driving home the Project 2025 stuff, which is actually scary, but they can't because A, they're having to fucking hallucinate a totally cognitive president.
So wait, somebody Moe Nope got the same website as the second result. So at least for some people, it's up there. It's a .org, so it must be good. And what was your first result, Moe Nope? Was it Project 2025's website itself?
And B, he doesn't have time to talk about Project 2025 because he can't fucking get his words together. And as soon as Trump says literally anything, it scrambled his brain to the point where he couldn't even retort.
But yeah, so Project 2025 is basically, it's a plan put together by the Heritage Foundation. It's mostly
the wonderful people at the Heritage Foundation. What could go wrong?
Every single conservative proposal you've ever heard, but all in one place. And the more alarming aspects of it include getting a bunch of
it's a wish list, chat.
Important federal agencies that are responsible for stuff like labor rights, climate, healthcare, consumer protection, etc., and just like destroying them, removing them entirely, gutting them, and then filling what's left of the administrative state with Trump loyalists instead of independent bureaucrats, like how it's supposed to work. And yeah, of course, they want to continue just cracking down on abortion.
I mean, civil servants. They're replacing civil servants, right? The lifeblood of the actual function of the government, right, are going to be replaced with Trump loyalists who don't necessarily know about the jobs that they're going to be assigned to do, but they do know who they're loyal to, and that's Donald Trump. So any request they get from Donald Trump, they're going to trust they will do the goodest job. Who are these two base dudes? This is Internet Today. Elliot, etc. And wait, who's the? It's funny they don't say their names, but they've been around forever, right? They're here. Let me give you the. In case you want to follow them, right? And they do some good work. I don't know, once, twice. I think it's like 3 times a week. They put out a video 1 day a week. It's about tech. 1 day a week, it's news dump, which I think is the wacky news. And then 1 day a week, it's like serious news. But here you go. I'm gonna put this in the chat so that if anybody's not following them already, you can do that. Your first result? Oh wow. Google's really customizing those results, huh, Shakespeare? There we go. So if you wanna give them a look, give them a follow, there they are, these two guys, aka Internet Today.
And throwing you in prison for it, and making the lives of LGBTQ people more difficult
or illegal,
and just fucking like murdering anyone who crosses the border. That kind
using
of
the
thing.
National Guard to round people up.
Yeah, it's basically it's what's been the Republican plan since at least Reagan, but it is helpfully compiled all in one place. It's a great window into the ultra-conservative mind.
It's a wish list.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is coming true, sadly.
Oh, also, the president of the Heritage Foundation literally
Rush, no slurs, please.
Said recently on camera that the U.S., quote, is in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be. So yeah,
So in other words, roll over and accept it, or you're fucking, you got a target on your back.
I think it should be very easy to run against that.
You just point at it and
just say, hey,
this is wildly unpopular with even more than a majority of the country.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When Joe Biden won in 2020, that wasn't people voting for Joe Biden. That was people voting against Donald Trump, because normal people, who thankfully do make up at least a decent plurality of the people in this country who vote, were increasingly like, wow, Trump and all of Trump's people up to some weird kind of scary shit. I'm not really interested in that.
And Trump himself is up to more weird and scary shit than I think we even knew about, with more revelations coming out about his connection to Epstein.
And really, you just have to be like, this is what they're doing. And like, even at the debate, when abortion came up, Biden, it's like, okay, here's your chance. The most important issue of this election.
Instead,
he starts talking about like some woman who got murdered by an illegal immigrant. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's
God.
It is. It was bizarre how he took that layup and just completely not even
like. I mean, I could tell what he was trying to do, right? He was trying to take that arrow out of Donald Trump's quiver, show that he's concerned about the moral panic that against immigrants that Trump's trying to drum up hatred over, right? That's what he was trying to do. He can't talk. He can't make sense. He's not a good communicator, right? The job that you need to do to run for president, communicating, is not something that Biden is currently good at.
Screwed it up, but got his point across in the worst way possible.
Yeah, and people are like, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, he had a bad debate. Like, no, that moment in particular was just like, holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
He is not equipped.
Anyone could have clapped back on that.
Yeah, literally anyone.
Yeah. But at least one group of people is doing something about Project 2025, and that is a group of gay furry hackers. Here's the intercept. SiegeSec, a collective of self-proclaimed gay furry hackers, has claimed credit for breaching online databases of the Heritage Foundation, the conservative think tank that spearheaded the right-wing Project 2025 playbook. SiegeSec released a cache of Heritage Foundation material as part of a string of hacks aimed at organizations that oppose transgender rights, although Heritage disputed that its own systems were breached. In a post to Telegram announcing the hack, SiegeSec called Project 2025 an authoritarian Christian nationalist plan to reform the United States government. The attack was part of the group's Op Trans Rights campaign, which recently targeted right-wing media outlet Real America's Voice, the Hillsong megachurch, and a Minnesota pastor.
In his foreword to the Project 2025 manifesto, the Heritage Foundation's president, Kevin Roberts, rails against the toxic normalization of transgenderism and the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology. The playbook's other contributors call on the next conservative administration to roll back certain policies, including allowing trans people to serve in the military. We're strongly against Project 2025 and everything the Heritage Foundation stands for. One of SiegeSec's leaders, who goes by the handle V.
Daniel Richardson says Trump is the man. Yeah, he's the man that showed up on Epstein's island like 7 times. He's the man who wished Ghislaine Maxwell, wished her well as she's going to jail.
Told The Intercept. In its Telegram post, SiegeSec said it obtained passwords and other user information.
Daniel Richardson, are you a Drake fan? Do we have a Drake fan in here?
For every user of a Heritage Foundation database, including Roberts and some U.S. government employees. Heritage Foundation said in a statement Wednesday that SiegeSec only obtained incomplete password information.
So, look, thank you to the gay furry hackers.
They were there when we needed them most.
Yes.
I think they're going to be doing a lot more hacking.
I think you're going to be hearing a lot more out of these gay furry hackers. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you to them. But back to AI news again.
Oh.
I mean, sure, we still haven't been able to come up with a single use case for this technology that justifies all.
Look, let's see if there's anything more, because oh no, oh my God, chat paywalled. I mean, I can kind of read this, maybe at least part of it. Oh my god, no, I'm severely limited. God damn it. I don't know if it's just like so early that we don't know what the hackers got, because like I didn't get. Here, let me look. See if I can find anything on Twitter here. Here, I'm just gonna scroll to make sure there's nothing objectionable that I'll run into if I scroll this on stream. I don't see anything that's gonna get me in trouble. Think we're good. All right, let's do a little Twitter jaunt. If you're game, chat, are you game? I'm game if you're a game. Let's take a look at this. Furry hackers. The furries hacked the Heritage Foundation propelling Project 2025, which caused the executive director to reach out, and the chat logs are vile. So this is the executive director of the Heritage Foundation talking to maybe a representative of, what is it called? Siege? What are they called, chat? Siege something? Yeah, unfortunately, we can't add another, Oh, looks like, Natalie's got some chat logs here. What are they called again? Siege Sack? Is that what they're called? Oh my god, we gotta be careful, though. Would you like to meet virtually or send an emissary to meet in person? Vio, I would like to be left alone without my rights being threatened. Mike Howell, are you aware that you won't be able to wear a furry tiger costume when you're getting pounded in the A in the federal prison I put you in next year? Vio, such unprofessional language from an executive director. Would you mind if I shared this? Mike Howell, please share widely. I hope the word spreads as fast as the STDs do in your degenerate furry community. Jesus Christ. Are there more? Oh, there are. Okay, here we go. Yeah, sieged sack. Sieged with a D, sack. So this was on Signal. This is Mike Powell of the Heritage Foundation Oversight Project. I'd like to chat. Would you be willing to have a call or some other means of communication? Vio, hello. Unfortunately, I'm not able to call. I can only stick to the text communication. If you have another platform you'd prefer, I'd be open to adapting how I can. Mike Howell, this platform is fine. What is this that you are seeking or threatening? Vio, we want to make a message and shine the light on who exactly supports the Heritage Foundation. We don't want anything more. So they're going to go for information about the support of the Heritage, where their support is coming from. We don't want anything more than that. Not money, not fame. We're strongly against Project 2025 and everything the Heritage Foundation stands for. Mike Howell, that's why you hacked us? Just for that? Theo, yes. You should... it should be obvious that all we want, based on our own history as a hacktivist group, it should be obvious that's all we want based on our own history as a hacktivist group. We do not seek money. Mike Howell, okay, listen to me closely. We're in the process of identifying and outing members of your group. That's funny because it sounds like that's what they are doing to SiegeSec is doing to the supporters of the Heritage Foundation, which, you know, again, Reputations and lives will be destroyed. No, I think that your reputations are a lot more on the line, or that your supporters' reputations. Closeted furries will be presented to the world for the degenerate perverts they are. So this is the threat that Mike Powell is making. You can't hide. Your means are minuscule compared to mine. You now can either turn yourself in or you can cooperate. VO, none of our members will be identified or outed by your organization built on hatred. The only ones deserving of destroyed life are those within your organization. You want me to cooperate? With what? Spreading misinformation and hatred? We won't turn against our own people. Mike Howell, your own people turned against nature. Well, I mean, I feel like furries are all about nature. If anybody's turned against nature, it's non-furries, right? We will only accelerate the cycle. VO, nature, it has no defined set of rules, no authority. Yeah, don't try to debate bro a furry about nature. Come on, what are you thinking, Mike Howell? Nature has no defined set of rules, no authority, just like it should be. Humans can do what they want, and yet you choose to support an organization to harm innocent people. Why? How can you justify this to yourself, knowing you're threatening the rights and lives of other human lives of other human beings, I guess, of other human lives, it says. The people you hate could be anyone, your friend, your mom, your sibling. Yeah, you don't know Mike Howell, you don't know who the furries are. They could be, people in your life. They probably are people in your life. Mike Howell, God created nature. Nature's laws are vicious. It is why you have to put on a perverted animal costume to satisfy your sexual deviances. It is why you are forced to hide like a coward. You violated our rights and broke the law. You have no standing to discuss such matters. VO, the rights your org violates will be 10 times worse than any crime I've committed. You do not follow God if you use religion as a crutch to hate people. While I hide behind a screen to fight for my rights, you hide behind religion to attack the rights of others. Mike Howell, would you like to meet Virtue? And this is the part we saw already. This is the part that ends up in Mike Howell threatening to get VO essayed in prison. Okay, so we're picking up where we left off here. Please share widely. I hope word spreads as fast as STDs do in your degenerate furry community. VO meow, which is the a cat emoji. Mike Howell, bestiality is a weird sin. It shows how you've gone a few clicks too far in trying to satiate your deviant appetite. VO, what's your opinion on vor? Mike Howell, my advice is that you get out of your mommy's basement, iron your shirt, buy a girl a drink, and ask her out instead of Googling new deviances for you to fixate on. VO, BRB, I'm writing a post about you. Would you like me to immediately post your docs publicly or tease it for a little while first? Mike Howell, whatever you prefer. I'm tied up with the FBI. I'm tied in with the FBI. Issuing a 2702 order on your social media. You aren't that sneaky for your line of work. Screenshots of our Bitcoin wallets transactions. Oh, he shared screenshots of them paying for what? Paying the FBI? That's not how that works, is it? What would be the Bitcoin transaction? VO, oh my god, you learned how to look up the public history of my Bitcoin address. Good job, pal. I'm proud of you. Okay, so this is... Oh, okay, so this is... Yeah, so this is... Sieged Sec posting this. So when it says screenshots of our Bitcoin's wallet transactions, that means that Mike Howell is showing Bitcoin wallet transactions from Sieged Sec. But VO not too scared about it. Oh my god, this one, oh god. Here, let's switch over. Okay, wait, this is, we already saw this part. So that's kind of the most contentious it gets. Oh, so they're adding oh no, God, there's like more. Here, let me see what Natalie's got for us, if this is anything. Okay, looks like this is kind of what I've got already. Yeah, so there is more to this. So yeah, this the person tweeting is tweeting at, this is Mike Howell, right? Pivoting is a good indicator of a fragile psychology, so I can't and won't be too hard on you. But this avoidance of a simple question is unacceptable. With that being said, please trek outside of your echo chamber and tell the American people your opinion on VOR. That's what they want to know. Don't get me wrong, I like to reach people through my creative endeavors, but I literally did not intend for this to leave my circle. Please view some posts and articles from the people actually putting in the work to decipher all of this creamy and flavorful data. Kudos to there's an at. Don't know where you people are coming from, but my name is Gigi. Yo, I draw furries. Yo, writing a novel too. Yo, soulfully translating the phenomenon of consciousness, identity, and our universe through art. Yo, from my own two calloused hands. Yo. Just learned this. Everyone, please give a huge kudos to SiegeSec, as this was their last target before disbanding. So SiegeSec is no more, I guess. They did pivotal work in hacktivism. Well wishes. What is this? Biden team behind the gay furry hacking group. Things are getting interesting. Mr. Howell, may I please have a comment from you about the situation? The chat log released by those claiming responsibility for the attack on Heritage Systems. Oh, so he's claiming complete and total victory because they disbanded. I don't know about that. I'm guessing they were aware of born too late to fight along the greatest generation, born too soon to fight for the last bag of jerky in a burned down Buc-ee's, born just in time to see gay furry hackers fight fascists. So wait, this is the list of. They seem to have tied people with roles in the Trump administration. I don't know which of these are future roles and which of these are past roles, right? But we got names of the authors of Project 2025. and their positions. So what do we have? We have a chief of staff at the Office of Personal Management. We have a White House Assistant Special Counsel. We have Acting Assistant Secretary for Policy and Department of Labor. We have Deputy Associate Attorney General. We have Chief of Staff to Director of National Intelligence, FCC Commissioner, HUD Secretary, Associate Director of Presidential Personnel, Acting Deputy Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, Deputy Chief of Staff for President Trump, Assistant Secretary of Education, Assistant Secretary of Commerce, Chief of Staff, EPA, Counselor to Attorney General, Deputy Assistant Administrator of Public Affairs USAID, Associate Director of Presidential Personnel, Senior Advisor, Office of Personal Management, Commission, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, Acting U.S. Secretary of Defense, Federal Reserve Nominee, Acting Assistant Secretary of State, Deputy Assistant to the President, Acting Director of Bureau of Land Management, Acting Chief Operator, USAID, Director of the Office for Civil Rights, HHS, Director of Policy Planning, State Department, Assistant Secretary for the Department of Veterans Affairs, Assistant Commission of Election Integrity, Director of the Office of Management of Budget, Agency Action Leader, Trump Transition, Deputy Assistant to the President. So these are Trump officials that are now confirmed as authors of Project 2025. Why is this important? Glad you asked, because Trump recently did a truth saying he didn't know who or what Project 2025 was, and that he disagreed with some of it. We got more logs there. I'm guessing there might be more to come from this as well, right? Got a Rolling Stone article here. Wait, apparently this director guy, like... Okay, wow, look at this cope. This is Mike Howell. This is the guy that was in the conversation. And he quote retweets somebody posting the logs. And here's what he says. I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, then why would I say I am? In the paper, the news, every day I am. Radio don't even play my jam, which is YMCA. That's your jam. I am whatever I say. Yeah, anyway, it's the lyrics to an Eminem song to show how not owned he is. That's how you know when somebody's not owned, is they're playing Eminem lyrics. I cannot anymore. This guy, who is the executive director of the organization of Project 2025, which writes legislation for the GOP reps, celebrating that gay furry hackers have disbanded after hacking his organization. Can someone jump out and yell, gotcha? This can't be real life. All right, well, that's a good note to end on. That's a good note to end on. Longlegs comes out tonight. Let me also end on the note of doing the one thing that I didn't get to do very much today. It was talking to chat again. Chat, sorry to anybody if, you know, I had so much to take care of today, so much to do. I don't think I even did it. Remember, we got through like less than a third of Tyler's screed against Demon Mama. I don't know. I hope we didn't miss much. I feel like I gave you enough to expose, that like the he's like, who the fuck do you think you are? Okay, come on, Tyler. Who the fuck are you? I think we got what we needed out of that. I feel good about that. I feel like I've done a good deed to somebody who's never going to appreciate it, that being Demon Mama. I do not expect any appreciation. I do not expect any rapprochement with Demon Mama. That being said, I don't think that she said anything wrong, and I think she was very unfairly portrayed by Tyler. I think she is a subject of derision, to a lot of bad people out there, and that for the most part she doesn't deserve it, right? There are issues with Demon Mama, there are issues I have with Demon Mama, but they are almost the exact opposite. Almost the exact opposite of the things that people like this fucking debate brain dude bros want to bring up about her. And so, yeah, I don't mind saying that in this case, Demon Mama did nothing wrong, okay? And that is irrespective of how she may feel about me. It's not my concern. Internet Today was the top 3 in my search results. Oh, good. That's good. For Project 2025, wow. So they've probably done a decent amount of content on Project 2025. I thought it was the name of some AI narrated channel, something I skipped over. Aw, so much love from chat. Yeah, thanks for understanding. Jesus Christ, are we on hour 9 here? We're almost on hour 9. Again, if you like what you've seen here and you want to support my work, I do have a Patreon link in the description. You can support me there. If you want to make the stream slightly better, I have items on my throne that would improve the production quality of the stream. We've already improved the production quality greatly. We've improved Waluigi's seat, and all this the sound stuff that I have. Some of the lighting stuff that I have is thanks to the Throne Gang. Again, thank you to the Patreon gang. Thank you to specifically my fancy Weasels, who get a fancy shout out. And since I might have forgotten once or twice during stream to shout you out, let me give you an extra shout out at the end of the stream. Shouts out to Omega Star, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Moe Nope, shouts out to Shaxpie, shouts out to Funky Monkey, and shouts out to Temporal Insanity. You are all fancy Weasels, and I appreciate you, and I couldn't do what I'm doing without you. So yeah, thanks to everybody who supports me in whatever way you do. Even if you are just giving me that thumbs up, understand that that's huge. That's huge, right? Thumb gang, do not sell yourself short. You are the heart and soul of this stream. And some people don't have the ability to support me financially, and that is totally cool. I appreciate you hitting the like button. I appreciate you giving me those likes, because that means a lot. I appreciate you being here to to watch and to support me. So thank you once again. I gotta stop doing this, chat, because when I go this long, what happens is like, I should be. I mean, I think am I streaming 5 days a week? I think I'm doing 5 days a week, but it makes it harder for me to do that. There's also stuff that I need to take care of. Like I said, there's some bills that I need to pay. The electric bill is the one that's been on my fucking mind for the longest time now. I need to take care of that. It's a whole thing of working this out with the roomies in terms of what I'm paying for the internet and what we're all paying for electricity, just to make sure that it's fair and evenly divided. So hopefully I'll have some time for that tomorrow. I need to have some time to do Fallout New Vegas, because I desperately want to do more Fallout New Vegas. I fucking love that game. I've been watching videos on that game. I've been like learning more about Fallout, and like, oh my god, I totally underrated this whole series. So I want to get back to that. But I gotta somehow truncate my time. I gotta figure out a way to do smaller streams and still cover everything that's important to cover. But there's been a lot. It's been like drinking out of a fire hose, especially when it comes to the Biden thing. I thought that maybe we might have an answer about Biden dropping out tonight. When I heard that there was going to be a press conference, I thought that maybe this is it. This is Biden saying, "Hey, you know, it's been great, but Kamala Harris, that's your new nominee, and I support her, and you know, I wish her good luck." Maybe even he was going to say, "I'll be her vice president" or something like that. I don't know, chat. I thought it'd be something like that, but no, it's Biden trying to once again be like, "I'm fucking presidential. I care about NATO a whole bunch. I'm the NATO guy. Nobody does NATO like I do NATO. I'm the NATO guy. I'm the NATO guy, and I got to stay on because I'm the only one who could defeat Trump." He's still on that. He's still on that. But supposedly his team is talking about, or at least gaming out, what a transition to Kamala would look like. So we can hope that maybe that's in the works. We may find out in the next few days. We may not find out until fucking electricity is wild. 500 plus euros every 2 months. It's disgraceful. At least we split it 4 out of 5 ways. It's still robbery. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Especially when you got to do, you know, you got a cold winter, you got a hot summer. It's an extremely high electric bill. But yeah, I'm taking care of that right now. But again, much thanks to everybody who supports me in whatever way you do. It is because of you that I'm even able to pay the bills. So thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I love what I'm doing. I love the fact that I'm able to do this full time. I want to continue to do this full time, and I want to expand our operation. I want to increase the production value, and I want to grow this community because I think we're really on to something. Am I anti-NATO? No, Jonathan. I'm not saying no. I just don't think that that's the winning message, right? Really what you're asking is, am I pro-Putin? And that's a fuck no. That's a fuck no. That's a fuck no, I'm not pro-Putin. Right? I just feel like Biden needs to come up with a better message if he wants to, you know, stay in this thing, right? And the like beyond his political takes, beyond his you know, platform, right? Look, I'm going to say he needs to show that he's competent enough to do the job. He's competent enough to beat Trump. I just don't think he can do that. I think he showed us already why he's not. And those clips from the debate that he made, they're not going to go anywhere. They're going to continue to follow him up until the end of his they're going to follow him up to the end of his like the whole campaign. Like as long as he stays in this thing, like those clips are going to be a albatross around his neck. You just got here. Well, that's okay. No, I'm not a Putin fan. I feel like there was somebody, I posted that thing showing Trump. There's a billboard in Russia that shows Trump and it shows Putin, and it says "Making the world great again together." Right? I don't know who put it up. I don't know if it's like somebody involved with Putin or if it's just some random person in Russia that did this, right? But when I put that up, I had somebody be like, "I can't believe I watched the stream of such a propagandist." I don't know if that person thought that I was like being like, "Yeah, Putin, make the world great again." You Putin and Trump. No, I'm not. I'm very much against Putin. I'm very much against Trump. Why Kamala and not Biden? Oh my gosh, Skeleton Flash, you're asking me to rehash like so much content that I've just covered. Right, watch the debate. Watch Biden's debate against Trump. I think that's probably your best bet in understanding why Biden cannot continue to be the standard bearer, and why, if you want to see anything other than a second Trump regime, which may not end after 4 years, right? Look at the Supreme Court's given him immunity. They're willing to bend over backwards for this guy, right? It might not be 4 years and done. It might be a lot worse, right? He's pledged to be dictator from day one. If you want that stopped, you need a better standard bearer than Biden. You need somebody that is not going to say, "We finally beat Medicare." And I know that he meant Medicaid, and I know that he didn't mean we finally beat it. He meant we finally beat COVID, which we haven't. There's COVID still around. And he wanted to say we're going to spread Medicaid, was what he's trying to say. But when that comes out as "we finally beat Medicare," you can't communicate. You can't do the job as presidential candidate. Look, I actually have less of a concern for his ability to do the job as president than I do for his job to run the campaign, which involves communication, and that's what he's falling down on. That's my main issue with Biden. That's why I think that almost any Democrat that they were to replace him with would be preferential. The advantage with Kamala is that she's able to use the money that Biden raised. So if he hands it off to his vice presidential candidate, who would be the natural, person to name as like his successor, given that, it is past the primaries and everything, that she can at least have the advantage of still using the money that Biden has raised. I'm not a fan of Kamala. There's a lot of issues that I have with Kamala. But I don't think that, we're going to get anybody good in there. And I think that anybody other than Biden makes it so that there's a better chance of there not being another Trump administration. And that's really my priority. I'm not a fan of Biden or any of the establishment Dems, but I think that another Trump administration, given his stated goal to be dictator on day one and his, we just read off a list of names of people from the Trump administration that have authored Project 2025. Trump can say that he has nothing to do with it. Trump can say that he disagrees with it. All that he wants. Those are his people writing it. Okay, those are his people writing it, and I just don't. He's a fucking liar. I don't believe anything that comes out of his mouth. Right. So there's a huge danger in letting Trump get in the White House again. Anything that's gonna forestall that, I think, is a good thing. And at this point, I don't think that Biden can beat him. There you have it. There you have it. And like, again, changing candidates, changing to Kamala, changing to Whitmer, changing to whoever doesn't guarantee that Trump will not win. But I think that staying with Biden makes it all the more likely that Trump will win. It is not a sure thing at all. There's a lot of danger. There's potential that any of these candidates could have skeletons in their closet that we don't know because there wasn't a real primary. There wasn't a real vetting process. It's another, reason that the Democratic Party sucks. They've been so anti-primary ever since 1980 when Jimmy Carter lost to Ronald Reagan, not because of Ted Kennedy, who ran against him in the primary, but because of his own policies in essentially beginning the process of deindustrialization, his embrace of neoliberalism, and you could also say the Ronald Reagan sneaky, Iran-Contra shit. He was undermined by his opponent in international affairs, right? But yeah, blaming, the Democratic Party blamed Ted Kennedy for that. Because of that, they've been super against primaries. They want to coalesce and like sort of anoint a candidate, even when there's not an incumbent, right? They tend to do this, right? And they tend to blackball anybody that's like there's a reason that Elizabeth Warren did not run against Hillary Clinton in 2016, and that's because she could read the writing on the wall and she knew what would happen to her, and that she knew if she wanted a future in the party that going against Hillary was the wrong move. That's what made Bernie run in the first place. He didn't want to be president. He didn't want to run for president. He did it because Elizabeth Warren did not have the courage to do that. And so, yeah, the Democratic Party's got huge issues. They are effectively a gerontocracy. They are so afraid of giving power to the next generation that they have essentially sandbagged the careers of anybody that they don't feel like they can trust. So like Demon Mama said, and again, I'm not somebody that like hangs on every word from Demon Mama, but you either become part of the machine, you either become part of what you hate in terms of the democratic machine, the democratic political apparatus, or you you have next to no power, you have next to no influence of over what it does, right? She was right about that, and this is why. And it's so wild because the Republicans have fucked themselves over electorally in so many ways. The prior to the debate, the generic ballot, which is a way of measuring, like, is the wind blowing in a Democratic direction or is the wind blowing in a Republican direction? The wind was very much blowing in a Democratic direction. The reason being the decisions by the Supreme Court that got enacted after Trump put on 3 Supreme Court justices, right? The foremost of those being the Dobbs decision, undoing Roe versus Wade. And that has been hugely unpopular. I think that the more recent decisions that they've made involving executive immunity and involving the Chevron doctrine are going to be even more unpopular. Anyone who's going to lead the Democratic Party in a good direction, in a winning direction, is going to concentrate on those judicial issues and is going to do something vigorous against this assault, against this consolidation of power by the judicial branch. There's no check on that judicial branch right now. And the closest thing we've got is AOC trying to impeach 2 justices, Justice Thomas and Justice Alito, both of whom have shown a huge conflict of interest. And you know, like, you know, they got to take this to the court if they want to, you know, if they want to change the dynamic of how things are going right now. So again, thank you so much, chat. I've had a lovely time being able to express my opinions, which I hope are well informed, right? I hope I'm not just spitting nonsense. I'm pretty sure I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Hey, like, I mean, I guess if I know the difference between a senator and a a member of the House of Representatives, I'm like, you know, miles ahead of the likes of Westside Tyler, aka Lestiny, and a lot of other people out there. So I don't think I'm doing too bad. And again, chat, thank you for the chance to do what I love for a living, to bring you content 5 days plus a week. And I hope to do more in the future. Keep on supporting me, and I will keep on raising that bar, raising the production quality, and hopefully bringing you better content every single day. Much love, everybody. Much love. Biden. I want Biden to impeach all 5 right-wing judges. Yeah, I mean, look, there's some hard decisions to be made. I mean, this is yeah. I hear what you're saying. God, I don't want to. If I start weighing in on NATO, it's a whole fucking thing. It's a whole fucking thing. Okay. And I got to get to bed. I've spent, we're at 9 hours now. These are Hassan hours I'm doing, chat. My social battery is drained. And I do, like, what did Hassan say again that got him in all that trouble? His social battery is drained, and this is like a tougher job than sales or something. Yeah, I don't know about that. Sales will definitely drain the fuck out of your social battery. I mean, this does too, but in a different way. And look, like with sales, I feel like there's a lot of deception, a lot of dishonesty that you got to engage with just to get those commissions. And I feel like, you know, if anything, there's an imperative for me to try to be truthful in this job. So, again, chat, many thanks, much love, and I think I'll see you tomorrow. I keep on streaming so long. Yeah, I better get my best bet on being able to stream tomorrow is getting to bed tonight and seeing what we have to deal with tomorrow. Soul sucking. That's what Hassan said. It was a soul sucking job. Look, I love this job and I am grateful for this job. It is difficult. Big Host, you came here a little too late to roast me, but come back tomorrow, okay? Come back tomorrow, Big Hoss. Especially if you're here on behalf of Westside Tyler. If any Tyler fans want to roast me, I will run the gauntlet. I will take your criticisms, but until then, I gotta get to bed, and I gotta retool, and I gotta try to come back to you tomorrow with more content. So again, much love, good night, good luck, and Omega Star kept on saying, like, sometimes all you got is each other. So I'm glad that we're there for each other, and thank you, chat, for being there for me. Anyway,